How's it going?
Yo.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning if you are on the West Coast. Good day if you are on the East Coast.
Is it me or is there some sort of echo?
Am I echoing?
We're all echoing, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, there is some sort of echo. Maybe. Here, let me. Do we have it playing somewhere? And it's like it could be me. It could be me. I think I have it on a thing. It is me. Okay, it's me. It's me. All right, done. Short technical difficulties, but hey, welcome everybody. 24/7 Comics channel. I'll pass it off to Mickey, but I'm Carl Choi, publisher of 24/7 Comics, and we are so excited about what's happening today. But with that, I'll also have Swaggle greet his guest for the day.
Yeah. Hey everyone. Welcome back to another stream. A special, we're going to call this the Zero Ghost Extravaganza launch because we're going to need to hydrate today because we're going to be online for a long time talking about a very special project from 24/7 done by Justin Jordan, Brian Chang, and Will Katana. And this is a cool comic that they've worked really hard on. That I think everyone here on the screen has been rooting for and had a hand in getting to this point. So excited to be with you guys here today, and should be a fun, all day stream.
Definitely. What's up, guys? I'm Sarah, aka the Nerdy Barbie. Really excited to be here because it's the first comic I've kind of been part of the journey of. So if you have been following along, we've been talking to the artists, we've been kind of like getting into their heads. Definitely suggest you go back and check those out. But today we're here with you all day and just can't wait. Actually brought some pom-poms for the guests today.
Nice.
Very excited.
So with that said, I think this will be like a great way for us to kick the day off. What the heck are we doing here today? So as Mickey mentioned, we are hosting this town hall. We're not joking. This is a town hall. So if you are just tuning in right now and you're seeing this graphic here, thanks Jane for putting this together, our awesome graphic designer. We have our guest on today, and I think we have about like 15 or 16 guests coming on roughly every half hour, about an hour into this. But for the first hour, we definitely want to get into what Zero Ghost is all about with you guys. So let me get to the next slide. Before we get into everything, I want to just thank everybody who was our first round supporters of our Evermind Kickstarter last September. There's about 350 names on here. Want to highlight that day one backers this time around will be added to this forever thank you list. We have some plans for this list, so we're thankful for everyone who's been part of the process. And if you find your name here, thank you. If you want your name on here, just back today, and you'll find yourself on here the next time we show it. And as we mentioned already, we're your hosts today, and we'll be kind of taking turns. Obviously, we're going to be streaming for about 9 hours, and so it could get a little hectic for all of us. So you'll see each of us kind of step away during different times of the day. So we've done our intros. And so without further ado, we are going to bring on the creator team. Why don't we start with Will?
Hi, everyone. My name is Will Quintana, and I'm the colorist for Zero Ghost, along with Brian and Justin. And hey, Carl. Hey, everyone.
What's up, Will?
Hey. Really excited about this launch. How you guys doing?
So, Will, for those of folks who don't know about your background, highlight a few covers here. Would you mind sharing a little bit about your background and what you've worked on before?
Sure. I've been in the comics industry for a couple decades now. I initially started off with Acclaim Comics. I had done an issue of, oh my God, what was it? Shadow Man with them way back in the day, back when they had first become Acclaim. And from there, I went on to CrossGen Comics in the early 2000s, worked on Sigil for them alongside Mystic for a while, and then I did some Lady Death issues with Jim Chung as well. And from there, I went to Marvel, did some Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes with them, various X books, New Exiles, various Avengers books. I did some work in Civil War as well, like World War Hulk. From there, I did some work with DC, which included Green Lantern New Guardians with Justin, as well as Action Comics, Superman, Wonder Woman, and just recently did a run on the newest Blue Beetle.
Awesome. Speaking of Justin Jordan, why don't we also then welcome Justin Jordan to the stage as well? What's up, Justin?
Hey, how's it going? I'm Justin Jordan. I co-created Zero Ghost with Brian and Will and Micah. I have been in comics for a while now. I started out with Luther Strode, which you can see there in the center. I've also done Spread and Dead Body Road and The Family Trade at Image, but I've worked for everybody. As Will said, I did Green Lantern New Guardians at DC, which was actually my longest run on a career or on a work for hire comic. I've done longer runs on creator owned, but the 22-ish issues I did of New Guardians was actually the longest that I've been on a work for hire book, and it was actually a lot of fun. But I've also worked for everyone. I've done very little Marvel work, but I have done a few things for Marvel, and I have worked for everybody else at some point in the industry.
Awesome. And your latest collaborator is none other than Mr. Brian Ching himself. Hey, Brian.
Hey, everyone. How are you doing today?
Amazing. We're here.
Cool. My name is Brian Cheng. I'm the artist and co-creator of Zero Ghost. I've been working in the comic industry for over 25 years. I got my start with Top Cow, actually, as a background artist and assistant artist. From there, I moved on to a pretty long run at Dark Horse doing Star Wars comics, specifically Night of the Old Republics, which I was fortunate enough to design all the characters initially for the first year and a half or so. But yeah, I've had runs on a lot of books, Avengers, I'm sorry, Conan the Avenger, sorry. And Supergirl, things like that, Lady Mechanica as well. But yeah, latest project is Zero Ghost, and probably the most fun book I've ever worked on.
Awesome. I'm so excited. How's everyone feeling today, man?
Whew, excited.
I'm feeling good. I think it's super exciting. It's always cool to launch a new project, and to play a little part of the journey. With these guys is special. So it's really awesome. And here on my YouTube channel, we talk a lot about collecting and vintage collecting and stuff. So it's always great to sort of celebrate people that are still building new worlds. And so this is a fun stream, to be a part of it.
Hey, I want to just take this moment too to thank Swaggerhouse. I mean, it's no small part that he's taken in. I mean, you guys will check it out later, but he actually was the one who composed our Kickstarter video that will premiere in a little bit. We'll probably do a little preview before the launch. And we got Southern Comic Geek in the building who will be joining us later. He did ask, what time will the Kickstarter be live? It will be live at 10 a.m. PST. We want to spend about an hour with you guys to give you guys a little bit of a preview, allow you guys to kind of spread the word, share with your friends that may be interested in different tiers. The other thing we want to kind of highlight is also that we'll be doing a bit of a giveaway. So Brian had the opportunity to work on a sketch for us, and let me see if I could add this to stage as well. He made a sketch for us, and Brian, you want to talk about this sketch and the character?
Yeah, this is our lead character, Kira Kane, and just her showcasing a few of her abilities. She is pretty cool. She can make weapons. I don't want to give away too much, but there's a pretty good glimpse of her. Just standing there looking badass.
Yeah, man.
Do you have the original concept design for Kira still?
I think that was digital actually. So I think it's somewhere on my iPad. But yeah.
Carl, you gotta have Brian do what's the very first original artwork? That's the one.
Yeah.
That's also one that'd be interesting to check out.
I will actually pull that up later. Actually, as we kind of get things rolling, I'll start digging through some of the archives and start showing some of the stuff that, the process of Zero Ghosts, because I do feel like it's important for folks to learn more about it and the hard work that the team has put into it. So with that said, we'll kick it off with kind of the Zero Ghosts TLDR. Justin, why don't you kick us off?
Sure. Zero Ghost is a 6-issue comic book series that's about Kira Kane. Kira is the heir to a crime family that uses magic to do crime. In her world, magic is almost exclusively used by criminals because they're the best people at keeping secrets and keeping the rituals alive. She's all set to eventually take over her family, but that gets accelerated quickly when they all get killed and somebody tries to sacrifice Kira to summon and control a Death Angel, which is an extremely powerful supernatural being that is not meant to be in our world. Kira manages to thwart that to some extent and ends up bonded to the Death Angel, whose name turns out to be Shrike. And Kira and Shrike go on a roaring rampage of revenge. The problem is that Shrike's powers are powered by burning Kira's actual soul. So if she uses too much mojo, she's going to end up deader than dead, beyond dead, super dead. But that doesn't stop her from, trying to get revenge and figure out who betrayed her family and did this to her. So it is basically my love letter to Hong Kong action movies. Looking at you, John Woo, and John Wick, and 90s kind of action comics like The Darkness and Witchblade. I was trying to put that all into a stew of things that I thought were cool and would be fun to read and, fun for Brian to draw and Will to color. And they did an incredible job on it. As you guys will see when we really start getting into the images here, Zero Ghost has an incredibly specific and I think really cool look to it that I think people are going to resonate with. So I'm excited. I'm hoping people dig it. So that's the probably shortest version of the story that I can tell you.
Yeah, in fact, I want to, with that, showcase that video that I was just talking about. Swaggle, is this the best way to show it if I was to just play it here?
Yeah, maybe make it big and...
Let me see. If I was to stretch it like that, does it take over the screen?
Yeah.
All right, folks. I'm going to show the video and then feel free to react to it. All right, here goes.
Oh, no audio.
No.
Oh, no audio. Okay.
In a world where
Mary
magic
uploaded
is
it.
solely dominating.
Yeah, Justin, you'll do the VO, and Will, you'll do the
Yeah, let me ask Mary how to play. Do you know how to play it? Because she uploaded it. Anyways, we'll go back to the slides itself.
This has already vastly exceeded my technical abilities. So you're doing
exactly.
great.
While we figure that out, let's go into what the Kickstarter is all about. So number one, we want to highlight a couple things. Day one backers, as mentioned earlier, we will add you to our forever thank you list. So we have probably one of the most extensive thank you lists on as a company, because to us, we want to recognize the foundation of who's going to build this company with us. And so that's you, the community. And so we invite you to be part of that. Second, 24/7 Comics and Vivi, we have a great partnership. As you guys know, we've already released Evermind #1, as well as Zero Ghost #1 at San Diego Comic-Con. We'll pick the time now to announce Swaggle House will be, if you want to announce it now, we'll be doing something with you at New York Comic-Con as well.
We will. But today's not about me, so.
All right, so little tease there. We're gonna have something going on at New York Comic Con alongside, and we're gonna have a booth. Thanks to Will at the Artist Alley to have all your Zero Ghost physical copies, which I'll kind of go over later as well. And then for those of you who are comic art fans, hey fellow comic art fans, we have a couple tiers. Brian, why don't you talk a little bit about your original art, because it was hard getting these tiers together, but you're such good sport, and you opened up your vault and provide us with very, very limited supply of your original art from both Star Wars, Batman, Witchblade, and Tomb Raider. So you want to share a little bit about that? Oops. Okay, cool. I think Mary figured it out. But Brian, why don't you share more about that, and then we'll go to the video.
Yeah, of course. Carl and I have this sort of joke about how I'm willing to relinquish a lot of my original art, but he kind of nudged me here, and we made I think about 85 pieces available here. It's stuff from the 25 plus years of my career, stuff from my Witchblade days. I think there's some Tomb Raider in there as well, and a bunch of things from my Star Wars days, from my first issue with Star Wars, which was it Republic 51 or 53?
53. Yep.
53, and my final issue of Knights of the Old Republic, which was issue 50. So just a bunch of stuff that was actually pretty nostalgic for me when I was going through it a few weeks ago. It's a lot of stuff that sort of landmark issues, I guess you could say. Again, my first Star Wars, my final Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, first Witchblade stuff. Some stuff inked, some stuff just pencils, because when I was working on Star Wars, they were pretty influenced by the Conan stuff, the Cary Nord stuff that went straight from pencils straight to color. And so we were trying that for years, actually. I think that they liked the way it looked, and we were able to stay on time a little bit better because of it. So a little bit unique, because I think the industry has gone away from the pencils only. It's a much cleaner image to have black and white. It's much easier, I think, for the colorists to work over. So it's a bunch of stuff from that.
Yeah, and we'll get more into that later, but want to share, kind of reemphasize, day one backers, you'll get your pick. I will personally call you on Zoom and go over the catalog with you, which will showcase a little bit later as well, as we dive into the memory banks of Brian on what he remembers about these pages, and you'll get to pick, and this will be in order. So the first folks that back us will get to pick first, and so on, and only day one backers will get to do this. Otherwise, it will be randomized for the rest of the backers. I want to shout out Kazra, CEO of Comic Art Fans and OAX, amazing supporter of the publisher here and our creatives, and so thank you for that. And with that said, Mary, you want to cue up the video, and I'm gonna keep all our faces up here so we can all kind of react to it, because it's freaking badass. Swaggle, thank you for this. We appreciate it. Let's premiere it now.
Growing up in this city taught me one thing. Everyone makes a deal with the devil. I just never expected mine to be real. You see, this place is run by 5 families. And in order to get anywhere in this world, you need to work with them. play by their rules. That's what my father told me before he went missing, before he was taken. Alliances built on a foundation of deceit. And now I make new bonds. Ones that can never be broken. Power is the only true pact. It's why I've traded everything for it. With it, I'll take my vengeance. Everyone here makes a deal with the devil, including me. It's why I'm now a shell, a carapace, a vessel, a zero ghost.
Woo! What?
Great.
Super cool.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie,
Brian,
that is
Brian.
actually exceedingly cool. So
Yeah.
I approve.
Amazing.
Sweet.
I mean, we'll leave all the kind of commentaries from Justin, Brian, and Will for you guys when you guys actually see the Kickstarter video. But man, Swaggle House, let me interview you for a quick second, man. What was your approach to it all? Because you got a very, very advanced preview of the book. You've known about us working on this for the last 4 years. You've been instrumental creative director for 24/7 Comics on a lot of our content that comes out. So what was your approach for this video?
Yeah, really, it was just trying to not drop the ball and let the guys down. It's like I read the stories and the advanced issues and everything. So it was really just kind of, can I just port over the spirit of what they're already building and working on and put it into a digestible 60-second, 90-second sort of trailer for it. So really the world was already there. The character kind of Kira jumped off the page, at least for me. And so I have a lot of experience doing brooding monologues for, Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons and all this stuff. So it's really porting over, that skill anyways. But yeah, I'm glad you guys liked it. And I think it's a really cool world and even getting the chance to put together the rest of the video with the guys and listen to, their thoughts on how it all came together. It just feels like, it's very clear what your guys' vision was for the project, and I feel like you guys executed it really well.
Amazing. Thanks for queuing that up, Mary. Sarah, Brian, Justin, any reactions to the video as we kind of finally premiere this to the world?
The video was so hot, I had to take my glasses off and wipe it clean. They got all steamed up.
No, that's really dope. That's actually, no joke, one of the best comic book trailers that I've seen. They are oftentimes not very effective, I don't think, but I thought that one actually really gets across the vibe. And whoever did the VO for Kira, it's got a good voice for it, so I approve.
Yeah, shout out to Jen Ko. She did the VO. She's an actress on Kung Fu on CW and
cool.
a lot of projects and stuff. But she really enjoyed it, and it was just a quick kind of fun record. But I think she kind of embodied what I imagine the character to sort of embody.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jen did a great job. Thank you for that, Jen. Definitely shout you out. Real quick, we do have a Doctor Strange. Yeah, we are talking about that comic, and it wasn't a month ago. It was last week at San Diego Comic-Con. In fact, we have about 100 editions left on Vivi. So if you have not picked yours up yet, there's a small chance. We have about 2,000 editions, and it will never be issued again. Speaking of that, just kind of going back to our day one specials, we will be issuing a black and white artist edition for anyone who backs on the first day, at least for the first 300. So kind of want to take the next 5 minutes and go over some of the previews as to what you'll see in about half an hour before we welcome our first guest, actually. We'll have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, pretty straightforward. Tier 1 will be the standard print set. You'll get the digitals, obviously, with the 3 individual books. Tier 2, you'll get the 3 books plus the artist editions. Artist editions wise, Brian, how did you like the artist edition? You got to see it firsthand. at San Diego Comic-Con, a little kind of preview of it all.
You're talking about the black and white version?
Yeah, the black
We're
and
talking
white
about
version.
it's pretty
Showcase.
great. You guys did a great job on the print quality. The paper stock is such high quality. The images came out so strong. Really nice stuff.
So what's
It
really
feels
cool
good in
about
your hand.
Yeah, this edition, it does really feel good. We're very intentional in making sure there's a good quality to the paper. And so those of you who are at San Diego Comic-Con can see these butts in its full black and white version. And the action
Justin
really
made me
leaps up
draw
to
that.
it. Justin's fault.
True.
Yeah, so this is the San Diego Comic-Con edition, and want to preview kind of the quality of work that we'll be delivering for you guys. And then, obviously this edition is a little different, as a little bit more promotional side of things at the end, and then really getting folks to follow this Kickstarter campaign. And I think it was amazing. It was a great partnership with the folks at Vivi, working with us on that. So thank you, Team Vivi. So back to this here.
I have a question.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to preface this for the audience by letting them know that I live in the middle of the woods and I don't know anything about anything. What is Vivi? Nobody's ever actually explained to me what it is.
So I think the best way to explain is a digital platform. It started off in the Web3 space, and they were really smart in regards to creating a more centralized platform, but very similar to, kind of this bad word NFT. I think it really was leveraging the blockchain to assign tokens to each of these individual issues. So they call them editions. So think of it as physical prints, and is transparent in what they deliver. So when they issue 1,000 editions of a particular book, it's assigned to a token that verifies that book. So those will never be printed again. And so anyone who owns one of those tokens can say, hey, I own one of these books for reals. And what's fun about it is because everything is numbered, you actually can get little numbers. So people like to collect number 69, number 247. Number 1, like those make it more valuable, which doesn't really happen in comics, but happens a lot in digital collectibles. And so they were also the first to get Marvel's license, DC's license, and so they started selling back issues. Swaggle, I don't know if you ever looked into this, but they did a really kick-ass job. CEO David Yu is a big collector himself. Great kick-ass job, selling back issues in a way. So it's kind of like these reissues, where they'll be like, Hulk 181, only 1,000 copies or 500 copies, and they'll drop in a day. And next thing you know, obviously everyone wants their Hulk 181. And I don't know what their algorithms are or how they determine the numbers, but they do kind of assign numbers that are comparable to the CGC numbers. And so it's kind of cool. And so I think they've got a lot of momentum. They recently announced in March that they're doing day-and-day releases with Marvel Comics, and I know they do really good business with Marvel. So that's what Vivi is, and we're one of the first independent publishers to work with Vivi in this capacity. So what's fun is we're not a big corporation, so we could be a lot more flexible in our drops, incentives for our collectors, etc. But to me, I think PDFs are cool, but I would love to just introduce our community to this type of digital collecting as well.
Yeah. I would also add, just from maybe people who watch my channel that are, on the kind of comic collecting side of things. I think one of the cool things about it is, granted, there's going to be people that don't like the digital aspect, but digital comic books has been trying to break through in some kind of way. You've had Comixologies and you've had Marvel Unlimited and these types of platforms. And I think that they're great for being able to read, but then there's no collectability in it. So it feels kind of fleeting in a way. And I think even if it's not for everybody on the physical side, I think that there's something to that person that still kind of wants to have something that they feel like, oh, okay, it's special. And I own this in a unique way. And I think that that's kind of what they're trying to drive at. And then I think the long-term goal that's positive about it is it's sort of a way to support the creators who make the books. You know, if you can have some sort of ownership over all of the transactions that happen online, I think it's like the best way to support creators. Because obviously, if you work for some of the big two and you have a physical book and you get paid, you know, a contract for it, you'll sort of never see whatever it does, you know, on the secondary market. So I think there's kind of pros and cons for it on a collector side and also a creator side.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I agree, Mickey. I think one of the things about, you know, digital comics is kind of what I think ruined like the momentum of the comic industry. When everything went digital, people didn't care about the collecting side. But I think we're at the very precipice and beginning of, you know, collecting again. So kind of hope that answered your question, Justin.
You did.
But we'll kind of go back to the program with let's see, how did I get the screen back? There we go. So yeah, speaking of tiers, we're on tier 3, and tier 3 basically includes all of the 6 books from tier 1 and 2, and also our variants. And speaking of guest variants, we are going to, in fact, invite a very special guest who is one of our guest variant contributors, Mr. Manix Abrera.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hello, Brian, Justin, Pagel,
Hello.
Sarah, Will, and
Hi.
Carl. Hello,
How are you?
and hello,
Morning.
everyone watching.
Morning, Mr.
Good
Abrera.
morning.
Thanks for joining us, man. And it's
Yes, of
cool. It's really cool to see that it's also morning where you are, because normally in the Philippines it would be like 12:30 a.m., right? So
Yes, yeah, it's good that we're still here in California, because if not, yeah, it's past midnight in the Philippines now.
yeah. First of all, how are you? What have you been doing since San Diego Comic-Con? How was the experience for you?
I think SDCC was super fun, very tiring, but really, really fun for us. It's just my second time to go there. Yes, and I'm still finishing some commissions from the convention
Oh my
before we
God.
go.
Well, I mean, could you introduce yourself to the audience for those who may not be familiar with your work? We have a few slides with you as well. So yeah, here's a couple photos from San Diego Comic-Con. We saw that the Todd Father held one of your pieces. So can you share more about your journey as an artist and how that led up to where we are today?
Yeah, so I've started doing comic strips back home in the Philippines in the newspaper. I've been doing it since I was a student, even up to now. I've been doing it now for 25 years, and every year I release a book, but it's mostly black and white comic strips. It's slice of life stories, and it's mostly humorous. That's why you can see in my style that it's kind of cartoony, but I really love superhero comics. And when I was invited to join the art group, Next Comic Art, it's mostly artists from Asia and in the Philippines. Our rep Jiggy Cruz told me that I could incorporate my cartoony style into the superhero art style. And that's how I discovered that. I love this challenge and I like it.
Yeah, shout out to Jiggy as well. Especially want to showcase a few examples of what you do. I mean, you go beyond this. I definitely know about your background in the Philippines as a cartoonist, but you've been getting pretty famous for these recreations. And so I want to show the audience a few that you did for me. This is a new acquisition pickup from San Diego Comic-Con. Conan #1, one of my favorite covers from my favorite artist, Barry Windsor Smith. Any thoughts on this, Mannix?
Thank you so much. This is a commission, yes, from Carl Choi. This is really memorable because I had a hard time doing this because of all the detail but I really enjoy doing challenging artworks.
Yeah, Mickey, Sarah, what do you guys think? I mean, when it comes to recreations like this, like any reaction? Obviously, we're all familiar with this Conan the Barbarian, but Mannix's interpretation it's just so powerful to me.
It's so powerful. I mean, you could see this from a mile away, and then you get up close, and it's just the scope of how many classics you've recreated in your style. It's just incredible.
Thank you so
So
much. I always try to make it fun. And and when I'm drawing, I need to smile first, when I do these things, because I always want to put a little humor on all
just
my
meeting your wife, and then just kind of after I got to know you both, and then seeing you with your family, it really comes through in your style. It's so much love.
Oh, thank you so much. Hey, we loved your costume, by the way.
Thank
Yeah,
you. I hope I didn't get paint all over you
Yeah.
guys.
And I was sad that I didn't meet Brian and Justin in person in SDCC. Yeah, I was hoping that we could get a picture, all of us.
One day,
Maybe next time. Yeah.
we'll get us all together. I mean, Southern Comic Geek wants me to show this as well. I won't show it too long because you and I might be the only one that cares about this cover, Southern Comic Geek. So Unity is from Valiant Comics, but yeah, I would just say Mannix kicked butt on this as well. But why don't we loop in the creator team into this conversation now? Because obviously, when I approached you for your variant cover, there was a something special we wanted to bring to the table, and some of these examples are stuff you did in the past. But would love to hear about your process, starting with your sketch, and then maybe Justin, Mickey, everyone can react to what you guys were thinking when I shared the sketch with you guys.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank all of you because you gave me a lot of space to interpret how I would do the variant cover. So thank you for that. And and when I do my artwork, especially covers, uh, I imagine all the comic covers and how I could make this artwork maybe stand out from all of them. That's what I try.
Yeah, Justin, I think you had some contribution to what the final result was as well. You had mentioned something about character. What was your initial reaction when you first saw it?
Oh, I thought it was interesting. It's always fun to see the stuff you do in such a radically kind of different style. We had a few of those for back when we did Luther Strode, which was always a lot of fun to see. Yeah, I think my suggestion was that we could expand to actually see how what his style looked like with more characters, because we've got a big ass cast in this book. And I think it turned out really dope. Actually, it's a really cool variant cover. I am, in general, not a huge variant cover guy, but like the ones we have for this book, I was actually all really pleased with. So I appreciate Mannix helping with that.
I'm gonna say both. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Mannix. But yeah, I want to just emphasize with Justin what he said. Him and I actually relate a lot on not having variant covers, so that's why we're only doing them for Kickstarter, and we probably won't do them for the in-stores. And so digital Kickstarter is kind of where we feel like these could live. And then, future editions will be something different as well. So, you guys folks heard it here first. Get them on Kickstarter exclusively. And so, yeah, Mannix, you were saying.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. Yeah, I think it turned out really well that that I put the other characters, yeah, because at the first drawing was only Kira and the other one, her trainer, yeah, and then I put all the other characters, and I think it turned really well.
Yeah, I agree.
So thank you.
Amazing.
And I love that they allowed me to make a different font for the title.
Yeah, that's all Jane. She's our
Yeah.
graphic designer. You guys can see her in the chat. Definitely give Jane a shout out. There she is.
Thank you,
She's a
Jane.
fan of yours as well, Mannix. You have such unique and cool style. I totally agree.
Thank you so much.
You made it better, so it's great.
Thank you.
So, what else, Mannix? I mean, doing this has been a great experience as well because you came out and you signed. You got to meet a lot of fans as well. What does what's the future of Mannix looking like? Like, and what goes through your mind when you start working on this type of collaboration?
Actually, I don't think about the future. I just focus on the now because if I think about the future, I'll get really overwhelmed and stressed and pressured. So I just focus on what's happening right now, and I enjoy the moment. Especially in SDCC, I was pretty surprised that people were lining up to have signatures because in my imagination when I woke up, I think that maybe there'll only be two or three people who have who will have me sign their comics, and they're my family, you know. But I was surprised that there were a lot of people there. So thank you so much.
Man, you and Brian, man, you guys got fans, and so it was great to have you guys come on and sign. I know Brian doesn't do much signings either, and so it was great to see a lineup for both of you guys. It was a great experience.
Yeah, thank you so much, and congratulations to all of you, to everyone, because it's really awesome. The whole book, it even smells good, you know. Yeah, the paper stock, everything's perfect, you know.
Love
Like
that
the
new comic
cover, the
smell.
pages, yeah, the quality of the color, everything, the artwork, the writings, everything. It's really good. So congratulations to everyone. It's
Yeah,
really
thanks,
nice.
man. What do you think about the story? Let's talk a little about the story itself. What went through your mind when you read it? Do you have any questions for the fellas since they're all here?
Actually, I really loved it because I really love horror and mystery. Yeah. That's one of my favorite genres. And so when you guys sent me the first digital copy before I did the artwork, I really loved it, and I want to read the next issues.
Did you have any reaction to the colors as a fellow colorist? I know
Uh,
Will, I mean, really took it to town with this one.
yeah, yes. Thank you for saying that, because if you can see, I use the major colors of red and blue because that's what I saw. That's what they used here in the last few pages. It's mostly red and blue. So and I really love that. I love that combination. Yeah, so that's what I used because I think that's really powerful for the cover. Yeah, and just I put a little bit of highlights, yellows, and I also love pink highlights. I think you'll always see that in my artworks. Yeah, so I also incorporated that just a bit in my cover. But everything here is inspired from what's inside. And I prayed really hard, you know. God help me to make this cover really good. It's really hard to make covers, you know.
Yeah, you did a good job on it.
Yeah, and I had to ask Carla if you really want me to make a cover because my style is kind of cartoony and bit of a bit different. But Carl said, "Yeah, let's do it." So thank you.
You're welcome. I mean, Brian, what was your initial reaction to it all? I know, it was a little different than what we usually see.
I loved it just right away. Um, I'm kind of new to your work, Mannix. Carl kind of introduced me to your work not too long ago, and the first cover came in. I think it was just Kira, right? Kira and Shrike Head in the back,
Yes, right.
and then
Yeah, right.
yeah, and then the second cover came in with all the characters, and it just I just loved it. I think your style, your work, just puts a smile on my face. So just so happy that you were able to do our alternate cover here because such a great job, such a great vibe to it. I love it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, coming from you guys, it's a really big thing for me. Thank you.
It's so interesting to hear someone like almost like holding back on all the colors they could use, honoring this book. and it's so successful because it just, I mean, you're drawn right into this cover.
Thank you so much.
And
So
Manny,
speaking of,
go for it.
so I was gonna say, speaking of which, in Mannix's reproductions of his covers, I love the fact that you're able to capture a lot of those colors from the original covers. You know, so it's masterful. It's really masterful how you do that. So I love how, like in the Conan cover, yeah, like Unity, yeah, I love that. Like that caught my eye like right away. Like it's almost an identical reproduction of the colors in the background and the background characters. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Like
Thank
right
you.
down to the trade dress and everything. It's great.
Thank you so much. When I do my artworks, I have a lot of paint tubes, you know.
Mhm.
I have to mix
Yeah,
a lot of colors just to reproduce them near the original.
it's
Thank you.
beautiful. It's masterful.
Wait, so you actually mix the colors yourself?
Yes, sometimes I have to mix when I can't get the exact color that I want.
Wow, I didn't know that.
It's great. Yeah, it caught my eye right away. I loved it.
Thank you. Sometimes I mix it with my tears, you know, with my sweat. It makes it
Yeah,
more
that's exactly
luminous.
right.
That's how you get that subtle look, you know. But it's funny. I mean, something.
That's my secret.
Speaking of those emotions, you know, Mickey and I work in the film business, so you know, a lot of times, you know, Mickey, feel free to chime in. When I watch a movie, I always kind of get a sense of what the set felt like. And if it was a really fun movie, you kind of know, oh man, it would have been so fun to be on that set. And so, Mannix, when you say like you just want to have fun with it, and Brian, you're saying how it brings a smile to you. I think you're just having fun with these covers, which is what makes them so special. And
Yeah, thank you
it
so
really
much.
comes out.
Yeah, I just
great.
want to say
Yeah. And
No,
I'm a
it's
fan of
interesting.
Unity too, by the way, Carl. So I remember Unity.
Awesome.
It's interesting that you even say for your own work, which is like super identifiable to you, that you still have to put yourself in kind of like an emotional space to execute it, which I think is something I just didn't even really think about. But of course that makes sense. I don't know what everyone else's process is for writing or coloring or whatever. I don't know if you guys like listen to music to put you in the mood, but yeah, it's very clear that you have to be in a certain kind of jovial state to kind of execute whatever cover you're drawing, which it definitely comes across.
yeah, that's a really nice topic because a lot of people ask me that, like, how do I like to draw? So when I draw, I'm sure everyone has these little rituals. So before I draw, I want to have coffee. I want my space clean. I want it quiet. So sometimes I want to draw in the middle of the night until early morning, and I listen to heavy music, like that. I'm sure
Yeah.
everyone has that also.
Yeah, that pump you up music. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And sometimes there are days that it's really hard to draw, that I really want to make an artwork, but I'm just so tired, or I'm thinking a lot of things, and I just don't draw because I don't want to compromise it.
Interesting. So what type of music do you listen to when you draw?
I listen to metal.
Oh, okay.
My favorite band is Arch Enemy. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but you can Google it. It's
I'll
Arch
go. Do
Enemy.
you guys know Arch Enemy? I don't know Arch Enemy.
I
I
love
heard
that.
Arch
I
Enemy
love that
yesterday, as
band.
a matter of fact. So,
Nice.
yeah, I have one of the stations I have on my Sirius in my car is Liquid Metal, and that they'll play Arch Enemy every so often.
Nice.
Actually, I think they probably play Arch Enemy pretty often, but I cycle through the things because I've got the ADHD. So I listen to about 30 seconds of like 10 stations.
Interesting.
That's cool.
And also because I have a 5-year-old daughter, that's a new challenge for me. When because it's sometimes I have to do a lot of things before I draw, And when I'm going to start to draw, when I'm in the mood, I feel the power in my hand that I'm really ready to draw. And then my daughter is going to call me. She wants to play with her dolls. She wants to have a tea party. It's really it's a real challenge. So you have
Mhm.
to do a 5-minute tea party first, before drawing. Yeah, that's a new challenge for me. That's why that's why
Honestly, that
I,
is also my experience with having cats.
uh,
So
you've got to have some time for for
no, that is actually true. Like my work day, like I get up in the morning and I will get up, feed the cats, and then do some work like right away because that's just before my brain has time to kick in and get lazy about things. And then I'll work out, but then I have like a stretch where I just have snuggle time with my cat because she'll come up to my office. She's on my desk right now, as a matter of fact. She'll come up to the office with me, and if I don't give her some lap time before I actually start writing, like she keeps getting on the keyboard and like hacking the matrix, she'll like walk across the keyboard and stuff comes up on my computer that I've like never seen. I'm like, what? What did you do? Did you just launch the nukes? So my day incline has specific kitty time.
Hey, that would be an awesome story.
That's when the art imitates life, and all of a sudden you
Yeah.
introduce a cat character into Zero Ghost
Yeah.
and things of that
Yeah.
nature.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I'll be on like Discord, and she'll sometimes we'll just walk across the keyboard because she wants my attention, and I'll just leave it. I'll just hit enter. I'm like, you know what? People and all my friends are like, oh, they put the kitty emoji react because they understand that that's a cat walking across the keyboard.
Yeah, I miss my dogs so much. I left our dogs with my brother-in-law, who loves them, when I went to San Diego. But we haven't been able to pick them up because I've been so busy with this launch. So I'm so excited about seeing my dogs this weekend. Miss them so much. So Mannix, as what is your traveling schedule like? Because you have a whole career in the Philippines, and then you're doing a ton of stuff here and now. Do you have like a game plan through the year, or you just kind of travel as needed, kind of thing?
Yes, I have I have to organize my schedule per month. Like this month, like if we have to be in SDCC, I also have to finish my book in the Philippines, so I have to lay it out while we're here. So when we get back here, we can have it printed. So I have to schedule it like that because in September we have a very big book fair in the Philippines next
Mm.
month. Yeah. So I'm also releasing my comic strips there. I have a new book coming out. It's my 19th compilation of comic strips. Yeah. So I'm still laying it out now. So when we get back home, the printer can start printing it, and it can make the book fair. And then on November, we are going back here for uh, NYCC. October, I think. October.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I guess we'll see you there. I mean,
Yeah, we'll
would
see you
you share more about your comic strips too? Because I'm familiar with some of them, but what are the type of stories you like to tell?
I like to tell really weird stories. If you're familiar with the Twilight Zone like that, I really love those shows. So I incorporate it into daily life because for example in the Philippines, it's really hard to commute because of the traffic. The traffic is really bad, especially in the city. And if you have to ride the train, there's lots of people. It's really packed. So I think of stories that what if we Filipinos lived in a parallel world where the train is really really big. There aren't any people and there's no traffic. So those are the kind of strips that I do. I like doing parallel Earth stuff. And I twist everything that's happening in reality just to mirror what's happening in our society. And
I think
and I
that's so cool. Like your style reminds me of when you're a kid and an adult and you're both watching the same exact thing and taking different things out of it. And like really like your whole process just reminds me of that too. You're appealing to things we need to know about with making us very comfortable and soft with.
oh, thank you so much.
It's fun.
One of my idols is actually Bill Watterson of Calvin and Hobbes. I really love his strips. It's really simple, but there's a lot of the message is really hardcore. But he told it really funny and really simple.
Can't wait
Just
to
the
see
boy
this.
and his tiger.
Yeah. Because as a kid, when I was in grade school, before we got comics, our mother was always telling us that we've got to have high grades, so she will buy us comics. Yeah, because in the Philippines then it was hard to buy comics, even the big ones, even X-Men and Marvel. It was kind of expensive. So before our mother bought us some, yeah, I've got to have high grades there. So I studied really hard.
There
So
you go. Comics promotes education. There you
yeah.
go.
And now in comic books, you still have to have high grades.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
I'll excuse myself, guys.
Welcome PSA.
Yeah.
No, you know what comics needs? Comics needs the Pizza Hut Book It program, where you can, if you read like 10 comics, you get a free personal pan pizza.
Yeah.
See,
Nice.
I know Carl's my
You're
age. Carl, were you? Did they not have the Book It program where you were from?
There was a boogie
Yeah.
program in a Pizza Hut for sure.
There's nothing like the high of getting that free pizza from reading. So
Man.
There's definitely not enough Marvel and DC doing, kind of kitschy partnerships like they used to when we were kids. I think that those were so important.
God, Lex Luthor stealing 40 Hostess pies, and that's terrible, Mickey.
That's right. Oh, God.
It's a villainous act.
I miss those.
Yeah.
I miss all the advertisements too. Speaking of music, Mannix, do you notice a lot of bands, tours actually advertise in comics? I have no idea why, but I was talking to George, one of our comic art collecting friends, and he was showing me how there was like the recent Web of Spider-Man had like a tour promotional ad for a band. And so
Nice.
we're kind of like, why are they buying ads in comics? And because no one else really does anymore, but there must be a reason,
Yeah, I think there are a lot of combining. Do you know the band In Flames? It's a very famous metal band also. In Flames released a graphic novel along with their new album. Yeah, it's really interesting. But I haven't read it yet. I just read about it.
Wow.
Oh yeah, a lot of actually metal bands in particular are really into comics very often. I was supposed to do, it never materialized, but I was actually supposed to do a comic with Trivium and
Oh, nice.
Slipknot, I think. Yeah,
Wow.
which the project fell apart, but like those dudes are all really into comics.
Nice.
So a
Yeah.
lot of metal bands are. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap there actually. So.
I think it comes from the maybe just album cover art. There's a lot of like
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
inspiration that gets pulled from the art world, and so there's just a lot of shared kind of aesthetics in that space.
Yeah, there's this weird Venn diagram of like metal, wrestling, and like comics where they're like there's a lot of overlap. Like
100%.
you can almost guess that somebody who's a fan of one of those things, you're like, if you start a conversation about either of the other two, you're probably safe.
Yeah. It feels like it's like pineapple on pizza. It's like, well, why do these things go together, or do they? I don't want to. We'll not start that whole controversy.
All right, guys, we're ready to launch. It's 10 o'clock. I'm gonna click this. Yes, I've read all this.
Let's see what's
And
up.
welcome to the Zero Ghost Kickstarter.
There's some behind the scenes of Kickstarter right here. You guys get to see.
Larry, I'm launching the project now. Boom! Congratulations, your project is live. So,
Lunch.
yay!
Congrats.
Yay!
Congrats, everyone.
I don't know. I was
Congrats,
looking for that.
I have a question for the guys, Brian and Justin and Will. You know, when you work on Marvel, DC stuff versus say you're doing a project like this, you know, how do you feel about sort of having to do this sort of extra campaign trail work where it's like, oh, great, now I got to get on Zoom with Mickey and I got to film with him. And oh, Carl's making me go to San Diego. You got to sign all this stuff. And yeah, Justin, you got to get on camera and you got to start, you know, talking to me about that. You know, it's like, I'm going to lead this question down a certain path. I think that this is kind of where you sort of have to do more and more of this in comics these days. But at the same time, how do you guys kind of feel about this versus like doing your work and sending it off to the publisher and then being like, all right, cool, I'll see it in whatever, 6 months, whenever it comes out?
You know, it varies. Some stuff is more interesting than others, and sometimes I get like into it. Like it tends to be one of those things with me. Like honestly, like it's a combination of like working out my schedule and my various, you know, like mental blocks for something. Like when I actually do it, I actually often enjoy it. But there's also like I have like a finite amount of energy for it too, which is like the downside. And the real downside is that whatever I use to like talk and interact with people is the same part of my brain that I write with, apparently. So like in any given day, I can generally do one or the other, but not both. So like days where I have to do a lot of like promotional type stuff, like that tends to be all I'm going to get done. And that's fine, but like I need to schedule accordingly because of that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's I actually just saw on Facebook this morning, Liam Sharp was talking about this actually, the ever expanding sort of like promotional niche and how you don't get much publisher support for things a lot of the time, which is certainly true if you're doing a mid-list book, for lack of a better term. So like, you know, if you're writing Batman, you will probably have all the support you want and all that kind of stuff. Like, but like if you're, you know, writing the new adventures of Squamous Man, like it's, you know, you're on your own, which is good and bad. But like that also applies to when you're doing your creator-owned books, when you have a lot more of a stake in it. So like, and it can eat up a tremendous amount of time. It paid off for us, but when I was doing the first Luther Strode, when Strange Talent would lead up for that, I literally spent 8 weeks where I was spending like 40 hours a week doing promotions. Now, granted, that was also 2011, which was a different environment for that kind of thing. There were a lot more outlets that had a lot more impact. But it did work. Like, you know, we had a good product, a good book. You know, it had Trad and Felipe's art on it. So, like, it was, you know, if we could get it in front of people, there was a reaction. It wasn't crickets and that kind of thing. But, like, that is a part of the job for which nobody even contemplates compensating you for, usually. Like, you know, it's not like we get an hourly rate. Like, so especially for work for hire books, I'm willing to do it, but it's also like, bro, like you didn't pay me enough to like spend that many hours doing all this. So, you know, it's that kind of thing. So it's one of those, I don't mind doing it, but it is a big time sink. And it is unfortunate that we are obligated to do it as much as we could, especially since nobody really knows what does or doesn't work. Like, you know, there's a famous, I think it's about marketing, which is actually different than PR, but it all goes into the same thing. It's like, or it might have been advertising, but it's like, oh, only 50% of advertising works. The problem is we don't know which 50%, which is like, it's the truth, right? Like you do all this stuff and you're like, well, I hope it had an impact, but like you can't usually predict a priori, like what's going to work and what's not. So you're, you know, kind of obligated to do it. You can't Pareto principle it the way you would like, or the way I would like. So,
Right.
sorry, that was a rambling answer, but hey, what do you want? We got 9 hours.
Yeah. Do you agree, Brian or Will? Is that kind of how you guys feel about it?
That's a good
Go ahead,
question. You want to go? Oh, okay. I guess as a colorist, I'm not really like when it comes to the big two. You're not really, unless if you're working on a, like Justin said, unless if you're working on a top tier title, you're not gonna really be included in promotional stuff or conventions for signings or anything like that. So something like this, I don't mind it because Zero Ghost is something I put a lot of more time and of myself into. So I believe in it. I believe in the project. So I'm definitely gonna go and promote it as much as possible.
Right.
And I'm actually flattered that I'm asked to do this stuff because it's typically something I'm not accustomed to. The last time something like this went down in this industry was like with CrossGen, and this, Mark Alessi was a guy that would take the teams out, get them out to the fans, whether it be San Diego, Orlando, New York. He put money into like high quality stock paper where, I'm sorry to say, but with the other two, it's like lower stock, but it's still, the same dollar amount as far as cover price. And I'm really appreciative of the fact that, Carl did put more into the paper stock because like I tend to be a little heavy handed with my coloring. And if it had been on that lower quality stock paper, it would have looked like mud,
Right.
Whereas with the ash can, I could see like right away. There was like this shine that I could see on the paper that indicated to me that it was a glossy stock of paper. So it soaked up all that color really nicely. So this is what the fans are going to be getting with this project. They're going to be getting like the best that we could possibly get, whether it's the work or the time that we put into it, the energy that we're putting into promoting it, or the paper stock, man. Like when was the last time you could say you got that from the other guys? Sorry to say. I know I work, I'm work for hire for them and stuff like that, but it is what it is,
Yeah. No, I think that that's a huge pain point. And listen, I'm sure that there's people in the building that have their reasons for picking what paper stock they want to pick and all of that. But I think we're just in that place where people, it's 2024, people want a little more quality sort of product. And so both in the creating and the actual materials, so I think that that's something that's super important.
Yeah. Especially in the age where I think we're leaning more toward the more tactile feel of books, traditional art, like with the whole AI thing. People want original art. They want to see it. They want to see it produced by another human. They want to have that tactile feel to it. So I think the same, goes for the comics that you buy as well. You want a nice quality, heavy stock comic, not something that's going to feel flimsy in your hand.
Yeah. What about you, Brian? How do you feel about having to do all this kind of on-camera work and being kind of the face? And let me set this up a little bit more. Like I think it's interesting, Justin, what you said, where nobody knows what works with marketing. I think that that's clearly true in comic books, which my little critique of just the entire comic industry is I think that marketing is a huge problem. Like I'm somebody who has a YouTube channel about comic books, talks about this all the time, and I couldn't even tell you when the next Iron Man issue comes out. I have no idea. I barely know who the writers and artists that are working on these things. Like I don't know what they look like. So I think that there's some issue with that, and that's why I'm more of the opinion that like, yeah, Brian, you got to get on camera. I'm going to make you do it. I want to know who you are and that sort of thing. But anyways, how do you sort of feel about, having to do these types of things?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's very much out of my comfort zone. I'm a very introverted person. I had this conversation with someone at San Diego where, it's just me, long hours at this table here, this lamp, and sometimes my dog walking around. And so when Carl and I were talking about doing promotion and things like that, it's a little uncomfortable for me. But after the first couple of times doing it, and especially the guys, it's so sort of comfortable doing it with the group. I think doing it with Justin, Will, Carl, and everyone is so supportive. But then again, my experience at San Diego was really helpful because you had all these people coming up and they looked genuinely interested in the book. They were flipping through the book during the signing. The reception was really, really positive, and just kind of nice to look people in the eye and see that they were enjoying what they were seeing. And so, yeah, I think that aspect of it, again, just like sort of hanging out with the guys on a YouTube stream and seeing the fan reaction, it's pretty important, and I'm warming up to this whole experience, pushing me out of my comfort zone. But yeah, I see how good it can be. Pretty exciting to see people like Mannix come on and explain some of this process, and just putting a face to all the work that we're seeing. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Which, speaking of Mannix, I know that you might be on a tight schedule, but if you have to jump and you got to go, by all means, anytime. Otherwise, you're of course more than welcome to hang out. But yeah, I think it's interesting. I think people want to get to know a little more, about the creators themselves and especially I think in this format where you have a sort of a crowdfund, they just want to know a little bit more. They're obviously interested in the story and the world that you're building, but they're also interested in the people sort of behind the work as well. I mean, that's really going to be the people that promote it. But Mannix, I see you.
Yes. Before I go, I really wanted to ask some questions to Justin, Will, and Brian, to the creators.
Please.
Yeah, chime in.
Because as a creator myself, I always ask these questions like to Justin. When you think of a story, do you already know what the ending will be, or
Yeah, usually.
Go with the flow? I'm really curious.
No. So normally I'll have an idea, and then I kind of almost immediately, if it's an idea that's like fleshed out, I know what the ending's going to be, and then I kind of work back from towards the middle. But I'm not a person who just kind of like. There are people who just sit down and just sort of let it flow. I am not one of those people. I'm an extremely meticulous outliner, and I will also do a lot of like theoretically unnecessary behind the scenes world building. I say theoretically because there's a writer part of me that thinks I don't need to do it, but then there's a part of me that's like, I've actually made a lot of money over the years because I do that, because like that particular like ability to think things out to a certain distance has proved to be pretty lucrative because a lot of people don't do it. So I think it's good. I think it's I think that the trick there is always to make sure that you remember that world building is not storytelling, which is where a lot of people get tripped up. But like, yeah, there's probably like a 15-page document about how like all the families and their magic and all that stuff works in Zero Ghost, for instance. So yeah, so I am I usually know the beginning and the end and work towards the middle, and I'm an outline guy. I'm a plotter, not a pantser.
Thank you for that. I was just really curious, because sometimes when I think of stories, I just have this single image, like in the middle of the story, and I want to to think. Well,
yeah, no, I tend not to be that. Tend not to be that kind of guy. So sometimes the early parts of it, I'll have stories that the earliest parts of them are just like I have a character, or like I'll have a cool like action sequence that I want to do and like sort of like build around it, or like that. So like one thing I'm working on right now is and part of what I'm going to say is going to show my age. So I would not describe this way in a professional context. But like the gist of it is basically, what if John Wick was played by Woody Allen as a Woody Allen character? So like literally the only thing he's good at is shooting people. And I mean literally, like he can't fight. He can't drive a car with cool things. Like he's just good at pointing a gun at people and making them dead. And so like I have built out a story just from a visual of like this neurotic, nervous wreck of a guy who, if you get a gun in his hand, he's great. He's a perfect killing machine. But in every other circumstance, he's just a mess. And so I started with that, and I had that kind of image in my head, and I built a story around it. But even then, it tends to go from I know how it was going to end, and then work kind of backwards to get where I should have everything else. So unsurprisingly, I find middles difficult. Third issues of comics out of like 6 are always awful. Like hardest time. So
yeah, the act two thing is just so difficult.
Yeah, Act 2 is always a monster. It is like in everything that I've done, not just comics. When I do television stuff too, it's the same way. It's like that middle stretch. God damn it.
Act one's easy. Act 1 is the most clear part in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But
And I generally find climaxes to be fairly easy. Like especially the kind of stuff I write, because like on a fundamental level, I'm kind of a pulp guy. So like it's usually there's a lot of like big bombast and like big emotions and stuff. So it's like that's easy. But it's like it's once you get those dominoes going to like keep putting the next domino in place till you get to the big finale, like that middle stretch. Yeah. Act 2 problems, man. Sorry, deep in the weeds. That's
No, thank you for that. And I also wanted to ask Brian and Will, because as an artist and as a colorist also, I really loved this page. You know, when they show the sacrifice. This is when it starts to go, oh, what the hell? Oh my gosh! And then it all starts to, it really explodes. I really love it. The writing, the artwork, the coloring. So, yeah, and when Will told you about the paper stuff, the colors really popping out here, and the artwork, the blacks and the reds. It's really going. I really love this sequence. So, what was your process? Did you have to do a lot of thumbnails? Did you have to show it to Justin and Will? Do you have to show Brian that I'm thinking about these colors? You know, because it's you have to think of a lot.
I think.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You go ahead. You go ahead.
No.
You go ahead.
All I was going to say from my end was that usually with each page I'll usually send it in to everyone in order to get their feedback on it, and just hope for the best, really. So that's usually what comes from me. But typically, like, if you got to deal with maybe an established character, you just have to remain consistent with the look of it. But otherwise, unless if Brian had a very specific request or had a very specific idea in mind, and usually I'll ask him about a scene before I approach it. So he'll let me know what his thoughts and his input is, and he's great at providing reference, which I love. I love that so much. So, and I'm so appreciative of that. So I'll take it from there, and I'll go with whatever type of palette, and then I'll submit it, and then see what the feedback is.
So a lot of it was in the script, and Justin actually sent us a video of these female acrobats sort of suspended and tied to this rope apparatus, and they were sort of moving around in a very odd way. It was super creepy. And that was our inspiration for the scene you just showed, Mannix. And I think it's called The Call. And it's a bunch of women tied up for this ceremony. So it's kind of start off there, and then we had this vibe of sort of like like hell opening up in a way. And I think we had talks about this. We were trying to figure out how to show it. And the thing we wanted to stay away from was the Marvel movies, the whole Doctor Strange thing where it's embers, yellow, orange embers everywhere. We want to stay away from that. So I think we kind of came up with almost like our world starting to burn up a little bit. The edges of our world starting to burn up, and that's what Kira's looking up at, is the flames at the bottom, as our world and Shrike's world is sort of blending in. And yeah, that's sort of how we started with that. And there's a French comic book artist named Matthew Lefray. I think I sent Will some of his stuff. He's great at visualizing things. He has done movie stuff. He has worked on his own comic called Long John Silver. And so some of that scene is actually inspired by his work. He has sort of supernatural things going on in the pirate comic that he was working on. And so I was looking at some of those things, looking at his paintings to kind of see the environments he was building. And so, yeah, I figure I'm like all artists. We kind of look around, see inspiration here and there, and it just kind of takes off from there.
Nice. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, Max. Thank you.
That's great. Everyone, we're about, as Southern Comic Geek shared, with 21 backers, already halfway to the goal. So congrats, everyone. We're going to keep this going.
Great.
So Mannix, thanks for your time, man. We really appreciate you making time. I know you have a kind of intense travel schedule, so for you to make time to do this, we truly appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts.
Yeah, thank you again so much for having me and for having me make a variant cover. And congratulations to everyone.
Thank you, Mannix.
Thank you, Mannix.
See you again soon.
Appreciate it. So,
See you in New York.
with that said, we will bring our next guest on and also showcase a little bit on what's happening here. We are now at 6196, 22 backers, about 20 minutes in. And so thank you, everybody who took the time to back. Obviously, day one will also allow us to unlock a few things. And so if we hit our additional goals, if you scroll down, you'll see kind of the other unlocks with 15K at digital wallpaper, 30K at invite-only stream, something like this, a little bit more intimate. And then a 50K goes metal, which we could show here as well. But with that, before that, why don't we bring on our boy, Micah. Justin, you want to do the intro?
Hey, it's Micah Myers. Hey, everybody. This is Micah Myers, letterer extraordinaire, several times nominated for Ringo Awards. He is also the letterer who's worked with me on Urban Animal for 85,000 episodes. It was one of those. I joke, but I realized relatively recently that like Micah and John Amore and I will have done more than 100 issues worth of Urban Animal by the time we're finished, which is a long run for a singular creative team. So,
yeah, I was like a friend of mine asked me like, what's the longest series I've worked on? I was like, I think like 6 issues, but like technically, Urban Animal is like, I mean, there's 160 episodes so far, or 150. And I mean, I don't know what that translates into comics, but it's pretty long.
Yeah, well, the first compilation of that, which is 27 of those episodes, is 300 pages of comics. So it's a lot. Like it'll be about 2,000 pages of comic books. So Micah and I have worked together a lot.
A long time. So Micah, what's up, man? How's it been?
Not bad. Staying busy, lettering everything that I can. Going to some shows occasionally.
So can we talk a little bit about you and what you've done? Obviously, you know, we have an audience here today that's been amazing so far, and would love to hear from you. It's, you know, you've I kind of pick a little bit more eclectic titles But when I saw your booth at Heroes Con, I was like, holy crap, you worked on so many different books. So
Oh, yeah.
would you mind sharing a little bit about your journey and what that's been like, and how many books you juggle, etc.?
Yeah, I got into lettering around 11 years ago, or 11 years ago is when I kind of started actually working. A little bit before that, I was like practicing and playing around with it. It was just a thing that I got a desire to do graphic design. After I got out of high school, I had like 10 different careers, trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. But I had kids, so I had to figure out something. So um, I was working in a group home and going to school for graphic design, reading comics, and kind of wanted to work in comics because it seemed like it was fun. So I started looking into different jobs, and lettering and graphic design are kind of very similar kind of disciplines or art styles. Discipline's probably the right word. So I started looking into it. I asked some letterers about how to get into it, and there at the time there was a book from DC that was mostly about coloring and about 10% about lettering, and there was a comic craft book that was like 20 pages about lettering. And there's just a bunch of blogs, a bunch of YouTube videos I just watched and just taught myself how to do it, and just started practicing and playing around with it. And then I got a job. Then I got another job, and group home laid me off, and I had to figure out a career. So I took a stab at making this a career, and it worked. I got super lucky. I guess talent involves somewhat into it, but also a lot of it's luck. The job came, and the job came, and I got better at it. And now I've been nominated for awards, so I guess I'm pretty good at it. I don't know, but um, I've worked on books for Image and Dark Horse. I did a webtoon for DC Comics about Vixen, that is now coming out in like little graphic novel size little books, little digest graphic novel size books. So technically, I've worked for have a DC public book. But yeah, I worked on the Eisner winning anthology Puerto Rico Strong. So I'm not an Eisner winner, but I worked on something that won an Eisner, so that's pretty cool. Like I said, I've been nominated for 3 times for the Ringos. Maybe this year I'll win. I don't know. Probably not, but we'll see. But yeah, that's just
Zero Ghosts.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what we need to get you for.
Yeah, next year. Next year could be Zero Ghosts. Yeah.
So speaking of Zero Ghosts, what was the experience like? So we'll go over the book. I want to kind of share some of your works. Obviously, all of us are fans of what you did here. So why don't we just jump in and talk through it?
All right.
So this is the Ashcan edition, folks. For those of you who went to Heroes Con, San Diego Comic Con, you may have been able to get your hands on this. We got Micah here. So yeah, let's talk about the lettering, guys. Approach. Justin, was there any special code that you had with Micah ahead of this process?
I don't think so. I think we talked a bit about some of the kind of magic stuff and that sort of thing. My general creative process, which sounds and arguably is incredibly lazy, is to pick the right people and let them do their thing. So if I have chosen correctly on the creative team, I don't give tremendous amount of input after the start. And Micah killed him on this book. Everything looks great. So I knew he could. We have worked together, as I said, we've worked together a lot. So I knew he was the right guy for the job.
I've always been curious this process. Are you going by font titles? Are you creating a new kind of name for each font you're creating, or how does this process work?
No, I don't create the fonts. there's the main two companies that make fonts for comics are Blambot and Comic Craft. They are both letter. The people that behind them are both letters themselves. They've created tons of fonts. That's what most creators do, is use the fonts from those two people. There's a couple of people that make their own fonts, but that's just not something that I'm able to do. I don't have that skill. Some sound effects I draw by hand, but for the most part, sound effects are also like fonts that are created by other people, and yeah, I just use them.
Wow.
And picking the fonts, it's, you look at the style of art, the kind of tone of the story, and you make a choice on the fonts, the kind of balloon styles. There's obviously just black and black borders, white balloons, but there's with the big bad here. Obviously, I did a different kind of style with adding like a border around his balloon to kind of give it effect that he has a some kind of a different voice. I mean, you can kind of everybody hears when someone adds like a color to, like, Deadpool has yellow balloons, but like what does that actually sound like? Yeah, I guess it's up to the reader, but it just denotes that there's something different about his voice. I mean, the rough edges and the kind of red outline kind of just denotes whatever it denotes to the reader. I mean, it's up to them. Everybody hears the voice in their head is different, but it's just something evil about it. It kind of gives that effect, that to let the reader know that this guy has got a scarier voice, a deep voice, evil, something going on with this guy's voice that's different than what everyone else is saying. And Trike has the black and the black. Once again, just like what does that sound like? It's up to the reader, but it been picking a different color, different style. It just gives off that effect that the reader should know that something else is happening here. So yeah.
Yeah, it's so powerful how these subtle things are making such an impact to us, and we're not even fully aware until you ask the man himself. It's incredible.
Yeah, it really helps for the theater of the mind aspect. When you're kind of just taking it all in, and you're definitely pushing the reader down a path, but at the same time, it's sort of letting their own imagination take it to where they want it to go.
Yeah. I mean, like, if you ask, people read this book and you're like, hey, what does this guy sound like to you? And everybody's going to have probably a different idea. But yeah, just like you said, a theater of the mind. It's just everybody kind of, it gives you the idea that something's different, but the reader is kind of deciding what that actually is. So yeah.
And I'd also like to bring up Justin's comment about the laziness of hiring good people. I feel like that's like the greatest skill ever, is like finding talented people and just riding their coattails. That's all I
my entire career is attaching myself more like to people much more talented than I am. So
yeah, it's the best way. It's the best way to do it.
Yeah, lettering is fascinating. It is. If you wanted to use a movie or television analogy, it is kind of a combination of sound design, soundtrack, and like score all combined together. In the sense that it's one of those things that unless you're into it, most people won't consciously notice it. But when it's bad, it really ruins the experience. It is actually kind of shocking how many comics, not professional comics normally, they have that down, but I'll get comics at cons and stuff that I'm like, the art's lovely, but like, bro, you gotta get somebody to that can letter to letter this, because you are just destroying the professionalism and just experience of your book. And I think that goes underappreciated, except for the people that are kind of into lettering, which there is a fair chunk of people in comics who are into lettering. But I think a lot of people tend to approach it as an afterthought rather than being an integral part of the craft, which is wrong. That is probably one of the most frequent kind of newbie mistakes that I see is they're like, I'll just letter it myself. It'll be fine. I'm like, it won't.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like probably people don't have like the vocabulary to like kind of say what they don't like about it, but you can feel it. You know, it's like if you don't like art, you could just be like, oh, this art sucks. But with letters, you can't quite put your finger on it for most people.
No, I think that's absolutely true. Mark Chiarello, who's a comic book artist, but was also like the art director at DC for many years. He's no longer with them. He's alive. That phrasing was bad. Mark's fine, but he's not with the company anymore.
Yeah.
He literally wrote the book on colors and letters. He has a book about it. And then he gave that to me back when I started working at DC, specifically because I had talked to him about the fact that in regards to both of those, I didn't have the vocabulary to explain what the hell I was talking about. And so he did me a real solid by doing that kind of thing. These days, you know, like I said, my approach is such that it doesn't come up super often, but it is good to be able to conceptualize why you do and don't like stuff. It's one of the reasons that I will still, on social media and stuff, I will periodically like break down some piece of fiction that I liked or didn't like and go into why. And part of that is because I think talking about why I do and do not like stuff and actually thinking about what those reactions are makes me better at doing the job. And it's the same way with anything else. I think if you want to make comics, it behooves you to get a good sense of the vocabulary and the ins and outs of something, even if you can't do it yourself, which I can't. I can't color or letter or draw, but like I understand enough about them to be able to make meaningful comments.
Can I ask you this? When you see your words get put on the page by Micah, do you ever find yourself in positions where, let's say you write a really long monologue and then like visually you see how much territory it's taking up on a page and you'll revise it? You'll say like, you know, I can do without say this one sentence here just for the digesting of the
I actually, in the specific case of Micah, don't know that I have ever actually done that to Micah. I have done that to letterers. I have written enough comics at this point that I've got a good sense of it before it gets to them. That is actually a thing a lot of writers do, though, is they'll wait for a lettered draft and then do extensive revisions, which I don't like doing for assorted reasons. For one, it's not fair to the letterer who doesn't usually get paid twice to do the job twice, which is just not fair for stuff that, to my mind, should have been handled ahead of time. Like, it is part of my job to be able to look at the art and visualize how that stuff is going to look. You know what I mean? Like, and if I can't do that, I'm not doing my job. So sometimes it does happen. Like, nobody's perfect at it, but like for the most part, like I'm pretty cognizant of even at the writing stage. It's funny. I was doing a lettering pass of a script, so this is not yet something that has been lettered. To be clear, it's not me looking at art letters on it. It's actually just the script. And I was like looking at somebody's, I'm like, this is too fucking much talk. Like, this panel has too many words in it. Like that often happens in the first draft. But yeah, I try not to do that in the letter.
And what about you, Brian? Do you ever find yourself revising your mock-ups, knowing like, oh wait, this is like a villain monologue here. I need to like, you know, have a panel that sort of lets that happen.
Yeah. I'm sure I miss it sometimes. But yeah, for the most part, when you're going over the thumbnails and the script, you're trying to leave space for things. You're trying to make it so that it's not overcrowded for the reader. Give enough space for everything. But actually, when Carl was flipping through this book, I saw some of my screw-ups that Micah had to save me from. Sort of like, you know, we read comics left to right, so the characters sort of walk left to right. So the one who speaks first needs to be on the left. but sometimes I screw up and I put that character on the right, even though he is speaking first, so you kind of like disrupt the word balloon flow. But I saw, I don't remember which page it was, but I saw how Micah kind of saved me and was able to stretch out the word balloon and, you know, kind of give the page of the flow it deserved. But yeah, for the most part, I do try and make it correct so that the reading experience is correct.
Yeah,
That left
Michael
to
will
right
just draw a
thing-
long tail
Yeah.
to be like, oh, here, and then the balloon will go over here. Yeah.
That left to right thing is actually pretty subtle, and like it interacts in weird ways. Like, so by what I mean is, you'd be like writing a thing, right? And and I try to think about that left to right aspect of it so that the character that has the first balloon, like I'm visualizing them being on the left, right, and the second balloon is right, and goes back and forth. But that also factors into like where the sequence of like the conversation ends in that panel, because like then if you have a reply from like the right hand person on the next panel, it can sometimes get weird. And like the other thing is like sometimes it like inclines the artist to like flip it around, so you're kind of violating the 180 rule, which sometimes is fine but like sometimes isn't. So like it's one of those things, like on one hand you do want to keep it in mind, like as a writer. On the other hand, you can easily drive yourself fucking insane trying to think about it. Like, thankfully, it's one of those things where like you get used to it and like you sort of instinctively do it. But like every now and again, I catch myself. It's funny when Brian was talking about the scripts. Like, it doesn't matter how many like things you make, like you still fuck it up sometimes. You like get to something and you get to it and you're like, why, Justin? Like, why would you do that? I don't know.
Is there a saying in comic? There's a common saying in film where it'll just be like, "Oh, we'll just fix it in post," which is just like kicking the can down the road to the editors and stuff to fix whatever you're filming. Is there like letters will fix it?
The colorists and the letterers. It's like, yeah, you're coloring your lettering. It's why their jobs suck.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the one to say it. Thank you, Justin.
Carl, you're muted.
Colorist
tough,
slash
right?
production.
Yeah, it's that. Like, it's oh man, it's frustrating if you care about like the process and the people you're working with. Like, care is accurate, but also maybe not what I mean. It's like sometimes you just don't think about those other people, or at least that's my experience. Like, if you're busy as a writer or an artist, like you're like, I did my job, like, and then you're compartmentalizing what you're doing. But for me, because my brain is wired for overthinking, like I will get frustrated with like editors because like they're taking too long to get script notes back to me, because I know that keeps going down the chain. Like, so like if they delay me a day, it can delay the art by 2 days, which means it's going to fall on the colorist. And it's going to fall on the colorist and lettering to be like, we need this done in 12 hours to go to print. Like, and that happens all the time.
Yes.
And it gets frustrating when it feels like the people further up than you in the chain are not cognizant of like what they're doing, like kind of like fucking around with the schedule and that kind of stuff. So, but like, it gets rough. I'll give you an anecdote. I was one time working on a book, and the book was a nightmare. It actually turned out pretty well. Like, it's fine to read. But in the second arc of it that we were doing, what they wanted the arc to be about literally changed every issue. But like, it was changing. We were, for reasons not related to me or the art team, we were just up against our print deadlines every issue. Like, so we couldn't edit what had happened in the previous issue. So I had to write this new direction and make it work while like the other things that we had already written was set, and it changed 5 times in 5 issues. And the net result of this is in one of the issues, there was a major secondary character that the colorist had to remove digitally from the entire issue, and then we had to spackle around it with the letterer and the script. Like, it was insane. It actually is fine. Like nobody has noticed that these issues are wonky. Like because like we managed to pull it off. My God, it was a nightmare. And like that is not things you should do to your colorist and letterer. Shouldn't do it to your writer either. But at least we get paid more. Like come on.
Yeah, and I think that's no matter what creative field you're in, I think getting the sort of moniker of being a professional in that is being able to make either those saves and still make it work, or having the ability to make the first right, correct choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that almost is the skill.
The downside, I will say, and this is my thing, is like the downside is if you get a reputation as a guy who can save things like that, then that's what you end up doing, which is not a fun way to run a career.
You get pigeonholed into that position.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Real quick, guys, I want to do a quick visit. We're at 74.45, so 74% of our goal. Woo! Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank everyone who has backed so far. Definitely. Oh wow, we just bumped up some more at 7483. So thank you all the viewers. Oh, 7561. What's happening? So
let's go.
Waking up.
Yeah, keep it going. But thank you, everybody. We totally appreciate it. We're moving towards our goal of 10,000, and it'd be great if we could hit it today. So especially during this cast, and we could truly celebrate. But if you want to help also, feel free to pass the link out to your friends, any chat groups that are interested in comics. As I've kind of been disappearing through the course of this conversation, I've been doing some of that as well. So any signal boost will be greatly appreciated. And, back to regular programming. So Mickey, where should we take this? I mean, there's so much to talk about, so much to cover.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we were in we were a little bit in the weeds, which, I find very interesting, especially the behind the scenes of solving creative problems. But I don't know. I think
right. We were talking about deadlines and stuff problem solving toward the end. Yeah. Like it's Justin was saying that if you can pigeonhole yourself into a certain kind of position or get labeled as a certain type of colorist or worker in the industry, like if you're the kind of colorist that the first couple of projects you manage to turn them around fast, then that's the expectation with every project. Right. Like, oh, why is it that you slow down on this and stuff? Because sometimes life happens in between projects and deadlines and stuff. And excuse me. And it's it's so true. Like there are going to be problems and complications that come up. And then the mark of the pro is going to be tackling that and then still meeting that deadline, still meeting that need for, the publishing date or the print date or whatever the case might be. So that was the only thing I was going to add to what Justin was saying earlier.
Yeah.
Well,
I had a massive heart attack while writing Harrower and still didn't miss my deadlines. So literally everybody else in the industry can suck it.
We are happy you're here with us, Justin. Thank God for that.
There you go. Mark of a pro. Heart attack.
0 out of 10. Do not deliver. So avoid having heart attacks.
Oh, there you go. I gotta make up plans on how to have my tablet and whatever with me at the hospital when I end up in the hospital and still meet a deadline and stuff like that. It's always deadlines are always on your mind. Yeah. That's one thing for sure. Deadlines are always on your mind, and that's the one thing I was grateful for with Zero Ghosts. That there wasn't that pendulum of the deadline hanging over me. Right. And it allowed me, a lot more time to put in the detail that I usually love putting into the books. And I think, unfortunately for me, that's kind of like one of my downfalls in the industry is that I'm very detail oriented when it comes to the stuff that I'm coloring. And that is a time killer. It's a time killer, especially when you're dealing with monthly deadlines. So I think that's going to be the one difference you're going to see with Zero Ghosts is, months put into like an issue. Like there's a double page spread in issue 1 that took me, I think, 4 days to color. It's the double page spread where the car is like splashing into the harbor and stuff. And that's most times that's something I would have to like tear through really quickly because I'd have to compartmentalize it to within a certain time frame in order to meet my deadline and stuff. And so I wouldn't have the luxury of adding, reflection of the taillights into the water and, blurring effects, the lights in the harbor in the background and stuff like that. These are all like little, very minor details, but, it's still a time consumer.
Yeah, like the fact that there's so many different tones in that first kind of big panel, like that's not easy. That's like so much detail.
Yeah,
even
lighting effects and stuff.
I'm not a colorist, but like you can tell, it's like if you had to turn that around in a day, you would just kind of give it a wash, across the whole thing.
Right, and I think that's what you're gonna see. Like, there's a certain style that you'll see in most of the books because it's gradient and it's not going to be a lot because I understand they have to meet the demands of time. They have to meet the demands of the deadline. So they still end up looking phenomenal, but as far as like a monthly book goes, but I think with Zero Ghosts we upped it a level. This, what Zero Ghost kind of reminds me of is like, and I might be dating myself, but do you guys remember like Marvel fanfare books?
Yeah.
Where it was like these books that weren't part of like the regular periodicals and stuff. It was just like, showcase books. And I think that's what I would categorize this as, like a sort of showcase book.
Yeah.
Right.
And Will, I think
that sequence in the book, like visually. Like I just love that spread. Like I just every time. Like there's lots of cool spreads. Like I'm not 100% sure why I love this one as much as I do, but man, like Brian and Will just really nailed it on that one. I was like, yeah.
It's kind of an emotional moment too, because she's like, her trainer, like, who seems like they have a really big, big sister, little sister relationship, and she essentially loses her. Like she sends her off.
Yeah. Kira's on her own at this point. Yeah.
Then she gets picked up by this dude from Game of Thrones. the guy beyond the walls.
Oh yeah.
Got recruited. All right. I mean, would love to talk a little bit about, Micah, thanks for giving us your insights as far as the lettering goes. But the other thing I want to talk about was about the art, Brian, that we're offering in the Kickstarter campaign. Obviously, this is very limited. I think we're only offering about 20 of them. And so of Star Wars specifically, and it's from issues that are, very significant to you, from issue 1, the first one you've worked on, the last issue you've worked on. And we'd love to maybe just share some of this as preview to comic art fans and have you kind of share a little bit of memory about these pages.
Yeah, this is Knights of the Old Republic 50, I believe. And this was the final issue of the series. I think it was always planned to be like that. Start with 1 and close with 50. I didn't draw the entire series obviously, just because of time restraints, but also because I had jumped onto other projects at the time. But I did come back for the last, I think it was 5 issues of the series just to close it out. And this is, again, this was a lot of the stuff we were doing with no inks, so pencil straight to color. So the process was I would draw on copy paper, 11 by 17 copy paper. I would draw the page. I would use pens and Sharpies to finalize all the details, and then I would put a fresh 11 by 17 crystal over it and light box it. So in essence, you're thinking that you're drawing something sort of 3 times, from the thumbnail to the pencil and Sharpie version, and then finally the clean pencil version. So we're doing a little bit of pencil gradation here and there. For the most part, it's just to add a little depth to it, so you can see some of it there that I would go a little bit darker here and there. But yeah, these are the last pages of my final issue.
And what's happening on this page here? Because I wasn't familiar with the story, but for fans of Star Wars, I know Sarah is a big fan of Star Wars. What's happening in this page?
So our main character in this book was a Jedi, a Padawan named Zane Carrick. And the interesting thing about Zane is that he is not the best Jedi student ever. He's sort of like a C/D level student. And he gets accused of murder in the very first issue. And so he spends the next 49 issues on the run. And this is where he is teaming up with one of the Mandalorian characters to go and save one of his friends.
He's literally flying. Did the Mandalorian guy just threw him? Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what happened here. And Zane comes to the roof and comes to the rescue of one of his friends, whose name is Jor-El, who we always thought it sounded a lot like Jor-El.
Jor-El.
But yeah, here he is fighting sort of her twin in a way. God, I can't remember actually her backstory, but he's fighting her here. Lightsaber battle, classic lightsaber battle.
So when you're working on these pencils, do you remember what life was like? Was kind of Star Wars? Were you always a fan? Were you kind of having to watch all the movies again to get the vibes of things? How fast were you working? Was this like a page a day, 2 pages a day kind of thing?
So I thought I was a Star Wars fan until you get immersed in the Star Wars comic world and start asking you all these questions, and it's like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what history you're representing. It was getting thrown into that world was an education. It's interesting. So you kind of watch the movies a lot to get the vibe of it, even though what we did was very much not of the movies. I think Knights of the Old Republic started as a comic book from Dark Horse, and then I don't know how many years later it was done as a video game, and then the video game was huge. And so in the year that I came on to do Knights of the Old Republic, which was, I don't know, 2002 or something like that, I can't remember, Dark Horse was sort of relaunching their whole line of Star Wars books, and I was on this one, and so I had the opportunity to design everyone. Oops.
So all these characters are yours as well.
Well, you play in the Lucasfilm sandbox, so they own everything. But I got to design a lot of the characters, which was a pretty great experience, actually. You get a lot of access to a lot of the Lucasfilm archives, video game designs, movie designs. They share it all with you, and so you could kind of like pick and choose things from that and kind of develop your own ideas, and it was pretty great.
All right, now that you guys heard it from Brian's own mouth on this, any questions from the panel?
Yeah, was this a story that incorporated Revan, right?
Yeah, he was in there at some point. Yeah, I was getting a lot of emails about Revan.
yeah. Knights of the Old Republic, like you said, is one of the biggest games. He's so huge. I mean, I think to this day, it's still, one of the most celebrated stories. And I think a lot of the Star Wars fans are like, well, why don't we just adapt this? these comics, these video games, because Revan was a extremely popular character.
Yeah.
All right. So, we'll come back to the art later. But in the meantime, going along our agenda for the day, our next special guest is going to join us now in our waiting room. Let's everyone welcome B. Earl.
Hello.
Writer, creator. What's up, man?
What's up, Carl? Thanks for having me on the show. I'm
Yeah,
very
Mr. B.
excited.
Earl.
What's
You
up? You
got
can call me Ben. I know it's
Yeah,
like
Ben. I don't know.
I was
You want
at
me
a
to call
meeting
you?
yesterday, they're like, what do we call you? I'm like, no, just call me Ben. That's cool. But B Earl's a good name on a cover and stuff like that. So
All right. So Ben, while we have you, why don't you do a quick intro of yourself, and then, obviously you had a chance to read Zero Ghosts ahead of this,
yeah.
and then we'll dive a little bit into kind of what you've been up to as well. So, yeah, obviously I put two covers here that many are probably familiar with, but have would love for you to share your journey with us so far.
Yeah, it's funny. So I kind of have been in comics strangely through film back in 2000 and gosh, it was like 2002. We had done a documentary on comic books, really before it had popped off. And, we're interviewing Frank Miller in a basement in Hell's Kitchen. It was an interesting adventure at the young age of 22. And comics have always been a big part of my life. And I went to Comic-Con that year with the film where we screened it at Comic-Con and made a lot of really great relationships. And that's where I met Jim Kruger from back in the day on Earth X. He had done, and I think he was doing Justice at the time. And sort of comics always were like a part of my journey, even though I wasn't really focusing on writing them or really being involved until much later. And then I met Will I Am through a good friend of mine, and Will wanted to do a book that was, based off of a script that he had written with this other screenwriter. And I was like, all right, that sounds cool. Sounds like a fun adventure. And actually I brought Jim Kruger in sort of as my Sherpa to like kind of guide me on, okay, how do I do this writing comic thing? I've been reading them. I've been developing them for film and television. At the time we had done the animation for a Zenoscope title with Titmouse Animation Studios. So, I was coming at it as a storyteller, and also my background being a film editor and a writer. I mean, I went to school for writing. So I was like, all right, I love comics. And that's a really interesting journey because, well, it was about Twitter, and as doing like VR, we were doing this whole sort of experience, and then I didn't hear anything. I was like, all right, I guess it's sitting on Will's his coffee table, and I get a FaceTime from Will, and he goes, "Yo, hey, we got a publisher." And I'm like, "Oh man, who is it?" He's like, "It's Marvel." I was like, "Dude, what?" So that was what really began my journey, working with Marvel. Sort of on that one, that was sort of external, and then Taboo and I got in over at Marvel doing on the Marvel 1000. We did a one-page with Red Wolf, and then from there did a bunch of other series. Werewolf by Night, created a new Werewolf by Night. Did some Kashala stories. Worked with Dr. Doom, which was a lot of fun on one of the Kashala Infinity stories. As you can see, got to create the brand new Dream Spider. Brought Peter Parker to Los Angeles, I think for probably the very first time. He had an entire adventure in Pasadena, Santa Monica, downtown LA.
Nice.
So that was a lot of fun, and brought a Native American Spider-Woman to the Spider-Verse, which was a lot of fun too. And she's really very connected to my own personal and spiritual journey, with dreams and mysticism and esoteric studies. And then Daredevil and Echo, we most recently did, and that was back to New York, where I'm originally from, New Jersey. So that's been my journey as a comic right now. Just launched a company, doing more on the post side. So there you go. Boom. Sort of in a nutshell.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Ben. That was definitely quite a journey. In fact, I think how was it this year with the whole Echo coming to TV? Because it's a whole thing, right? I mean, obviously, when it comes to film, television, that's kind of your background, and coming into comics, and then now you're seeing what was happening in comics go back on television. What was that like? And would love to hear more of what that process was like.
Yeah, it was funny. So when we were working on the Deadly Neighborhood Spider-Man series, CB hit us up, and Devin, who was our editor on that, was like, "Hey, we want you guys to do a Daredevil book with Echo." I was like, "Oh, cool." And they were like, "Yeah, the new series is coming out. We want it to be sort of, connected, in that on the release side, but you pretty much can do whatever you want story-wise, and really, we just want a new monster, a new villain, some sort of new creature." So that was, how I came up with that character, the blind one. But I mean, it was cool. I mean, we had a lot of freedom, but at the same time, really wanted to make sure that we had a great Echo story, even though we had to have a lot of characters in it. I don't know if you've read the entire Daredevil and Echo series. It was 90 pages, which isn't a lot of space to tell a story with a lot of characters. So you kind of have to, maneuver around that. But it was cool seeing it come, the character come to life on the screen, and I think it was a great series. I think the actress, she's really great, she's wonderful, and I mean, look, hats off to David. I mean, Mac, who created Echo. I mean, and him and Kasa, I mean, such a great character and such a really amazing opportunity to be able to take that character and leave our sort of imprint on her, because Taboo being native and also Mesoamerican, but the native storytelling has been a lot of what we really leaned into and got to create some really cool characters in that series that connect directly to Echo and her relatives. A lot of the stuff we do, I like to really play into generational storytelling that deals with generational traumas and things like that as well. It's a lot about sort of allegorically healing generational trauma through these stories. So that was some interesting stuff, bringing in some characters for her. So yeah, it was really cool. I mean, and obviously, it's stories are stories, whether they're on the film or on a comic book. I mean, whatever connects to the audience. I think the characters are the key, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'll turn it to the panel as well. I mean, I'm sure everyone has a familiar with what you've worked on before, and so would love to see if anyone have any questions.
I'm just kind of curious what it was like working with Taboo from Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah, I mean, so Tab and I met actually in 2017 because I didn't know Tab. I had worked with Will on the Masters of the Sun project. So Tab and I met at Comic-Con in 2017. We were just doing panels together, and we just started talking, and both of us being fathers, we were like, man, we really want to tell stories for our kids, and we really want to do stuff that connects to who we are as not only as parents, but also connect to our culture and to our our roots and things like that. And Tab being very connected to his Native American roots and really being very, very out kind of out there speaking on it in different formats. That was really what we were focusing on. So we started that journey kind of also on the film side and cartoons. We have a couple TV series, that one's still in development. So we just looked at it as, how can we find places to tell stories that really resonate with us and that we really want to leave behind for our kids kind of vibe, as well as other kids. And that's why with our stories at Marvel, they were a little dark, but not, kids could I could give it to my son, he could give it to his son. So yeah, I mean, our creative process always was a lot of just riffing, having fun. If it was cool with us, then we were like, all right, hopefully the audience digs it too. If we're having a laugh and and saying, man, this is cool. Because both of us are big horror fans too, like all the 90s horror, especially, and the 80s horror, the Wes Craven stuff. I mean, so that was a big part of what we both related to, and having those opportunities to do that in the Marvel universe makes Spider-Man sort of bad. That was cool. So we were hyped on that kind of stuff.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it was fun. A lot of fun stuff. Well, I'm really excited. I mean, so I read the Zero Ghost, and I'm really glad to be here and excited to be here. I mean, Carl, what you've been doing with 24/7 has been awesome, and just really excited for your journey there. I mean, and the books. I know you and I have talked about some things, and I think this is such a cool series. I mean, I've been trying to.
Uh-oh, is it just me, or are we losing Ben a bit?
I got a little underwater robot mode.
All right, Ben, we're losing you a bit. I don't know if the connection's bad, but yeah, we'd love to talk about Zero Ghost and your reaction to it. Uh-oh.
No?
Let's
What's
see.
going on? It's 11 here.
All right, you're better. You're better.
I'm here.
You're better now.
Okay. All right. Hello. I'm back. Yes, Zero Ghost. I really had a lot of fun reading it. I'd love to know more about. I mean, like I was saying, I don't know if this zoned out when I was talking. I'd love to know more about like sort of the creative process here with what your guys, sort of inspirations were for this book and really what got you hyped on it in the creative process.
Yeah, I was pulling from. I always really liked 80s and 90s Hong Kong action movies, and kind of the whole heroic bloodshed genre. And then, more recently, I was really into John Wick, and of course, I like horror stuff, and I'm old enough to have experienced the 90s comic boom with that kind of stuff. So I sort of wanted to put all of that stuff in a pot and stew it together and see if we could get something that was cool. There's this, so it's going to seem like a weird segue, but I promise it relates. So Stranger Things. One of the things that Stranger Things did well, certainly in the first season, is it is not really a straight pastiche in the sense of like, oh, hey, remember this from the 80s? Instead, what it is trying to do, and I think succeeds at, is makes you feel like those things make you felt, like you had felt when you first experienced them, right? Like it gets the vibe. And that is actually what we were trying to do with like Zero Ghost. It's like we're trying to go for like a specific like feel and vibe to it, like just updated into something that is more modern, and kind of brings our sensibilities into it. So, and I was really lucky that Brian and Will and Micah came on because they really kind of executed on the framework that we laid down.
I totally get that. I think sometimes the hardest thing is, capturing an essence and being able to bring that into the storytelling, as opposed to, sort of to your point, almost expositorily bringing in and being like, "Hey, remember this? Remember berries? Wasn't that from South Park? Remember berries?"
Yeah. Or it's the. I want to say
feel
it's
like
the scary
member
movie
berries.
approach. Scary movie's a little better than that, but like all those like all those like superhero movie or like action movie like comedies that were out where like the whole joke was like, remember this thing you liked? It's like, yeah, all
right. Wasn't that cool? Yeah.
The Ready Player One approach. So
would you say the Ready Player One approach?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm very judgy about the Ready Player One book. The movie's all right. The book is one of the few books that like actively made me angry and think less of my friends who liked it. I was like, really? This is a Wikipedia entry. Like, give me this crap.
That's so funny. I like that. It's a Wikipedia entry.
one of the few pieces
that's-
of fiction I will get sully about, like,
That's
which is
funny.
fair. Because I probably at some point, in my life, I'm going to accidentally meet Edward Klein, and he'll be a lovely human being, and then I'll feel bad about all the shit I talked
Right.
about his book. But
No, I think well that is to your point, is like that's the hardest thing, is how do you take what your nostalgia is, what the things that got you into comics. And I remember when we got the Werewolf by Night, it was
did
like,
we lose him or did we lose me?
oh,
Nope.
am I
me.
getting lost here? Am I here?
I don't know.
We hear you.
Still hear
You're
you.
back. You're good. You're good. I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Everything's blanked out here.
I figured I would do it on my phone because I get a better connection, and I've had better luck than my Wi-Fi here until our neighborhood's
no.
Wi-Fi can be a little spotty. So I was like, all right, I'll do it on the phone. Hopefully this will work. No, but I think it's how do you take the things that you love and bring it into your storytelling without making it feel like you just are recycling a bunch of old tropes. And I was saying that with Werewolf by Night, it was this whole idea of like, what if we take wrestling and 80s wrestling and connect it to monsters and throw it in with cyborgs, because I love cyborgs. And that was kind of what like Werewolf by Night. Whether it was a good series or not, I have that was really the first time I had written anything with Marvel, but it was in that way. But it was really fun because it was like, all right, let's just have these giant monsters beating the shit out of each other and give them cyborg arms. I was like, that's the shit that I loved back in the 90s. So if I only get one chance to do a Marvel book, I'm doing what I loved.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like I wrote this book for DC called Brimstone. Technically it's Curse of Brimstone because Brimstone was copyrighted or trademarked. But I had, by the time we got around to writing the annual, they kind of didn't care what I was doing anymore, which is sort of the ideal situation. And so I wrote an issue that had, or I wrote a story for the annual that had John Constantine and Swamp Thing in it. And I got John Constantine to hit on a man, a woman, and a demon on the same page. And I also got to have a character point at Swamp Thing and go, what's that giant-sized man thing? And that all made it to publication. I was like, all right, this is the best. Sometimes my job does not suck.
That's awesome. I'll have to go check that one out. That sounds pretty right up my alley.
That is one of that is my favorite thing, my favorite single issue that I've done for DC, and it was Mike Perkins on art, so it looks great. That's terrific.
That's awesome. So what's the release plan, Carl? With because obviously you shared the 3 issues, and I was left hanging. I was like, what's going on? Where are we going? So what's the deal when it all comes out? How many issues are you guys doing?
Yeah, dude, speaking of the issues, I mean, Justin wanted to talk about this, but we're done. We're done with all 6 issues. So the way we work is just to have it ready to go before we launch our Kickstarter. And speaking of Kickstarter, we're now at 87%, 87.4%. Thank you guys. Woo! Awesome. More. Really appreciate it. Please spread the word. Any tier helps, so we truly appreciate it. And even just sharing within one of your chats or one of the posts in your Facebook groups, or even if you feel passionate about it, tell a friend. But release plan wise, first 3 issues is included in this Kickstarter. And then obviously we have this, kind of day 1 special, and the support is really just to give some perks as to why this day 1 is the time to pledge, because you'll get some perks. But issues 4 through 6 will be inclusive of a second campaign, which will be our trade paperback. So we want to stagger our release. Obviously, I think for us, we say digital first, not meaning that we only publish digitally, but rather our channels are digital first. And the reasoning behind that is because we feel like comic book shops. Yeah, I went to the Comics Pro this year, which is kind of like the yearly trade conference. And I'm telling Mickey this too, where, man, I feel bad for a lot of the comic book shops, because often the complaint is, hey, we buy your independent comic books to support, but we don't get any marketing support. And it's same thing is said to the big publishers as well, Marvel and DC. And so, is that me or is there a little robot sound going on? Okay, maybe
I
that's
hear it, but I don't know
Yeah,
where
no,
it's
it's good.
coming.
It might be the vibration on the phone, Ben. But anyways, answering your question, yeah, I think what we want to do is build a community and build an audience before we actually go into the local comic book shops and be more intentional about how we're approaching it. Because I think it just we want to be value add. We don't want to continue adding to the burden, because one of the major things that changed starting, I think, after the 90s is comics are no longer returnable. So in a way, our comic book shop owners are our biggest fans. And thank you, by the way. Shout out to all the comic book shop owners that have reached out about Zero Goes, Evermind, all the different projects that 24/7 Comics is working on. We have you in mind. We just don't want to go out with anything prematurely until we're ready. So everything we're doing here with these streams, all the content that's going to come out after this throughout the next month, these Kickstarter campaigns is really about sharing our philosophies as a publisher, sharing our philosophy as a creative team, the type of stories we want to tell, we want to promote, and then the different partnerships that are fluid, right? Like we mentioned earlier, Swaggle and 24/7, we're gonna do something with his project, and there's no one way to do things, and so I think we're in a really interesting time where experiments are okay because things move so fast. And then you also no longer can plan more than 3 months at a time now, because distribution, adaptation, consumption behaviors continue evolving at like such rapid rates. So yeah, we want to do something different. At the same time, want to stay fluid as to what works. And right now, I think this worked for us, and we made little tweaks as to what this Kickstarter offers compared to what we did last time. So hopefully, this will engage an audience for the long haul, and that's really our purpose here. Hope that answers your question as far as the game plan goes.
No, absolutely. I switched over to headphones, so hopefully that's a little bit better.
Yes, it fixed it for sure. It worked.
Okay, good. I was like, oh wait, where are my headphones?
I only know because I've done that before myself. I put my phone on and had it on speaker, and the vibration was like showing up on this Twitter Spaces. So I was like, okay, I think it's the phone. But
Damn my phone.
Oh, look at them showing off that they have friends.
I think this sounds great. I mean, to your point, Carl, it's really so much about how do you engage an audience before even getting it out to the world, really, right? I mean, it's and that's the beautiful thing about the digital medium. I was talking to the Hollow. I don't know if you know the site that Apple the app just him and Will Spatrasio just launched an app called Hollow it's like a webtoon app. But it's very focused on the Filipino market, and then it'll be going much wider. They just launched it at Comic-Con. I was talking to their CEO the other day, and we were just talking a lot about, obviously these new marketing strategies, but also the big thing about digital, it makes it malleable, and you can sort of be fluid with your audience, which I think is really great, especially if you're doing things in the webtoon space. You can kind of be able to change things before you go to print, before it becomes fully locked. And if you want to add a panel or subtract a panel or, do things like that, I think there's definitely a lot of malleability. And I think, with readership, right? I mean, when we were kids, I mean, look, I grew up in the 90s. So 1991, Jim Lee's and Chris Claremont's X-Men #1 was the prized item that I got, and, kept going with it. But that was a different thing. I mean, now with comic book shops, I mean, living in LA, we've got a few, but where are the comic book shops in the general small towns? Where are the comic book shops in, I mean, it used to be you go to the spinner rack. Now your spinner rack is your phone, so it's like, how do you get to the audience where the audience is? Well, they're all on their phones, and if you can get people to read your stuff and be excited, then that's definitely half the battle. And I think doing things like this is great, because it's like when you get to know who the creators are and get to know their vibe and get to know their personality, it's awesome, because then you get to be like, wow, like, yeah, I dig that person. They're cool. They're into the same shit that I'm into.
Yeah. No, in fact, I think, often people say, oh, comics are dying. I don't think so. I think if anything, comics are bigger than ever, because there's so many more channels now. Not only are people finding about comics on TV, You get to go to Comic Cons. There's like Frankensons, which is basically a Comic Con every single week, 4 times a week. And then there's the giant ones that we go to, like New York Comic Con, San Diego Comic Con. And then there's stuff like this. Like this is a venue in itself. Us being able to stream on YouTube, talking to folks and collectors and creators like yourselves and this team here about comics. Swaggle your channel. I mean, when we were growing up, we didn't have any of that, right? So I think if anything, comics really is bigger than ever.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think stories are what people want. They want great characters. They want cool stuff, you know, and they want to feel like they're a part of a community that they can share with. I mean, when we had, so I mean, Carl, I don't think you ever came to one of our comic book Sundays. I mean, way back when it was like
talk about that.
Thing.
Talk about that. Yeah, talk about comic book Sundays because I missed it, and I think it'd be cool for everyone to hear about it.
So in 2008, I was obviously working the film side of things, but I was very much involved with the comic book world. And I was watching as all these executives were going, oh, we need to take this comic and turn it into this. And Meltdown Comics, if any of you remember that back in the day, I'm sure you do, people listening in, maybe Meltdown was like the space, and you would go there and the executives were pulling things off the shelf. And I just saw this need for a community. I was like, I need to get my comic book friends to hang out with my film friends. And I don't know what that means yet. And ultimately, I was with Jim Kruger on a hike, and I was talking to him about, you know, reading this comic and reading that comic. He's like, oh, you should come over and read this and that. And I said, dude, what if we all just got together at your place and read comic books? And that was really the inception of it. It started as like almost like a comic book club where we got together and hung out at Jim's apartment over in Studio City back in the day, no longer there. But it got bigger and bigger, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. So by year one, I had 120 people showing up on a lawn, hanging out, drinking beers, and talking about comics. And we had this big free table of comics. Everybody would bring their old comics from their long boxes that they had no longer wanted, you know, and just would throw it on this table. And we started getting boxes from DC. We got boxes from Archaea when they were Archaea before they moved into Boom. And then we got stuff from Boom. You know, we were getting stuff from all sorts of different publishers. Dark Horse was a big contributor to it, Chris Tung and those folks. And it was an amazing experience. And I then partnered it up with Titmouse Animation Studios. Chris P became a really good friend. And I was like, hey, can we throw this party? He's like, yeah. You know, Chris, he's like, yeah, bro, totally. Let's throw the party at Titmouse, you know. So next thing I know, I'm taking over Titmouse Animation Studios, barbecuing, 200 people showing up. It was like a mini con once a month. And I ran it until 2018. And then it just became sort of, for me, unsustainable. I was throwing it at a buddy's house up in the hills. It was awesome. There was a pool. There was a barbecue, great parties. But, you know, it kind of lost what it was in the beginning because so many people went off and became very successful in their careers. And, you know, when that happens, people's time gets sucked up and they're not able to make the monthly, you know, get-togethers. And it becomes for them more of a nostalgia thing. And you know, the new people coming up are coming and saying, how do I get a job? How do I get a job? Where can I get a job? I want to work in comic books. And you're going like, this isn't about that. This is about hanging out and, you know, meeting people organically and having, you know, fellowship in a community. And so I kind of just saw the end of it and I was like, all right, I got to put a pin in it. So I shuttered it. Jim's actually kicked it back up again. And he's still doing it, smaller ones over at his place. But so if you're interested, look up Jim Kruger and Comic Book Sunday and you might be able to find one of the newly rebooted ones. You know, I try to make it when I can, but my own life has become, you know, too
You're busy, man. You're busy, so
too busy. But it was cool. I mean, we did you know, in 2010, it was sort of like really the peak of Comic Book Sunday. We ended up having a panel at San Diego Comic-Con. I had merch. I was selling merch. I had everybody on the panel wearing their Comic Book Sunday shirts. You know, Marv Wolfman was on the panel. We had like Chris P., Jonan Vasquez, creator of Invader Zim. I mean, it was like this really weird, star-studded panel, and we packed the room. And I was just like Kevin Grievous, creator of Underworld. I mean, it was a moment, and I was really proud of it, you know, and to be able to take the energy of comic books and animation and video games and really bring it into one roof, one home, and be able to give people, you know, a space to have their tribe. You know, I'm proud of it. I was really proud of, you know, what I did for 10 years, and everything runs its course. So
It's awesome, man. And like, you know, it's rare to find men like yourself who care about the community and truly want to invest in it. And you did that through Comic Book Sunday. So, you know, let me know. Let's definitely go hang out one day at Comic Book Sunday. But thanks for making time, Ben. Really appreciate it. While you're here too, want to kind of celebrate actually, because now we're about 93% to our goal.
Ooh.
And you know, while we're here too, we have, you know, obviously every half hour someone coming in. Ben, feel free to stick around as well and hang out. I want to answer some questions from the chat. So, Comic Journey asks, are these same books going to be released in shops later, or will it be a different version? Everything we do, you know, as creators, as publisher, we are also fans of this hobby, and so we are only going to do this one print run for this Kickstarter. So the editions that's offered on this Kickstarter will be offered on Kickstarter, and then any surplus will be offered in our upcoming web store that will launch later this year. When we go to the comic book shops, we will have a new format, a new edition, and we have some ideas that we are going to run by the shops, and collaboratively, like we mentioned, we want to add value. We don't want to take away. I'll share one example. Many may or may not know this. Comic shops have to be very intentional in how they do their ordering. For example, they'll order, you know, a book, you know, 100 copies of like, you know, Batman #1, what, you know, volume 6, right? Whatever that is, and obviously that thing will sell 100 copies. But often, you know, they end up adjusting their orders to like, you know, 30 copies, 40 copies. But sometimes because of the incentive rarities, they order like another 100 copies, and then but the sales drop typically 80%. I mean, Justin, you taught me a lot of this stuff, so feel free to chime in. But holy shit, we just hit our goal.
Woo! Okay, make a new goal.
I don't know how to do fireworks, but like one of those horns. Dang, thank you guys.
Thanks,
Thank
Al.
you so much. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this will
Thanks,
be an
everyone.
edition. And so hopefully that answered your question. Anyways, that was a bit of a long form comic journey. Justin, anything to chime in on? We've had tons of conversations about, you know, how to engage
it's,
the retail
it's
side.
tough. It actually goes back into what we were talking about with marketing and that kind of stuff too. Is another part of the puzzle that goes into it is, so comics are typically bought non-returnably, and they are ordered out at a certain, so you've got your initial orders, which are like 3 months out, and then a month or so before print. Typically, you have final order cutoff where they can adjust their orders till then, is typically how it does it. And so when you're doing like marketing stuff, so like the first hurdle is that you need to be getting the word out to like shop owners, but you also need to get it out when it actually comes out. So the marketing cycle for a comic book realistically has at least 3 peaks in it. And like, in theory, you should do that for every issue, right? So like, if you're going to do a 6-issue series, you should be looking at like 18 pushes, which is just, it's almost impossible, right? Like, if you had a budget, sure, but like for, you know, regular ass humans, and that's like the thing, like that Mickey was saying about like that kind of stuff. It's like, it is tricky because it's like, yeah, if you want to reach out to like YouTubers who have channels and stuff, and honestly, like creators and publishers should do infinitely more of that. But part of the problem of doing that is like, well, when do you do that, right? Like, when is the time for that? Like, who are you trying to reach and when? And then once you buy the books, yeah, like, so because of that order cycle, and final order cutoff, which is relatively new in the current form of final order cutoff, basically, like, they're trying to figure out how much they're going to sell of a book 3 months ahead of time, right? And there is a standard attrition. So it's like, sell this much of number 1, you'll probably sell this much of 2, you probably sell much of this of 3. And to some extent, that's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy because like those orders are based on that logic. So if a book really hits, they can reorder and do that kind of stuff. So yeah, you end up with this complex thing where like a lot of books, including many of mine, will open to these huge numbers and then it just decays from there. And some books find a reasonable holding level and some don't. So like, for instance, when we did Reaver, the first printing of Reaver did 25,000 copies, which is pretty good. Like it's not generally going to put you in the top like 10, but it's top 50 in a usual month. And that number is more than enough for a comic book to succeed. But like second issue's like 15K, which I don't remember if that's what the actual number was, but it was probably something like that. So the reason that Reaver only has 11 issues is because they did the math of like when they would do that. It's the same way with when I was doing Spread. Spread had my creator-owned image books tend to have a different cycle than they do at other publishers, which I'm not going to get too in the weeds about. But like with Spread, we were pretty stable until about issue 12, and then it started to decay. We actually went from like 3 to 12 at basically the same sales numbers, and that is a freaking unicorn. Like that just doesn't happen for the most part. One of the things that was unique about Walking Dead was like the early issues of Walking Dead were selling okay, but we're talking like okay in that context was like 6,000 to 10,000 copies an issue, and then it just started to rise, which rarely happens. But to get back to Spread, like the reason Spread ended at 25 is that like I did the math and I was like 25 issues is the furthest we can go before we go into the red. And in fact, issue 25 was $10 in the red. So Justin nailed that one very well. Sometimes I'm good at things. Spread has made plenty of money in trades, right? Like, and that was the thing. That's the other part, right? Like the comic book math you got to think is like, what is the life cycle for this book? Which, again, is actually I oddly don't think comics has professionalized that to the extent that they should. Like I've talked with Carl about this, and I won't again not go into the full detail of it, but like you can map out like much longer like sales plan and tail for what you're going to do with the book, right? Like you can do like, I'm going to do a Kickstarter of like a special edition of like the first issue and then singles and digital trade, you know, hardcover, omnibus edition, like digital, you know, bonus digital things with this kind of stuff. Like you can do really fancy hardcovers. Like there's Subterranean Press in science fiction and horror will do like these extremely fancy, like $200 editions of books, right? Like you don't get much of that in comics, surprisingly, for such a collector's market. You have some degree of that with like absolute editions and some special editions and stuff, but in terms of that stuff, you don't really get it. So working to take a book like Zero Ghost and make it successful is tricky, you know, especially when you don't have kind of the aegis of like Image or somebody else behind it. That's people ask me about Image and stuff. I'm like, aside from anything else, man, like just having that Image eye on a book is going to like multiply your sales by some number. Like it just is. That's not to say that every Image book succeeds, but every Image book as compared to bringing that book out as like Justin Jordan comics is a factor of magnitude different. Right. So when you're trying to find your space, like trying to find that marketing platform that works, trying to find the formula that gives retailers what they need is tricky because it's a unique industry, like in terms of like the sales thing, like regular bookstores don't work this way. So like makes everything a lot more complicated than it otherwise would be. And it would be complicated in any market.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think we don't have a formula, to be honest. We are figuring it out. And we know one thing is we can't figure it out by ourselves. And so I want to highlight this note here. Tim from We Love Comics Tampa. No joke. We were literally just talking about you guys right before this call. I mean, well, like, you know, that's kind of the flexibility we have. You literally right before this call was like, hey, Carl, 5 minutes. You know, we love Comics Tampa. I'm like, why don't you just tell Tim what you told me?
Well, I was telling Carl, I'm like, hey man, I'm like within 5 miles of We Love Comics. I see that they're actually supporting us with the Ashcan. So I'm like, why don't we coordinate something with We Love Comics where I
Don't
can
talk about the
do.
surprise idea though. Don't talk about that idea you showed me. But talk about everything
Never
else.
mind. Okay. Yeah, just that support system is just really phenomenal. It's just fucking awesome. Excuse me, sorry, my language.
All good.
Yeah, it's just awesome. It's just great, man. It's great to have this kind of support system. That's what I love about like the conventions. I haven't been to a convention for a minute, but it's being able to interact with people. That's what draws me back to like what I loved about comics as a kid, man. There's that enthusiasm, that rush to meet the creators and be involved within that community. And so that's what I'm getting with We Love Comics. That's what I'm getting with everyone, each and every backer of this. That means that it's not just some mainstay character who's been established for decades at this point. No, Zero Ghost is something new, and it's if you're buying it, if you're backing it, it's because you believe in the project and you believe in the team behind it, and not just because it's some sort of iconic character that you should be buying. So yeah. So We Love Comics. I love you.
Yeah, man, we really appreciate it, and it's kind of just actions like this that keeps us going because you giving out these ash cans really helps us measure the signals out there, and just to hear back that your customers loved it, mission accomplished right there. And for us, people think we're kind of crazy sometimes for printing so many of these books in advance. We're not crazy. We're just confident in our product, and often we're not trying to like promote something that we don't love. We actually love this as much as you will, we believe. And so, our goal is just to create this culture of giving, because I think if anything else right now, the comic industry needs that more than ever. I think we need to stick together, give to each other, support each other, especially indie publishers. I think indie publishers really still believe in the story of the power of storytelling, and we want to create new IP. We all love Marvel, DC, but they're established now. They're like mainstream, but I feel like there's just this hunger for like new IP, right? Even like Ben, you're bringing like awesome new stories to Marvel, like just looking at Dream Spider, and my friend who and how we met was my friend had a piece of art and he wanted me to help him get autographed, so I went and met you, and then we just vibed on just wanting to bring new takes on stories. And so
Yeah.
I think it's important and it's needed, and I feel like all that needs to be revisited at the retailer level as well.
Well, I do have to jump, but Carl, everyone, Justin, so great to meet all of you. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, no, it was such a pleasure. Congratulations. I'm so glad I got to be on when you reached your goal. Like what a momentous moment. Awesome. It was like 11:30 and we're wrapping up and boom, reached the goal. So mission accomplished. So I'm really grateful. And Carl, as you said, it is really about finding new stories. People want new stories. As much as we all love our tried and true warm, cozy characters, we also want to get in with new exciting stuff. So congratulations, guys, on bringing something brand new to the table. And yeah, if you want to find me, I'm on Instagram and LinkedIn. And then we just launched I'm wearing my merch, made some merch, awesome. Pithy Publishing. So go to pithypublishing.com if you want to check out the fun stuff that I've been noodling up with my partner and my crew. So really appreciate everybody's time here. And thank you again for inviting me on the show.
We really appreciate you, Earl. Ben, you rock. Thanks for your energy. And you had to be here for when we hit our goal. So thank you.
I know. It was perfect timing. Well, I'm going to go get some lunch and get back to work. All the best, guys. Take care. Great to meet you. I hope to catch you, in the interwebs. I'll follow all of you. I'll talk to Carl about how to connect with everyone.
Yep, we got you. Thank you, man.
Amazing. All right, guys. Cheers. Congrats. Talk soon.
Yeah. Talk soon.
Bye.
Damn, guys. How do you guys feel, man? Holy crap. Hit the goal.
Super
Do
cool.
you remember when MTV had Courtney Love try to do 24 hours of Courtney Love.
I don't remember that. That sounds like it would have been monumental.
She made it like I think like 6 hours, and then it was just playing. But B, it was every bit the train wreck you think it was from that description. Yeah. It was amazing.
Oh my god!
Yeah, this was probably 25 years ago at this point. We're doing better than she was, so you know.
But, real quick too, Jeff Wong, thanks for your support. Yeah, we'll appreciate any intros to shop owners. As much as they engage with us, we're always open and engaging, and also happy to send out some product for them to sample. And K-pop Junkie, thanks for all your support. It's doesn't go unnoticed. You've always been such a huge supporter of everything we're doing, both on Twitter and different socials. And yeah, I think wow, we're at 10,900. I'm blown away. So I mean, given the way the economy is, everything is right now is crazy. So super thankful for everyone really getting behind this project. And Jeff, another question you had was also about the day one backers. It's the first 24 hours. So it's not just daylight over here or daylight savings, but anyone who backs between now and 10 a.m. tomorrow will be rewarded from and considered day one. And Mickey, a little note from Jeff right here. Trailer was great, Swaggle. I agree.
Agreed.
All righty. So I am chatting with Dan. He's supposed to jump on soon. Let's go back to anything here. Did we not cover any of the tiers yet? Okay. Actually, let's talk about this. Brian, you do these like 6x9 sketches. You want to talk a little bit about that? Because they sell out really quickly. When did you kind of start that whole process with these sketches?
I think it was for Inktober, and I wanted something that that size format is easy to see. It's easy to see the full dimensions of it as the artist. And so yeah, I started doing that for Inktober. Started to pick up which Inktober did I do? I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. And it was just a really fun format to work from, and it started to pick up. And so I just sort of kept with it. Did it again last year's Inktober, and the response was pretty good. And so, yeah, when we were talking about doing original sketches for, I guess this is tier 4, we decided to bring that to the Kickstarter as well.
Awesome. No, I think it's gonna be great. So I think we're gonna set it up so that it's Zero Ghost characters, and so I'm excited to see what you do with these sketches. And then there's this tier 7, which is going to be a super rare part of the campaign, and you already have one backer. So you're doing 3 of these. Let's talk about this.
Yeah, 11x17 is the actual size that we work in. So we're going to do it cover quality. And I think, are we having them decide which characters they want for each one?
Yeah, it's up to them, I believe. So whatever they want, cover quality commission.
Okay, yeah, pretty exciting.
And then when you think about the cover commission like this, what's your typically approach? Like, for example, for someone who wants to back this, what would you want to hear from them? Is it more about like Wolverine and that's it? Or would you want more details? Like what's your style when it comes to this type of commissions?
Yeah, it's interesting. That's some of what we talk about when I get a normal commission is some people are very specific with what they want. That's fine. And some people just want me to decide. Usually when I decide, it's a more, I don't want to say inspired idea, but there's more freedom for me to kind of improvise and I guess in a way add more details to make the image that I want. But yeah, whatever people prefer is fine with me. Some people are very specific. They want, Batman on a gargoyle with bats flying around or something like that. And, that's cool. That could work too. Yeah, it's just whatever anyone prefers.
Awesome. So with that said, while we have you, let's go back to the art discussion. So right now we went over that last issue. This is the first issue you worked on, right? Zero, you mentioned?
This is the Knights of the Old Republic issue 0. Yeah.
Yep. So you
Which
have
I think
5
was
pages.
Yeah, I think originally it was it an 8-pager or something like that?
Okay. Oh, so it's
And
like a short comic, and you have 5 pages left.
right, correct.
Okay. All right. So we'll come back to the art, but in the meantime, we want to welcome our next guest as well. This guy is actually super meaningful to us because of the many folks that we went out to for social media support. Diesel Dan himself was going through a journey himself as he was kind of building his momentum. So welcome Diesel Dan. He has been when he started working with us, just a content creator passionate about comics. We would jump on calls and just geek out. But man, like since then, like at the time he was doing short box, but now he's working with Image Comics. What's up, Diesel Dan?
What's up? Thank you for the intro.
Of course.
Hi,
Yeah, no. So I wasn't able to get the books to Dan ahead of time, but I want him to be here because I think he's a primary example of someone that was there for the first Kickstarter campaign. He created a ton of content and was super supportive in every way. At the same time, though, also had your own dreams, right? I mean, you really want to work in comics full time, and so would love to hear from you since our last campaign, what the journey's been like, and I'm sure you know about Justin, Jordan, Brian, and Will. Like, if you had any questions for them, or if they have any questions for you. So yeah, Dan, the floor is yours.
Hi. I mean, working with you guys, and when you came to me about 24/7 Comics and your launch of your indie stuff, I'm like, yes, totally, I'm on board. I love and passionately love indie comics, and the indie comic industry and small press, everything about it. Right? Got some indie books up here that, yeah. But yeah, no. Constantly talking about indie comics, creators, being passionate about the creators that are in indie comics, and in comics in general, has taken me to where I'm at now, which is pretty cool, which is working for Image Comics. So yeah, that's I love talking about comics, and it got me here. It's weird. It's crazy.
It's crazy because we're fellow Darkness fans, so like you must be familiar with Brian's work as well, and I think you're gonna love Zero Ghost when I send it to you and then you get a chance to dive into it. And I think because there's a lot of like similar auras to it all. So what do you love about Darkness? I mean, let's talk about that.
Okay, so I actually have my mom is over there right now on the couch and she's recording me, which is
Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Mom is visiting from out of state. They've been here for a little while visiting, and my experience with and my like journey with the Darkness kind of started with my mom. It was the early days of eBay. Mom didn't really know a whole lot about comics and the Darkness or any of that stuff, and there was a big lot of the Darkness comics, volume 1 on for sale, and I'm like, Mom, I want that. I've seen that in Wizard magazine. I've seen that, in places. I want that. That looks cool. So she bought me almost the complete first volume of the Darkness, and that's where my journey started with the Darkness, and that's how familiar I am with it. And I've been growing my hair out to try, to get it as close as possible to Jackie S.
That's pretty damn cool, man. That's super awesome.
So Dan, we know you're a huge Witchblade fan. So I'm wondering how excited you are for a similar kind of like magical journey. I know you haven't had a chance to read the book, but
I am in for it. Hey, Mickey. Mickey popped in down the bottom there. I'm excited. From what I've seen, just some of the stuff that Carl has sent me, I'm like, yeah, I'm totally in on this. I'm excited. I want to dive in and read the books. I need to get in. I need to jump on this.
And you of all people need that.
Yeah, anyone that is like appreciating Witchblade, Darkness, those types of books, check out Zero Ghost. I'm just from the artwork alone and from what Carl has sent me, and I'm like excited. I'm like, yes, let's go. I'm in.
So speaking of Witchblade, let's look at some pages while we're all here.
I just want to see your face for this moment.
Yeah, no, I think let's take a look. So these are pages that's going to be available as part of the campaign. Also limited, I think around 20 of these. But Witchblade pages, man, Brian, like you were a kid when you did all this, but look at the details, man. Freaking mind blowing.
This is a long time ago, man. Bringing back memories.
So what kind of memories? Danny, do you remember these pages?
I do. I couldn't tell you what issues or anything like that because that always escapes me so poorly. But the line work, everything. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Oh my gosh, it's so good to see like the line work and everything. Look at that. I love that.
This page is so badass. What's cool about Witchblade is it's beyond her having, being, superhero-ish, right? She has kind of like this mystical artifact that gives her the powers, but she's also a detective, right? She's a cop, right? And so what's cool is you kind of follow this kind of cop story as well, which makes it super fun.
That's so good.
That's nuts. It's great.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
So sad.
Look what I was reading at 12, 13 years old. Dismemberment.
I know, poor kid. But that's what I miss about comics. I mean, you guys know better. I mean, Justin, Brian, you guys work for Marvel, DC. Will, can we see stuff like this anymore on the big two?
I mean, work-wise, black and white and stuff. I mean, you're seeing artists these days that are like really like phenomenal as far as like the black and white stuff. I think where it kind of.
I'm talking about the decapitation. I'm talking about that.
Oh, that stuff?
Like,
no, you never see that.
No, you can't, right? Because I remember Wolverine used to.
Oh yeah, I got chastised once for putting red blood. They told me to make it more brown. Yeah.
That's why I figured. I just don't see it as much anymore, and I think this is the stuff that I loved as a kid. As a boy, I'm like, dude, this is awesome.
Big old giant red banner on some of their titles.
Yeah, that's the thing now, right? The red band. Yeah.
I have to say, I don't know how much they actually leaned into it, but the Blood Hunt thing actually does have a like not for kids red bag version of it. So I don't know whether they actually delivered on that. Yeah, no, it's interesting. Like, I think to some extent, Big Two comics have gotten more conservative. On the other hand, a lot of that stuff, they were just subtle about how they did it. Like, for instance, you have the standard, like, Frank Miller, like, when Elektra gets run through, which actually I think that might have been Mazzucchelli that drew it, but, like, when Elektra gets run through, it just pokes out her costume, right? You don't actually see any blood. That's the same way when like, Wolverine's, like, lopping dudes apart. Like, they're actually pretty good. It's interesting. I was reading recently, rereading this fight between, it's Alan Davis is the artist, and it's this fight between Wolverine and Sabretooth, and they're just going at each other, and like it gets across that they're like ripping each other apart and healing, but like there's no blood. Like it's just their costumes are getting torn apart. Like it's kind of amazing.
So I'm just roaming around as you guys are sharing about the art and reminiscing on it, but this is Tomb Raider. We have 3 pieces from the collection. So if you're a Tomb Raider fan, you want this page, be a day one backer, and you have opportunity to pick this page. What a perfect transition from Witchblade to Tomb Raider.
Yes. I was closely looking, yes, as you were scanning the page.
Yeah, no, that's great. No, that's really kind of like you, Dan. I think we have such a shared love for darkness and Witchblade in that universe. I know you're also super busy, but is there anything you want to promote or share before we let you go? What you're doing with Image Comics today
Oh
and
my
all that?
gosh, you're gonna put me on this. I'm a horrible on the spot guy. Um, there's a new Mirka and Dolfo book that is coming out, but it's a spin-off of the Black, White, and Pink. That we just announced today, so that's great. Go follow the Image page, Image Comics on Instagram and on TikTok. You'll see my face, which is crazy, a lot on the Image TikTok. That's wild to me that I'm like, that's my face on the Image account. So I'm there. And I'll be talking all about all that stuff. So I don't think I have to promote it here. Just go to those things and go follow and engage and tell me what you want to talk about, and I'll talk about it there with you guys. If that works.
Awesome, Dan. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Always appreciate folks stopping in, and yeah, we'll talk. And feel free to stick around and hang out because we have another very special guest coming in soon as well.
I might have you guys in the background, but I do gotta work.
All right, do your
I gotta
thing, man.
design stuff
Appreciate
and
you.
plug images into places and emails and things, corporate world.
All right, Dan. Take
All right,
care.
guys.
Have a
Thank
good
you
day.
so much. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
We're at 11K in 2 hours. So we're
Oh,
doing
what? We're 11K. Woo! Perfect timing. All righty. There's also some weird noise in the background somewhere. I'm not sure where it's from. Does anyone hear that? Like a wind?
I hear it.
Is that my
Yeah,
fan?
Scratchy.
Yeah,
Might
what
be
is that?
mine.
Can anyone? I want to do a test. Oh, there we go. It's gone now.
Oh, that was my fan.
Oh, it's a fan. No wonder. Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you. So let's welcome Matt Lesniewski. What's up, Matt?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
How's it going?
So yeah, Matt and I, we've been friends for the last year or so. Really got to hang out at New York Comic Con. Love his artwork. You guys look at his work on Faceless and Family, and also as a commission artist now, like very popular with his style. And so I got a chance to send him Zero Ghost, and also want him to share a little bit about his journey. And obviously he had a very successful Zoop campaign. So why don't we kind of kick it off, Matt, with you kind of introducing us to yourself and also your Zoop campaign that evolved into Faceless and Family and the whole journey itself. Why don't we start there?
Oh man, thanks for having me on. So yeah, I did a book called Faceless and the Family. Actually, I have the hardcover right here. 3D, but this is actually this is coming out through Oni. Well, it already came out, but yeah, I started off. That was my first campaign, and my only campaign through Zoop. Didn't really know what I was doing. Just well, actually, so long story short, the book had a publisher. Something went wrong with that, and then I was about halfway through the book, and I'm like, now what am I going to do? So I decided to crowdfund, and one of the guys who runs Zoop, he reached out to me a little bit before this all happened, so it was kind of the perfect situation, and so I gave it a shot. I included a lot of original art from the book, which is a lot of what helped, make it a success. Just, promoted it like definitely months before it was launched, because I heard that was a good thing you can do. Earlier the better. But also Zoop handles all the shipping and fulfillment. So a lot of it was out of my hands, which was a big draw for Zoop. And they take a percentage for that, but I thought it was a fair. I did commissions too through the campaign. Those took me too long, but it helped. So I feel like there's kind of two ways you can go about it. You can either go kind of bare bones and just pretty much do the book, or you can do what I did, which I don't know if I'd do it again. I'd probably do it a little differently because it was a lot, and a lot of pressure. Like first I had to finish the book. I think I had maybe 2 issues left, and but it was funded. And then I knew in the back of my head, I got to do all these commissions. I got to ship it to the fulfillment center, all this stuff. I mean, any way you do it, it's a lot. But or you can I forgot which I said first, but yeah, you could either do what I did, like offer commissions, offer original art, the book, what else? All the extra stuff, or you can just kind of do the book and a few smaller things. So like if you're offering the original art, it'll boost the funding of it, but there's just a lot more involved that way. So yeah, trying to think what else.
Yeah, let's have a discussion. I mean, I brought you on for that very reason because Brian and I talked about this earlier in the day, where it took a while for him to make a decision when it comes to offering original art, and as a team, we have a lot of products now that we're creative about for Zero Ghost. But what are some of the advice and feedback you have for Brian? Because the good thing is our book is done, so Brian's done of all 6 issues, right? And then the published art, we're offering some of his past works from his vault, which I think is in demand. So what was it like with the whole commissioning process, and what are some learnings that we could take from your experience?
One thing that was cool, I don't know if Kickstarter offers this as well, but I think we offered 10 spots, just like I can't remember, but I think maybe 5 9x12, 5 11x14, single character, pretty simple, and then they went right away. So then Zoop was like, "Hey, you want to just add 5 more? It's up to you." And I was like, "Yeah, why not?" So that's an option if Kickstarter allows you to do that. And then, yeah, I just did those at the end.
Yeah, remarks, you had commissions. Oh, yeah, a ton of commissions. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no wonder it took a long time. You went in.
I didn't want them to be like, I don't know, quick, like almost like convention sketches. I wanted them to be full on, like cover quality, I guess. So each one I'd even spend like maybe a day just thinking about it. Like, all right, how am I going to do this?
Cool.
And I mean, I think ideally if you could ship everything together, that's good. But mine was taking so long with the commissions that I really wanted to send out the book. Instead of making all those people wait, only 15 people got a commission. Why make everyone wait? I don't know how fast you are, but if you're fast, this isn't an issue. So I don't know. I'm not really speedy when it comes to drawing. So if that makes any sense.
Yeah, Brian, any questions for Matt on what that
I'm
experience was
curious.
like?
Actually, I'm most curious about your drawing process because your stuff looks really meticulous, really thought out, and very specific. I'm just kind of wondering, can you talk about your process? Do you just go straight to the board, or do you do a lot of thumbnails, or I don't know? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. You're talking about for the commissions or the comics or both?
Yeah, actually both would be great.
Oh, okay. Well, for the commissions, like I said, yeah, I don't dive right into it. I feel like I need kind of like a blueprint to go by. So I might, especially if it's a character I don't know, like a long time ago, not with this, I did I did an Alice in Wonderland commission, and I've seen the movie back when I was a kid, but I didn't really remember it that much. So I literally spent the time to watch the whole movie.
Oh wow!
And then I thought about, okay, what can I do that's original, that's fun for me to draw, something they'll like. So I put a lot of, that's just me though. So I feel like there's no right way to do this stuff. It's just what works for you. But
Right.
yeah, so I just with the commissions, yeah, like this, that's a good example right there. Clockwork Orange, I had never seen it. I watched the movie, and I don't really love how that turned out, but you know, they don't always win. They don't always work.
That's how I
The
feel
person who
too.
got it seemed to like it, so I guess that's all that matters. But with the comics, like right now, I'm actually switching how I do it because it basically evolved to the point where, or devolved, I don't know, where I was spending a week on a page, really trying to make it. And even these were drawn, like these are from the first issue. I think they were drawn sometime in 2022. But earlier this year, I was starting the second book, and each page, yeah, I was just trying to make it, you know, the best I could possibly make it, even if people are only going to spend, you know, 3 minutes looking at it. I couldn't sleep if it wasn't, you know, my version of a masterpiece. So, but then I only got maybe 14 pages in, and I kind of had this like, I don't know, mental breakdown is a stretch, but I kind of had this moment where I'm like, all right, this is insane. This is never getting done, and I don't like it. So now I've gone back to the drawing board, and I'm working smaller to save time, and I'm doing more Marvel method, like my version of that, and yeah, so it's still like I'll just take like scrap paper and figure out maybe 3 to 5 page chunks, generally what will happen, and really try to like the layout more than like I'm thinking about more what I'm drawing rather than how I'm drawing it, which is part of where I was going wrong. So now I'm trying to do a page 3 days max. I won't allow myself. You have to get it done in 3 days. Try to aim for 1 or 2. But it's still. I'm trying to get it to a place where I can live with it and be, you know, somewhat satisfied, but get it done at that pace. Because especially with comics, I mean, commissions are one thing and covers, but I feel like, unfortunately, for better or for worse, speed is the name of the game.
Right.
And if you're not getting it done within, 2 or 3 days per page, it'll never make sense financially. You need time to make art. So how do you get time? We need money. So if you're spending a week on a page, the only way that's going to work out is, if you sell just an insane amount of comics. And it's just such a long shot that, yeah, it's like I'd like to just do it the way I was doing it. And like, you know what? I'm going to just spend a year or two and make this everything I want it to be. But even if I did that, if I'm being honest, I'd still find something to be not happy about. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Matt is hardcore. When I talk to him sometimes, he goes deep into his work, and I think it's that passion. I think that drives the work that appears on the pages. But Brian, I mean, you've been in the industry for 25 years now. Will, you as well? Any advice for Matt? Because he's a young artist. He's hungry. This guy is going in on his work. So obviously listening to him talk is probably very relatable. I think, especially what you shared earlier about being given the time and space to do your works. So yeah, we'd love to hear you guys reflect on what Matt just shared. And Matt, thanks for sharing being vulnerable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I could relate a lot to what Matt is saying, because for me, like, my rate hasn't gone up in the last 25 years, but everything else around me has gone up.
Yeah.
So in order for me to make ends meet, I have to take on more work, and then it gets to a point where, like, I had a discussion with Brian a couple of years ago. Like, I was burnt out, I was burnt out, and it got to a point where I was producing so much that I burnt out and I couldn't produce anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it was like it burned out of me in a way. And there's a lot of times where you kind of have to find something to reinvigorate that feeling in you. And Matt is absolutely right. Like, I know from the coloring, I know it's just the coloring. It's not as important as the line work is in comics. But man, like, I feel like I put in sometimes as much effort as anybody else on the team. But like, when you're told that your rates aren't going to go up, just nothing is going to change. We're still working off of a royalty system that's sort of antiquated, because it reflects book sale numbers that no one is seeing these days, unless if you're working on a top tier book. So like the average sort of comic book creator or artist or colorist, they're not going to see huge royalty figures from something. The only time I got a pretty decent royalty actually was when Guardians of the Galaxy came out, because I was working on that book when it was like a C-level book.
Mm-hmm.
And then the movie came out, and then people were snatching at the book. So then that's when I got a pretty decent royalty. They were like picking up the trades. But otherwise, you don't, it's difficult. It's difficult for the average creator to be able to subsist. It's difficult. I'm very, don't get me wrong, I'm blessed and fortunate that I've actually been able to keep at this for over 20 years, and earn a living at it, and not, but there were periods where, I've had to take on other gigs, and I'm talking outside of the comic book industry, in order for me to just make rent and stuff like that, So, yeah. So the advice, like, Matt's got the right idea in the sense that he has to find that balance. It's a balancing act. It's a juggling act where you have to be able to do enough where you're satisfied
with the work that you're producing, but you still have to be able to produce it at such a rate that you can live, you know? And that yeah, I guess that's the long and the short of it from me, you know, like it's a balancing act, it's a juggling act. And it's funny because, you know, listen, there was a point where I had to file for bankruptcy, you know? I'll be honest. I filed for bankruptcy, and the judge is asking me, "Well, you work for Marvel. These movies are doing great." I'm like, "The movies are doing great, but that doesn't necessarily translate into me doing great just because I happen to work for Marvel." You know, it's just, you know, the one doesn't translate into another, unfortunately. So, and I don't think I'm the only person that's had to deal with something like bankruptcy in this industry. I've heard stories about how there are guys that are, you know, working. They still have to work a full-time or part-time job, come home at night, and then do the comic book stuff. You know, so that's where I feel like I am very fortunate that I'm able to have been able to do this professionally for over 20 years at this point. So yeah, I mean, I could totally relate with you, Matt. You know, it's and you're definitely doing the right thing. Like, quality is always gonna win out. You know, just keep the quality going, and that's, you know, that's what people are gonna be drawn to ultimately. And I know it's difficult to be able to balance that with the cost of living and stuff like that, but you know, that's what, you know, that's where the passion has to come in. That's where the passion kind of drives us and keeps us going. Yeah, so that's it.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel very much like what Will said. The key word is balance. Um, in the end, it's commercial art, which is feels kind of crappy to say because we're trying to create something. We're trying to create something memorable, but it is commercial. We're getting paid for the product. When I first got started, I was at Top Cow and I was an assistant there, and so you're unpaid, and so you just go in and you just hang out with all the artists there, and everyone would give you advice. And I would hang out with David Finch, who's a pretty popular artist these days, right? And his philosophy was always be so good at what you do that the studios or the companies have no choice but to hire you, right? So you make yourself so invaluable. So you make yourself, your style, the way you do things, so unique that they need you. And it always kind of stuck with me to do that. Matt, clearly your stuff stands out. Like, it's a really beautiful style, but when you're talking about it, I can hear how taxing it is to do the pages. I do remember those days where I would like, my output was four-ish pages a week or so, and for me that was really slow, and I'd be exhausted by the end of the week, just because you're trying to detail every little thing on the page. You're trying to control every little thing on the page, and it's so different for everyone, you know. Like I would look at a page like, say, a Jeff Darrow page or something like that, and I'd be like just blown away. How can he do all these things, you know? But he has to do it, right? It's part of the way he works. It's part of the way he creates art, so he has to do it that way. But for me, I think, and Will and I talked about this before, that at the end of every deadline, I would get sick. So I roughly 5 or 6 weeks per book when I was doing whatever book I was doing. You know, I did some stuff at Marvel, did some stuff at DC. And at the end of every deadline, I would get sort of like the flu. And this would happen, you know, like 7 times a year. And at one point you realize that, for me specifically, that I can't keep doing this, right? I can't feel sick this many times a year. And I'm a big fan of Indiana Jones. And I was watching, I think it was a documentary on Spielberg. And he was talking about how he had been late and over budget on, I don't know how many movies it was. It was Jaws, Close Encounters, things like that. And so when he started Indiana Jones, he decided, I'm just going to go fast, go quick, go on instinct, and whatever happens, happens. And I actually tried that. I had gotten hired for Conan the Avenger, and it was the first time I had ever penciled and inked my own stuff. And I said, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to go fast. I'm not going to second guess. If I screw up, I'm going to try and fix it a little bit, but I'm not going to obsess over it.
Yeah.
And my stuff started to evolve into this quicker style. Another thing that helped me was, you know, those artist editions, those giant editions.
Yeah.
There was Dave Mazzucchelli's Daredevil Reborn on there.
Mm.
And I picked it up and I would flip through it and I would see the artwork and I would be like, oh, it's not perfect. In my head, it was perfect. You know, every line is just so like well thought out. And I'd look through it and I'd be like, oh, he's going kind of quick. He's going kind of instinctive. You know, I think his pencil drawing is perfect, but his ink is kind of imperfect, which gave it such a beautiful style. And so on my journey, it kind of took me in that direction where I would try and learn how to be quicker. I'm not saying that's the right way. That's, you know, everyone is totally different. But for me, that's what helped. And for me, seeing some of the artists that I liked, again, there's another artist I like named Matthew Lefray. He's a French comic book artist. He does a lot of painting, but he does a lot of pencil and ink as well. And then you kind of see how, again, it's, you know, imperfect, if you will. And that was okay, you know, and I would just kind of go with that. So I don't know if it's advice, but just sort of my experience.
Yeah. Can I add something as a non-artist who can't speak to the pain points that you guys are discussing, but at least from me, from my filmmaking career, as you guys were talking, it reminds me a lot in so many projects that I've directed where I think early on in my life, I used to hold the bat a little tight because I was like, it has to be this way. Excuse me. Like, as far as these are the shots I need, this is how I want the scene to be. We need these angles, and the edit needs to be exactly like this. And over time, you start to realize that you're the only one that's forcing you to that outline and that standard. And if you can step back and see the forest through the trees a little bit, you realize like, oh, yes, I understand that. Yes, in my head, that would be really cool if I have these very, very specific things that lead to this very, very specific scene construction, and it's going to be awesome. But the general goal that I'm trying to create, or the story, or the emotion, or the feeling, is that's really the thing I need to focus on. And how you sort of get from A to B is not always so important. Obviously, if like you dilute it, you start to lose a little bit of your essence of what you're trying to achieve. But if you can think of it more like that was something that was very helpful for me, you know, my film career. And I was getting really in the weeds and having to get all the very specific shots and things like that just added to our shooting schedules, our days. And, you know, you had to just sort of pull that a little bit back. And then, you know, you fall in love with what you end up getting, and you realize like, oh, nobody actually cared that, you know, we didn't get that super amazing close up that I thought I had to get, you know, for this specific thing. And yeah, it's very freeing actually when you get to that point, and you realize, yeah, you could still create like the magnum opus without having to be like so very specific.
Yeah. It just,
I really want to thank all of you so much for your transparency and just showing vulnerability, because people of all levels, you kind of forget that you've been through that and continue to go through those feelings as well. I mean, just truly incredible. And Matt, I do have a random question for you.
Uh-oh.
I love your style, your shading. It seems very translatable to like tattoo art. And I know you're doing commissions now. I'm just wondering if that ever pops up in your world. Is anyone like, I want to immortalize this, can you commission a sleeve?
Only one time ever.
Okay, well maybe
Yeah.
that's another thing for you. I could
Yeah,
just see myself covered in your artwork.
I think somebody messaged me a couple years ago and they just said, "Hey, can I make this a tattoo?" I said, "Yeah, just show me. I just want to see it." And then they never did.
Oh,
Other
it's
than
on
that,
someone's butt cheek somewhere, probably.
could be. Other than that,
Maybe it's a very private place, so they didn't want to send you a photo.
He said he would.
I always wonder if those types of art cross over because you see comic fans, they're super into tattoos as well. But Brian, has anyone ever asked you for the honor?
Yes, I can't remember it. Someone sent it to me. Oh, yeah, I'm blanking out. But yeah, someone did have a tattoo made of one of my drawings, which was very flattering and very odd feeling at the same time.
Because you're like, you have to do it perfectly. Who's doing it?
Well, I was like, you want that on your body forever?
No, I want to echo what Sarah was saying about you guys' vulnerability and openness, and it's interesting too hearing like Mickey, your perspective, or as you framed it, coming from like a director in feature film. To me, it's very similar because when I think about the writer in comics, they are the scribe, right? They're doing the scripts and they give the structure, they give the overall kind of the words into the story. But in a way, I think I always reference the artist as the director / cinematographer. And obviously, I think because you guys are thinking about the angles, the scenes, how they're cut, how people are consuming it visually, right? So I do kind of feel like these two worlds are closer than than we most of us might think. So and colorist I think is super powerful. If you work in film, I think coloring is that final touch that brings that whole picture to life, right? And so I think don't ever discount what you do because I think it's that finishing touch that's the wrapper that brings that picture to life. So I see a lot of parallels when it comes to filmmaking for sure.
Definitely, yeah. And it's funny that what you guys were saying about having to make adjustments and stuff because for Zero Ghosts, I was like taking my sweet time, but then for like a DC project, you have to learn to adapt. And it's like you realize that when it's all shrunk down and printed, not every little detail is always going to be there. So I had to just learn to let go of some things. And I forget who. I think it was Mickey who had said it. You just have to have the general picture, and every page just has to convey the general mood. And so that's the point where I had to learn to kind of let go of the detail stuff and then just give the audience like the general sort of atmosphere for the page or for the book. So, and then it helped relieve a lot of stress as far as time and stuff like that.
Man, what an amazing discussion. Matt, I know you got pages in front of you and you're working and you were able to carve out some time to join us. Just want to thank you. Is there anything we could plug or promote? You could feel free to share as well before we send you off.
Just the hardcover, if anyone's interested, check it out. That'd be cool. Or follow my website. What is it? mattdrawseverything.com, and you can find everything on there.
I'm sorry, just a quick question, Matt. Since that's a hardcover released through Oni, people will be able to find it at Amazon and at comic shops as well?
Yeah.
Awesome. So yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Thanks for having me on.
And
Hope it wasn't too. I don't know what the tone was before this, but I was just being honest. So
that's good, man. This is like that
was great.
Yeah, this is the inside look.
I didn't bring it down or anything.
No, not at all. I think it's very real. I think it's a conversation that needs to be had in the industry. Often, I feel like I don't even think most people understand like what it takes, like the heart and passion that goes into every comic book that they hold in their hand. And so I do believe, these conversations need to be had. So thanks for kind of opening that up for us to discuss, Matt. Really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
No problem.
Woo! All right. So, I mean, while you're here too, we also got up to 12,000. I mean, hitting the goal is one thing, but now we're 120%. I'm
Congrats.
blown away, guys. I mean, there's a few other triggers that we haven't even pulled yet. That's gonna happen between tomorrow, Tuesday, and then something happening end of the month. And so I'm super excited and really really thankful. Yeah, Jeff, thank you so much for being here through the stream. I know you're at work, so we'll try to keep our language clean for you. And then DCD, good friend, amazing friend. Doug himself has been a huge supporter of 24/7 Comics. He lent us a portion of his booth last year to host and promote our last Kickstarter. So we look forward to collaborating again. If you don't know, DCD Collects, definitely check out their site and their socials. Matt, yeah, feel free to hang out, stay on, or if you need to go, feel free to go. But thank you so much for your time, man. Really appreciate you.
Anytime. Thanks for having me. I think I'm gonna try to draw.
All right, let you do your thing. Looking
Thanks,
forward
Matt.
to see what
All
comes
right.
on next.
Good talking to you guys.
Likewise.
Bye.
All righty. So let's go back to covering the rest of the artwork, and then I'm gonna come away from the camera for 10 minutes. I'm gonna grab a bite and all that. And Sarah, Mickey, thanks for your co-hosting duties. Really appreciate it. Brian, let's talk through the rest of this. I mean, Batman, Arkham Unhinged. Yo, man, these pages are freaking fire. Fire.
Who wrote the story on that, Brian? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just curious.
I couldn't tell you. It was a
It's
video
been a
game
while,
project.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Was that
Arkham Unhinged?
Tier, let's see, what tier was this? This is the tier 5, I believe. Tier 5, and then on top of that, day 1, they get to pick. This kind of wrapped up with the Witchblade / Tomb Raider pages, but yeah, talk about these pages. I mean, I love seeing how it opens up with Commissioner Gordon. Do you remember the story at all? What were you going through in life at the time? Did you have a different take in Batman?
So I think Arkham Unhinged was a video game, if I'm correct, and this was their take on it, and this was DC's. I think originally it was intended to be straight to digital copy. So we had a discussion with the editor about how to format the pages and how to lead the reader's eye. So a lot of the pages are sort of bisected in the middle because I think they were thinking people were going to read it on their iPads, what's called sideways, and landscape style. And so that was the original thought. So a lot of the things are actually like cut off halfway through. But yeah, I think this was my first time drawing Batman for them.
It's really cool. It's clean.
Sweet, yeah.
Well, I appreciate
a lot of the inks.
Yeah. When you get the job to do Batman, is that the moment in your career where you're like, oh, I made it?
It's pretty darn exciting.
Yeah,
it's pretty great. Even though it was sort of outside of the canon of Batman, I guess it's a different sort of Batman universe. But yeah, it's pretty great. Few parameters you have to follow. I think he was like kind of like a big, bulky version of Batman, and so kind of had to follow that. But you get a lot of the video game character designs sent your way. So this is, I think, Hugo Strange, and so you get to put people like that in there. Yeah, and then at this time I was not inking my own pages, so this is inked by a guy I knew from Top Cow named John Livesey. Did a pretty nice job here. Pretty clean stuff.
Mhm.
Oh man.
Yeah, his inks, or I was gonna say, very kind of gaming friendly. Actually, it's kind of what you would see in like a gaming type feel, I guess. But yeah, bats, man.
Is a question for Brian with the inking thing? Has kind of the meta for comic artists changed over the years? With like, I feel like more artists just do their own inking now. Is that true, or is that?
I think it really feels like that. I tried to describe inking to someone once. Might have been a friend of mine, and I told him, imagine you are writing a letter in your best handwriting, but you're writing in pencil, and you hand it off to someone with a pen or a brush, and now they need to interpret the way you do everything. So maybe the way you write F's, the way you write B's or whatever is very specific. The curve is very specific, but now you're opening up to interpretation by someone else. And that is sort of what happens with penciling and inking. And I think with everything, or with a lot of artists going digital in these past few years, there wasn't really much need to have the stages divided, you know, because what's the difference between working with a stylus versus working with a brush or whatever? So I think that's what had happened. But yeah, for me, I think it was just more control over how the final image looked, and that's why I had gone to inking my own work. Because as nice as it is to have someone ink your work, there are changes here and there. There are changes to the shape of the eyes, shape of the mouth, little things like that you know, you'd like to have more control over. And also, you know, it takes a while to build up trust with your collaborator. You know, I think you kind of see it with Will and I that it's pretty seamless, and I think our aesthetics line up so that it was pretty seamless from the beginning. I think, but you don't always get that relationship when you start off with someone new, especially with an inker who doesn't know how you know, make your letters and things like that. It takes a while. Yeah.
What's the work breakdown of the page in terms of like how much time are you drawing versus how much time are you inking?
So I don't know. These days I can do. I think when I get on a roll, I could do 6 or 7 pages a week if I'm like pretty happy with how everything's going. And I pencil extremely loosely, so it's not like a specific where I will only pencil this many hours and I only ink this many hours. It's sort of like when the page is developed enough in the pencil stage, then I'll go to inks.
Got it.
I think my battery's dying.
Headphones died. Yeah, so it's almost like you know, I wonder. I can see why that, you know, creatively why it makes more sense to do it and why you would sort of want that control. But and I guess since they're so intertwined, it doesn't necessarily help, say, the pipeline or like, you know, the turnover of doing pages and stuff, because you're kind of doing it all in one.
And Brian, I know you tend to not do as much.
You got muted, Brian. Just sorry, Sarah. Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering for Brian, do you tend to take more time doing like commissions versus like these big storylines? What's your take on that?
Yeah, lately I've just been doing commissions. There's a freedom to commissions in that you're just drawing one image, so you don't. So, like, say if you're drawing Batman and you just feel like drawing, you know, like a big hulking Batman that day, you just do that. Whereas when you were working on an actual comic story, you do your best to keep the look consistent. Like for Zero Ghost, it was me trying to find Kira's face and facial characteristics over our 6 issues. So I was trying to find consistency and sort of developing her as we went along. That for commissions, you on the character once, so you could kind of play around with it here and there, play with proportions to make them look a certain way, and then just kind of done. So that would be kind of fun. Like I don't draw tech well, or I'm not patient with it. So like I drew Optimus Prime recently. And it's like, yeah, I only have to draw him once, so I only have to draw this wheel or whatever ones that we just done. So, that kind of comes into play when you're doing commissions.
And then for Will, while I have you, are you typically on one project at a time, or are you constantly jumping? And if so, are colors stuck in your head that you have to kind of like wash away and get in a whole different mindset when you switch over?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, because right now I'm not. Most times I am juggling between projects, sometimes 2 or sometimes 3, as many as 3, and it does become difficult at times to, to stick, because like you'll do a certain technique for maybe one book, and then you'll implement another technique for another, or another palette for another book. So then it just kind of difficult to get back into a rhythm. Like for Zero Ghost, I was like implementing like one sort of technique for the pages. And then for Blue Beetle, I was doing something else. Like as far as technique, something that was just helped me move it along a lot more quickly. So then once I finished like the Blue Beetle deadline, it would actually like take my brain a period of adjustment to kind of get it back into the type of work mode that I was doing, or the type of work itself that I was doing for Zero Ghosts. Because, like sometimes it involved multiple layers, sometimes, things that I did with the layers, sometimes things that I did with the palette, special effects and stuff like that. So yeah, it could be difficult to kind of switch from one mode, from one book to another when you're juggling like that.
I feel like I'd be having like blue tinted glasses all day and just seeing people that way as well. It's amazing.
Sometimes at the end of the day, I have just like a massive headache from staring at my tablet like all day. It's just like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, it's where you got to have the gunner. You guys both have like I don't know if those are screen glasses.
Oh, the special blue. Yeah. No, that's what's funny is that all my life I had 20/20 vision. The last like 5-6 years, I've needed readers because I can't see like the small print on the screen anymore. So it's just like that's it. Like these harsh computer lights have permanently damaged my eyes. There goes that 20/20 vision.
Getting old, Will.
I am. Well, I'm the Methuselah of comics at this point. I'm too old to be in comics, I think. It's a young man's game.
Yeah, you're just getting started.
Yeah, I feel like you're just so available to us every time we ask you something. You're so transparent. I mean, what do you think does come next? Do you feel like you could take, like a protege? Like what happens when you just kind of want to slow down a little bit?
That's a good question. I don't think I ever will be able to slow down, to be honest. I haven't imagined that for myself. I really haven't. Like in my mind's eye, I don't see myself stopping anytime soon. Not anytime soon. So whether it's a need or a want, I'll always be doing something creative. Whether it's in comics or I would always love for it to be in comics. Ideally, commit more commission work and stuff like that. It's just decades of like project after project, panel after panel. It wears on you after a while.
Well, I hope you do a master class someday. That could be another
I think there's a few classes that I could take myself. I mean, that's the thing. This thing it's always a journey. I always feel like I'm still always learning. There's always more to learn. You're never gonna reach the peak. You know, there's always something new to discover. Like I'm seeing like the stuff that's being put out there today, it's like some really phenomenal stuff. But the way comics has evolved in the last 20 years, you know, from the point that I started, we were still using, you know, Dr. Martin, you know, pigments, watercolors and stuff to color the pages. And then we transitioned to the whole digital era. And now it's kind of funny. It's kind of going back where people like the more traditional approach to stuff, as opposed to doing stuff strictly digitally.
Yeah, it's going into, not to bring up the hot button topic, but I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts of going into the AI era and how that's going to change things and how you guys navigate that. But it's interesting. I think that there'll be a you know, sort of this bespoke, you know, essence that comes with, human made in the future. People want to feel the sweat equity and the imperfections in like how this thing was crafted.
Yeah, it's interesting because like people will call those AI generators like people who do the AI generation, they're calling themselves artists. I'm like, no, they're more like prompters. You know, they just know the right sort of wording, you know, to generate the image. You know, if they had to, you know, I don't know. It's interesting. It is a hot topic. It is a hot button discussion, and you know, I try to steer away from stuff like that because I tend to be very opinionated when it comes to stuff like that.
Well, Brian, we have a great question from Jeff. He's asking, do you prefer a lot of details from the writer or less so that you can have the freedom to draw the panels?
Hi, Jeff. Thanks for the question. I prefer as many details as the writer wants to include. You can always talk about it. You can always take things out. But having a bit more detail, especially when you're first starting with someone new, gives you a better idea of what direction they're going, what vibe they're looking for. I think we got that with Zero Ghost. Justin has a really good blend of giving the artist a lot of freedom, but also when he has a clear thought of what he wants, he will include reference. He will be pretty descriptive, and I feel like that's the perfect way to go because then, you know, everyone's just allowed to be creative. Everyone's allowed to be the best storytellers they can be. So yeah, sort of a in-between answer. But yeah, I'd like as many details as the writer wants to give.
Justin, there was a question earlier before you rejoined us, asking if these books were kind of like, we know there's 6, but is there a universe behind it?
There is, yeah. There's a pretty fleshed out universe, and there's ideas for at least 2 sequels. So the 6 issues is its own story. Like if that's all we do, it's complete. But I have other stories that I want to do, and like by design, it was intended to be a very deep universe with a kind of a deep bench of stuff. Like both. So even within like Zero Ghost, you get to meet a bunch of people from like the 5 families and stuff. So there's a pretty deep bench of characters. But then they talk about like stuff like Kira's mother is like an Italian sorceress, and so it implies that like other versions of what's going on in the city exist elsewhere. And likewise, like you briefly meet the Shadow Devils, which is what the Death Angels are there to prevent, which we don't explain much of in this one because it's not relevant to this chunk of the story. But like, yeah, we were trying to paint with a really broad palette for this kind of stuff. So if it's successful, we will get to tell more of those stories, and we have a lot more that we can tell. So.
Awesome. So I think thanks for holding it down, folks. I'm back. We have another guest who's on standby to jump on very soon. Before we bring him on, though, I want to kind of answer a question earlier that I think Sarah, someone from Twitter, was it that had?
It's an Instagram question.
Instagram, cool. So they asked, what was the question, Sarah? Like how to win this Zero Ghost sketch giveaway?
Yeah, so this question's from Comic Dork 94. Thank you so much. He was wondering, he's been tuning in and he wants to know if we can explain the sketch giveaway, if it's for backers or how this giveaway is going to work this time around.
Sure. So typically you would use like a hashtag tool for whoever's on the stream, but because of the length of our stream, we are actually documenting everyone who comments in our stream and chat in our stream across Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. And we're going to do a drawing probably at our next stream, Sarah, to announce the winner. So this whole day as we're streaming, we're very appreciative of everyone who is tuning in. So if you just comment anywhere, let us know you're here. We're going to pull from all that and we're going to create a list. And that list will basically determine who will be part of the raffle. And then the second thing is just want to celebrate once again and thank everyone for getting us to 12,391. That's 123%. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Give yourselves a big hand, and I think it says a lot as to the hard work that everyone's been putting into this. And we have a few guests, but the guest that is up here a little earlier today is Mr. Terry Kavanaugh. So let's welcome him to the stage.
Hello. Happy to be here. Happy to be here.
Please say hi to everybody, and thanks for making time to join us today. Would love to have you kind of just do a quick self-intro of your journey and relationship with comics, where you come from, and then who you are to the audience. Welcome, Terry.
Sure. I'm a native New Yorker who's now living in New Orleans. I started in comics. Well, I started reading them when I was a kid. I had a huge passion for them. I was an only child at the time, not so much anymore. Whole other story. So comics were a great outlet for me. I started working at Marvel, I'm going to say in about 1985. I'd had another job after I got out of school. I was an estimator salesman for acoustical ceiling tiles. 0 stars, do not recommend, not a great job. Didn't suit me at all. Eventually, I quit that job, traveled around Europe a little, came back, and I had a friend from high school, Michael Higgins, who was working at Marvel at the time. He was Mike Carlin's assistant editor on Fantastic Four and other titles. They hired me to do letters pages for them. I happened to be at the office one day when Ralph Macchio's assistant called in sick with mono. He was going to be out for 6 months. Michael walked me into Ralph's office and said, here, you can hire Terry as an assistant for 6 months. And Ralph chose not to do any more work than that, like interview people or do anything like that. He said, sure. I started there. I did that for 6 months. When his assistant came back, I stayed around Marvel. They made work for me as the submissions editor, etc., until Ann Nesenti's assistant was leaving staff. And then Bob Harris did the same thing. He walked me into Ann's office. Ann knew me at that point because I'd been around the office. And she hired me, and I was the assistant editor on the X-Men titles, which Ann was editing at the time. Eventually, about a year and a half later, she left staff. I was promoted to editor. I was editing Excalibur, Marvel Comics Presents, Namor, Speedball, a bunch of other titles. Marvel Comics Presents came out every 2 weeks with 4 stories every issue. So that was it was great fun for me to edit, but it almost killed me also. There were 8 creative teams a month on that one book. And then eventually I started writing as well, and I left staff and became a contracted writer for Marvel. I wrote Web of Spider-Man, X-Men, Moon Knight, Avengers, Iron Man, etc. And that's my journey.
Awesome, man. Terry, you are a legend, dude. Woo! You've had your hand in so many of our favorite books growing up. I mean, even like Marvel Comic Presents. Obviously, I had here with Weapon X. That's probably like one of my most impactful childhood stories, and so it's amazing that you're here today. In fact, I got to meet you during Jay Lee's panel, who's gonna join us very shortly. And yeah, I mean, you had a chance to read Zero Ghosts. Any thoughts or feedback for the team here? Because the whole creative team's here, and we'd love to open it up.
I enjoyed it very much. I had read the Ashcan edition before today and was very intrigued by it. But then I read the first 3 issues today and loved it. I love the contrast between this young character and clearly an ancient demon type thing working with her. I think that's really interesting. She brings a certain energy to it, and he brings a certain amount of experience to it. I love the 5 families and the background and the craft work. The idea that there are secret. I've always been into conspiratorial, secret groups type stuff. So I'm really enjoying it. And she is incredibly well motivated because her entire family was killed. Is really, if Batman's motivated by watching his parents be killed, then she's up the stakes there. So I enjoyed it tremendously. I think the art's really good. The characterization, which is the most important element to me. I need to care about the characters more than the high concept or the action. And I'm very interested in seeing where it goes.
Quite the review, Justin, Brian, Will.
Yeah, thank you.
No, it's awesome work.
It's always tough. I'm good at high concepts and I'm good at plot. I'm not good at characterization, but like it's one of those things where like, man, sometimes it's real easy to get lost in plot and action, and you're like, maybe I should have an emotional beat in here every now and again. You know what I mean? So
absolutely. I've always thought those were the moments that get a person really invested and involved, a reader in a story. I always felt when I was working at Marvel, we always discussed the difference between Marvel and DC characters as being the Marvel characters were about the men and women under the masks. A Spider-Man story was more about Peter Parker and the soap opera going on in his life, whereas the DC comics, Bruce Wayne was really the pretend identity. He was Batman. Superman was Superman, and Clark Kent was almost the pretend identity. So that's what I love DC as well as Marvel growing up, but I definitely was more invested in Marvel because of the characters and the characterization.
Yeah, it's funny. I've talked with people about that in the past, and then one of the things that and it's funny because I use that term too. I call it the soap opera. Is I think sometimes people don't appreciate how hard that is to do well and how good some people are at it. Like, for instance, like the secret sauce of like The Walking Dead is not the zombies; it's the soap opera. And Kirkman is good at soap opera. Like, so is Brian K. Vaughan. Like that's why Saga is a book that people were into. It's not the sci-fi fantasy trappings of it that does that kind of thing. And it's hard. Like it is a difficult thing to get right and to make people feel and to make it feel real is probably the trickiest thing you can do in writing. At least for me, it's like it's the hard bit. Coming up with a cool action scene or like something clever is relatively easy, but like making people feel is difficult.
Yes, look. You're not going to get a reader to identify with a superhero because we're not. But you can get them to identify with the people trying real hard to be heroic. That's really the trick.
Yeah, in fact, speaking of characters and plots, one of the major plots that you took hold of, Terry, was putting together Namor, bringing our next guest, 2 guests, Jay Lee on Namor, which I think, as us kind of comic book geeks, was a very big moment in comic book history. So welcome, Jay.
Hi, Jay.
Hi, Jay.
Hi.
Hello.
Who's your friend, Jay?
This is Odin.
Odin.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, Odin.
I draw him into as many covers as I can.
Oh, I never noticed that. I'm going to have to look for that now.
Yeah, earlier we had that
the
conversation
content
about
of my comics has vastly increased in the last 10 years since I got cats. So,
Oh, you're a cat person. Odin, you didn't hear that.
sorry, Odin, I like dogs too, but I am a cat guy.
You guys must
If
be
I could find
exhausted.
my dog, I'd bring him, but he's hiding somewhere in the house. He just got a shot, so
Oh, poor guy.
he's not speaking to us.
Hi, Terry.
Hey, Jay, what's going on?
Nothing much. So everybody, without this guy, I would not be working in comics. He gave me my first job.
That doesn't mean you wouldn't be working in comics. You would have gotten work. You absolutely would have.
No,
But
I would have quit. I would have quit because I'm a quitter.
Well, no,
you wanted to say hi to Otis.
You were
Yay, more guests with all these fur balls coming in. This is awesome.
Jay,
The party.
how old were you when you started working for my office?
I was 18 years old.
Ah, yes. I know deadlines had to compete with any new video games that came out.
And I think, Jay, you're one of the youngest artists, right, to work for the majors when coming out. I remember there's some article about that.
Yeah, Rob Liefeld was 18 too, I think, and then Joe Madureira came up, and I think he was like 16, right?
Yeah. Joe Madureira was an intern for my office for a while, and I think we probably gave him his first work with an 8-page story in Marvel Comics Presents.
So cool.
And we're talking modern era. Back during World War II, I think Joe Kubert started when he was 14, something like that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think Jim Shooter had a story published when he was 14 in Legion of Superheroes.
Yeah, Shooter too. I remember Shooter started really, really young.
Yep.
Well, the guy's really tall, so everyone thought he was 20.
Yeah.
He was that age.
Very true. Yes. He's an old soul.
All right.
So I guess it's fair to say if you've not made it by 19, you should just give it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right. That's right.
Go into the acoustical ceiling tile business at that point.
Well, since we have you here, Jay, we'd love to dive a little bit into your history. I don't think you need a ton of intro either. I mean, obviously, X Factor was one of the early runs. I had Namer on Terry's slide, so I left that off here. But Hellshock was like your Image comic that came out with a splash, and so all books that we all grew up to and loved.
Yeah, I can't believe that was so long ago.
My gosh,
30
time
years.
flies.
It's been 30 years.
Wow.
Yeah, in fact, you did a variant cover for us. Thank you very much. That's going to be available on this Kickstarter campaign. So figure it'd be a cool time with everyone here to talk through the process and there is inspiration of it all.
Well, the visuals on this book are stunning. The artwork, the line art by Brian, the colors by Will. It just pops off the screen. It looks like a video game come to life. It looks like the visuals are so striking that it's not usually when I'm asked to do a cover, it's hard to come up with an image to pull from, but this one had so many cool visuals. And Carl, you were the one that suggested me doing the villain, but it would have been fun to do the main character. I think the colors and the energy that she has, it would have been fun to explore.
Remembering Jay's passion for video games, I think him saying it's like a video game is really a high-selling comment.
That's huge. So,
Terry,
what was
I
your
don't know what
approach?
you're talking about.
Yeah, what's your approach then initially with the sketches?
I wanted to convey that this guy was a badass, and there's nothing more badass than holding up not just a severed head, but a severed head cut in half.
which was what we ended up with. So this is one of the variant editions available on the Kickstarter tier. I mean, fellas, creator team, what was your guys' reaction when I showed you this? I think our chat kind of went crazy when I shared this initially.
I was blown away by it. I love it.
Yeah, it was dope.
Yeah. Just
Yeah, who
great
could not
pop.
And Justin, like, would you mind sharing more about the character?
Sure. That's the Ghost Eater, who is kind of our primary sort of heavy throughout the book, which was actually one of the harder characters to kind of get the design of right. Not, I think, so much with Brian, but during the development process, me and Carl went back and forth a lot about what we wanted to do with the Ghost Eater and what would look cool visually and fit into the world and stuff. But Brian eventually, like, you know, when he came on board, really nailed it. He's a really cool looking character. It's just, it's funny. I was trying to like, how can we make this character the most badass, like, fuck that guy villain that we can? And I think, you know, he does it. And it's funny because he doesn't talk. So like, there's also like that added level of like, how do we make this character like interesting without any actual dialogue? So hopefully we succeeded. But the people that have seen him seem to really dig the Ghost Eater. So I think we're off to a good start.
Yeah, in fact, your portrayal, Jay, I think was perfect because I don't know if you knew this guy doesn't talk. So for him to present two halves of a skull is such a badass way to you know, basically show who he is.
Well, thank you. I didn't know that he didn't talk. Is it that he doesn't talk, or he's got a really high-pitched voice and he's embarrassed and he won't talk?
There's that Olympic clip. I don't know if you guys saw it. But yeah,
High-pitched Ghost Eater.
He's talk like Mike Tyson.
As I say, I always remember, is literally the only thing I remember from the movie. It's Suburban Commando with Hulk Hogan. And like, he gets stalked by these villains, and it's like one of them's the Undertaker, and the other's some equally huge guy. And like, finally, like, kicks their ass, and they say something to him, and it's like a girl voice, like child girl, like, "We'll get you yet," blah blah blah. He's like, "Man, no wonder you guys don't talk." Literally the only thing from the movie I can remember. So.
All right, folks. Now that we've seen what Jay brought to the table, why don't we just open it up to the panel and have a bit of a chat? I mean, you know, obviously I shared kind of like my fanboyness of the stuff that, you know, both Jay and Terry worked on. How about the rest of the panel? Any immediate thoughts come to mind as we have these two individuals in our midst?
Oh, Marvel Comics Presents was an amazing kind of foundational book for me. There's a few I can think of, but like Marvel Comics Present it's one of those ones. It was like my first exposure to Sam Keith was in that book. It was actually one of the first times I ever actually saw Jack Kirby art. Was a Captain, which may have been one of the last things that Kirby did, was Captain America, I think, versus a character called War God in a Marvel Comics Present, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, and so just a bunch of stuff with that. Like, I always, you know, and obviously like Barry Windsor Smith's like Weapon X stuff was just sort of mind blowing, and remains some of my favorite comics. But yeah, just the format of that and the stuff that went into it was just such a good use of like the anthology kind of format and stuff. Like, I was shockingly into it as a teenager. It was one of those books that I still think about, and you know, was my first exposure to a lot of stuff that I still really like to this day. So yeah, that was kind of an amazing book.
I always thought it was a can't miss format, really, because I liked even the DC 80-page giant comics when I was younger, where you'd have 8 different stories in there and you get to spotlight different characters. And for me as an editor, what was fun is I could go back, I could reach out to talent on that I really loved on titles when I was growing up, you know, Steve Gerber and Man-Thing and Don McGregor on Black Panther with Gene Colan. I could revisit those things that were exciting and fun to me and be able to have a little hand in it. I will tell you an interesting little story about Weapon X. That developed, I called Barry and I asked him if he was interested in doing a cover. And if I remember correctly, the way it played out is he showed up at my office about a week later with 8 pages of Weapon X. That was his idea to do it. None of that came from me. That he really developed it, and I was blown away. I was like, "Oh, that's great! I'd love to do that." And a problem for me at the beginning, we weren't doing Wolverine as the lead feature every issue. We did Cyclops, we did Colossus, etc. But sales dipped a little, so the editor-in-chief asked me to when I say ask, told me to use Wolverine as the lead feature moving forward from then on. That was a little problematic for me because everything that was done with Wolverine had to go through the X-Men office. And Bob Harris was the editor there. He and I were and still are very good friends, but his job was to really protect Wolverine and make sure nothing major happened to Wolverine outside of his office. So something like Weapon X, which purported to tell the origin of Wolverine, it was a bit of a problem. We had to go back and forth a lot, and I would say it's not really the origin of Wolverine. It's showing the implementation of the adamantium, etc. He never really bought it, but we were friends, so he went with it. But every time new pages came in from Barry, my assistant would Xerox them. Everybody in the entire offices wanted to see them. Sales and marketing were there all the time. They couldn't wait to start promoting it, but my policy with that book, since it was a deadline nightmare for me, was I really didn't like to print the first chapter of any serial until I had 6 chapters in the drawer. So when it came time to start doing that, and I had scheduled it, I was called to Tom DeFalco. He was the editor-in-chief at the time. I was called to his office, and Carol Kalish, who was the head of sales marketing, was there. And I was told that it was too good to go in Marvel Comics Presents, so we were going to publish it as a hardcover graphic novel where it could have better coloring, better paper, etc. So I tried to argue. I said, no, Barry's doing this as 8-page chapters. This is how he wants it. I want this in the book. I lost that argument. I went back to my office and I stewed a little over it. And then I went back to Tom's office about 5-10 minutes later, and I said, Tom, I just need to get one thing straight. So the mandate that you came to me with 2 months ago is that I have to do Wolverine stories as the lead feature in every issue. But if they're any good, they're going to go in some other title. So the mandate is I have to do crappy Wolverine stories every issue Marvel Comics Presents. And he sort of stared at me for a minute, and I moved away from the window because I was a little nervous that I was too close to the window. And I moved away, and he said, sit down. And the way I remember it, he says this didn't happen. I just sat on the floor. He said that did not happen. I sat on the couch. He said, sit down. I sat on somewhere. And then he called Carol Kalish back into the office and said, we're going to do it in Marvel Comics Presents first. Then we'll reprint it with different coloring and paper as a prestige format book afterwards. So Tom and I, again, we're very good friends, got in a lot of very loud arguments while I was on staff. But I give great credit to him in that he would listen and didn't always change his mind. But if you made enough sense, he would listen and he was willing to change his mind, which was not always the case with editor-in-chiefs there, which is just a veiled reference to the previous editor-in-chief before him.
Yeah.
I had no idea that was that you had to fight so hard for that.
Yes.
You just think these things happen relatively easily and fall into place.
Yeah, no. And then there was another little incident along the way where at one point Tom came to me and said we were seeing too much of Wolverine's thigh in one of the tanks he was in, and that we needed to add more bubbles to cover the side of his thigh. So I had to call Barry. That was not a pleasant conversation. Barry, once again, just showed up at the office the next day, and I found myself with Barry and Tom in Tom's office watching one of the strangest arguments go down that I'd ever seen about what constitutes the sexuality of the side of a thigh. Now, Really. And this just went back and forth so long. I'm like, I can't believe I'm watching this. And then they would ask me, and I'm like, I honestly have no opinion about this at all. I really don't. So Barry's like, so do I need 8 bubbles? Do I need 11 bubbles? Will 4 bubbles do? And Tom's like, as many bubbles as it takes to make the thigh not sexual. I'm like, okay, I don't know where to go with this. But it got solved.
That's hilarious. That's awesome.
So even to this day, the big two have some like weird arcane, like what they can and can't like shows. Like DC has this thing, and this would be a better anecdote if I remembered the specifics, but like you can say Jesus, but you can't have a character say Christ. If like something like that. Like, and like when I was doing Brimstone, like it's a horror book, so I was really intentionally like, if I didn't get word back from the lawyers on one of the scripts, I didn't feel like I was pushing it enough. So and what they would and wouldn't react to sometimes was just amazing. You're like, really? That's what we're concerned about? It's like, oh, okay. So.
We used to call that expectation. We used to call it the bow tie on the dog. So we would deliberately, as writers, we knew, especially with certain editors, they were going to ask for changes. And even if you did a perfect job, which was very rare, they were going to ask. So we would put in like a bow tie on a dog so that the editor can come back to you and say, dogs don't wear bow ties. You have to remove this. And be like, okay, fine, I'll do that. And then they wouldn't ask you to change anything that you really cared about.
That's hilarious. Jay, any funny stories you remember working with Terry?
I remember going back to Barry Windsor Smith. Terry, you said you would get strange calls from him at 4 a.m.
No, that was Sam Keith.
Oh, that was Sam Keith?
Yes.
No,
I have a little story about Sam, who I love dearly. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but
Sam is a very strange man. He's really nice, but he's interesting.
He's strange in all the best ways.
Yeah,
he really is. But so I had originally commissioned an 8-part Wolverine serial that Peter David wrote and Todd McFarlane was going to draw. Sorry. And then Todd showed up at my office at the last minute and told me, so there's a whole other story behind this that I'm not going to tell right now, and told me that he wasn't able to do it. He was very sorry. He was trying to give me enough lead time, but for personal reasons, he wasn't going to be able to do that. And I had seen a Hulk inventory issue in Bobby Chase's office done by Sam Keith, and I really liked it. So I called Sam up and asked him if he'd be interested in doing this. And again, I didn't know how quick he could work, etc. So I wasn't going to schedule this until I had enough chapters in the drawer. So he agreed. I was very excited about that. He was only supposed to pencil it. I hadn't decided on an inker yet, but he was only supposed to pencil it. And I got the first 8 pages from him, fully penciled and inked. And it was one of those sequences where, Wolverine's out hunting a deer, and by hunting, he just sneaks up on it and touches it. And fully penciled and inked, Wolverine was stark naked throughout the entire 8 pages. Full frontal and rear nudity.
More bubbles.
Yeah, and I called Sam. I'm like, Sam, what the hell? I mean, we can't publish this. And he's like, well, why not? I'm like, there's full nudity. And he said to me, and he was right about this, at no point in the plot did it say that Wolverine was not naked. And so I said, well, it also didn't say that he's not wearing a bowling ball on his head, but you had the good sense to not put a ball. And so he said, all right, fine, send the pages back to me. I send them back. He adds more foliage to all the frontal nudity and just added more hair on Wolverine's butt for the rear nudity and sent them back. And I had to call him again. I'm like, Sam, more butt hair is still a naked butt. That does not count. He's like, what are you talking about? You can barely see any skin for his butt hair. I'm like, I can't believe we're having this conversation, Sam, but nope, I can get it fixed here at the office, or you can fix it yourself. And I sent it back, and he added foliage over the butt hair, which I guess was getting stuck.
Like Wolverine's in the version that came out, he's still naked though, right? Like he's not wearing any clothes. Yeah.
Yes, he is, but there's at least foliage and stuff. And I can't believe I didn't end up in an argument with Tom DeFalco about that either, but I guess there was no side thigh showing.
He was tired. He was tired from that bubble discussion with Barry Windsor Smith.
Yes. Yes.
He's like, I don't want to go there again.
I also got a cover from Sam on one of the issues. I don't think it was the first one because I loved his covers so much. I just had him doing the covers regularly from there. And I got a cover from him where Wolverine was impaled on a tree branch. The tree branch was coming from behind, and it clearly was going straight up his ass and coming straight out from his crotch. So there was this giant wood coming out of his crotch. And again, I had to call Sam and say, Sam, no. And he's like, why not? And I'm like, well, first off, you can't show entry and exit wounds. That was one of the comics code things. You could do an entry wound, but no exit wound. We can't do that. And second of all, it's really suggestive of an erection. And he said that was on me, that I was just. And I'm like, Sam, everybody in the office has taken Xeroxes of this home with them. Trust me, I'm not the only one who's seeing that.
Oh my gosh.
But he changed it.
Well, I'd love to see the originals.
That will cost you a lot of money. That will cost a lot of money. And Jay, what you were referring to is at one point, he was doing the Ghost Rider covers for me too, and he was also doing a Ghost Rider serial for me in the book. And I came into work in the morning. I was the only editor who had an answering machine because of everybody was calling me from Marvel Comics Presents. And I came in, and there was a message from him in the middle of the night saying he had just learned that he was afraid of motorcycles. And I had to call him up and say, well, are you afraid of drawing motorcycles? Are you afraid a motorcycle's going to crash through your window and kill you? Are you afraid of riding motorcycles? And he said all three. So I called up Howard Mackey, who was the writer on that serial, and I said, Howard, can you minimize the amount of motorcycles in this story? At which point, Howard, being Howard, threw in 1,000 motorcycles into the next chapter. It was like Despair was the bad guy, and he had all these little sprites riding around on fire motorcycles. And like, yeah, thanks for your help, Howard. Now I got to walk Sam through every panel of every page. But he did it.
And this isn't the day before emails. You had to call people.
Yes.
And how did you even send images?
It was FedEx. I have no idea what Marvel's FedEx bills were, but they were the same because everybody was sending everything overnight because everybody was always late. So we were sending plots and scripts and pencils and inks. Everything was overnight, immediate. I can't even imagine what their bill was like.
Yeah.
So was FedEx similar to how it is today, where there was like a code, like Marvel had its own code, and you just gave it to the FedEx guy, and then?
Yes, I think so. I mean, we just took it and put it in an envelope with like Sam's name on it and handed it to the shipping department at Marvel, and then they would handle shipping it to them, and then it would all come through their office, and in the morning they would come around and deliver them to us, and we would have so much fun opening up new artwork and plots. That was the best time of the day at Marvel every day.
The mailroom must have been nuts.
It was nuts.
Yeah, so imagine a time when you can't send JPEGs, where you can't take a picture on your phone and send it. So as a freelancer, there was so much freedom back then. You could lie about anything.
Yes.
And the editor wouldn't know.
Yes. I don't know. I FedExed it 2 days ago. I don't know what's going on. It's not my fault. Yep.
But now you can't. Now if they say, all right, send me a picture of what it looks like so far.
I remember as a writer at one point when we were in the faxing stage, and they wanted to get 10 pages from me one day for dialogue, and I had only finished like 8. So I faxed it, but then I canceled the fax halfway through the 8th page and just blamed Marvel's fax machine. I'm like, I don't know why all 10 pages didn't come through. So I played both sides. I was the editor who heard the excuses, and so I learned a lot of good excuses by the time I became a writer. I had one writer when I was an editor who didn't get their work in because there was an electrical storm the night before, and they were afraid to approach their typewriter. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that, but
there was there's a book. So Stephen King and Dave Barry and a bunch of other writers had a band. I think they still do it sometime, called the Rock Bottom Remainders, and they go on tour. And they actually have a book, and this book is probably 30 or 35 years old at this point. But it's actually really entertaining because it's Stephen King and Dave Barry and stuff. So yeah, but like they all communicated by like fax, just faxing each other constantly, and it's just fascinating because like it's clearly texting is essentially what they're doing, but it's all just by fax machine, which is kind of amazing. I was like, wow, like people really, there was this transitional period where like fax was that for some people.
Oh yeah, we thought we were living in the future at that point.
Now I get stuff and they're like, can you sign this? I'm like, send it to me as an e-signature. I'm not this fucking printer from HP that like wants to charge me $18 a month to be a printer.
Yeah. They're just trying to get your autograph.
There are easier ways than that.
Mickey, did you have a thought on anything? Because obviously you come from like the high-tech YouTuber, Swaggle Hoss channel. Kind of hearing about the processes that happened back then, like what goes through your mind?
Yeah, it's just you can't. It doesn't go over the same way today. If you say, "Oh, I never got your text," it's like we know you got your text. You just didn't.
Good point.
But no, I mean, just going back to Marvel Comics Presents, like, I mean, for me, I think at the time, I'll age myself, I was probably 6 or 7 when I had started picking it up, and I absolutely love that series. I mean, for me, as a little kid with, I don't know, like probably had like just a couple of dollars that my dad gave me to buy some comic books. I always thought I was gaining so much more value in buying the Marvel Comics Presents series versus, say just ASM or whatever, because I was like, oh, well, look at all the characters I get to read about, or look at all the stories I get out of this. So, it was those and the team books as well. Like I really enjoyed reading Avengers and X-Men and X Factor because I just felt like I was getting more characters, which was, something really special for me as a kid. And then, as I got older and I started to actually be able to understand the stories better, it was cool to see just different artists and different writers with different takes and sort of slice of life, stories within the series. So I really, really enjoyed it when I was a kid.
Well, thank you. And Marvel Comics Presents was ad-free, so you actually got 32 pages of story rather than just 22.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I don't remember that.
And for me, the fun was taking, if there was new talent like Jay or someone like that, I could team them with a really experienced writer and know that writer was going to be bringing enough detail to it, or vice versa. If I had a new writer like Scott Lobdell, I could team him with Don Heck, who I knew was going to be able to pick up if Scott neglected to call for an establishing scene at the beginning, an exterior establishing scene, Don would know to do that right off. And it led to little moments like when Don McGregor was doing with Gene Colan the Black Panther serial in Presents, which was 26 chapters. It was very, very long because if you know Don's work, Don has a lot to say. He's a very verbose writer. I love his work tremendously, and I love him. So at one point, he wanted one extra page for one of the chapters. So it was going to go to 9 pages, that chapter. But all the other inventory material I had in the drawer were 8-page stories. So we went back and forth. First, I said no, but then he talked me into it. And I said, all right, but Don, if you're going to do that, you have to write me a 7-page story. You can pick any character you want. And since you're making my life a little difficult with doing this, I'm going to repay the favor. And it has to be a 7-page silent story. And Don was all about the wordsmithing. He really was. And I said, so you pick any character you want and give me a 7-page silent story. And I was able, because it was Don McGregor and it was so finely detailed, the plot, I was able to team him with this new artist that I had seen in Carl Potts' office, Jim Lee. So I put Jim Lee on that 7-page story. And it was just a really interesting combo of totally new talent and really well-established legacy talent.
What was the story? What characters were those?
Namor. It was a Namor silent story.
Okay.
I never saw that.
I'll
How could
try
I
to
miss
find
that?
out what issue it was. I don't remember off the top of my
gotta
head.
check
I
that
did 125 issues before I left staff, and really
my
that
God.
was why I left staff.
How many issues? Oh, how about you, Jay? How many issues of Neymar did you do?
I think 12.
Do you remember? 12? Okay.
Yeah.
So was there any, what was your favorite? Because like, I think ever since I've known you, you've been independent. You've kind of graduated from the big two. But when you think back to those days, do you miss any of those books? You miss any of those characters? Like, were there some moments that you remember that, was
Well,
valuable to you?
the
He
most
misses
important.
me.
I do. You were the best.
He
editor.
actually
You helped me
requested
form
that
my
you come on
vision.
today. Jay was the
Oh.
one that requested, like, hey, I want Terry on. All right, done.
Thank
It
you,
worked.
Jay. Very
Yeah,
sweet.
I saw the guests you had on, and I said, "Oh, I want to come on when Terry's on."
Yeah.
Very sweet.
No, but the best part of working on that was, just there's nothing more magical than your first time. When I got the official letter from Marvel with the script, and I remember the first FedEx package with the Marvel shipping label. I think there was a Spider-Man on it.
Yep.
And the Marvel artboard. That stuff was shipped to me, and I could physically hold it. And this is the stuff that artists drew on. And then when I see the book on the stands, it was incredible. But the thing that changed the trajectory of my career was, because I was a new artist, I had inkers work over me. But then when I was working on Namor, I think 4 or 5 issues into it, I asked Terry, can you please let me ink my own art? And he let me. And when that happened, I could draw with the ink, and it really changed the way I approached my art. So from that moment, I think it was issue number maybe 31 of Namor, my art changed drastically. So it's all thanks to Terry.
Weirdly, Jay, I think I vaguely remember. I have to talk to who was the assistant on those.
Is it Mark Powers?
Powers, yeah. I'd have to talk to him, but I sort of remember and have a conversation with him about once you started inking it, your work was coming in faster.
Yeah.
Than when you were just penciling, which was counterintuitive because you were doing 2 disciplines at that point, and it was coming in faster.
Well, I was drawing with the ink.
I didn't know that.
Helps.
Dang. So, I mean, real quick, I want to introduce another guest today because, when Terry agreed to come on, I thought it's cool because he gave, Jay that opportunity of Namer. He's also, since, Jay introduced us, came on with 24/7 to help with our next book by Vince Sunico, this very gentleman here, Love. And so,
What's going on, guys?
Hey, welcome, Vince. So Vince,
Vince.
we met just through the whole commission world, and there's because I'm a comic art collector, his name just kept coming up as like a commission artist that cranks out work, and a lot of your work really floated to the top. And when we got to know each other, you talked about this book, Low, but obviously, this is my first time at publishing. And as an interim editor, I had no right doing what I was doing, and I was only able to help you so much, right? And so once I met Terry, I was like, man, I think there's a cool book that you maybe will help us with. And since then, you guys been pretty much full on in collaboration, man. It's been great. Yo, Beyond Wednesdays in the house. What's up, Brian? So with that said, I had a question kind of for all the artists in the house. So we have folks that are from, intergenerational, Brian, Jay. I was curious if you guys ever cross paths or have inspired each other in any way. And then, Vince, will definitely get to you more. Would love to hear from you as to if any of these guys had inspired what you do. And then overall, I mean, Jay, you've done a lot. You've paved the path. Would love any advice for, someone like Vince who's about to, put his first book in the upcoming months as well. So yeah, I know there's a bunch of questions there, but let me leave it up to you guys. Feel free to decide who goes first, but want to hear from you guys and your thoughts.
Vince, what were you doing before this book?
Actually, I was just doing a lot of independent stuff, just doing like odd projects here and there. That's pretty much it. I just enjoy like just drawing, really.
Yeah.
But I always had my own kind of project in the background. As you can see, yeah, some of the stuff I got there.
And it's evolved a lot since Terry came on board.
Oh, Terry's been a great help, man.
Well, thank you. I was honestly a little concerned at first because the writer artist combination is sometimes problematic. Sometimes when they're in their writer mode, they might take some shortcuts and figure, oh, I'll pick it up with the art, or vice versa. They might do that. And I was like blown away impressed that Vince did not do that. I was honestly looking for that when I first started reading the material with an eye to helping you out on it. I'm like, this is going to be an issue. I mean, I even had those issues occasionally with John Byrne when he was writing and drawing Namor.
Wow.
And John was a super professional, and so he could pick it up. If he let something slide a little in the writing, he could pick it up in the art. That was no problem. But I was super concerned about that going into this title, and I didn't experience that at all. At all.
Nice. Thank you.
I hope I told you that.
Yeah, you did. It was really a great compliment, actually. Yeah, because just the fact that like coming with a story, but I always want to combine it with the art as well, storytelling. But I know exactly what you're talking about, where I see like some artwork where it's just lacking just because they want to get through it,
right?
Or vice versa with the writing.
Yeah.
But with the Loathe one, yeah, it's almost like everything I gathered over the years just all went into the book.
Well, and also there are writer artists who might think of a great scene to write, but they're intimidated by the thought that they're going to have to draw that. So they don't particularly include that scene. I mean, John Byrne's famous for, and in no way am I implying he did this as a shortcut, but he's famous. I think it was Assistant Editors Month, where he did an Alpha Flight issue that takes place in a snowstorm. So everything's just white panels with word balloons, with different word balloons.
I totally remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Did he get paid for those
I
pages?
am not
for the
implying it
art?
was a shortcut. He did it as a sort of experimental joke, and it was still actually really, really good issue.
Very
But
memorable. Yeah.
That's the kind of thing you sometimes would experience with writer/artists.
Yeah, because he was very known for the details, which I enjoyed his work as well.
Yep.
But I did remember that scene when I was reading the book, and then it was like all white. I was like,
Yep.
oh,
And in a
different.
sense, I think it made his work harder as a writer, because writers can rely on the artist to really flesh something out in a way that you don't have to go into in the captions or in the dialogue. He had to cover it all in the dialogue and captions.
Oh man! While you were just speaking, Terry, we literally just hit 13K. So wanted to just do a quick celebration right here. Thank you guys for all the support. Man, this day one stream has been amazing because, when we think about these milestones for us, like each new book coming out is a milestone, and it's like a family affair. So to have our friends come on board, share their experience, contributing their covers, I mean, it's been amazing just across the board. So thank you everyone for making time. I'm super stoked.
Congratulations, everyone.
Congrats.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, I read the book. It was actually really good. The artwork, the writing, the coloring. Wow. Really like the coloring on that one.
Oh, thanks, Vince. Wow, it's been a minute, man. We haven't communicated in a while, man. How you doing?
Good. Yeah, the color, I was just like, wow. But yeah, everything was really good. Really enjoyed it.
It took long enough to get the colors done.
I could imagine. As I was like looking through, I was like, wow. But it was very good. It was enjoyable.
Yeah, the boys had fun.
Good.
Which is what matters. I think even just hearing about all the stories that Tara was sharing, I was literally like messaging Mickey in the back going, dude, it's so much freaking fun back then. Like you guys are having a blast. Even like Jay, like ever since working with you, you're such a clown too. Like the way you think about things, like the sketchbook you did for me, you put Joker underwear, like you want to like have fun doing what you're doing, and it reflects in your work, right? And I feel like a lot of times the way the system is set up, it just doesn't allow that as much anymore. And I feel like now, like for us, like coming out of this, is cool to see that everyone's having a lot of fun with the content that we're putting out together.
Well,
we're
not
all
to speak.
sorry.
Oh no, I was. Go ahead, Terry. I was going to speak for you. I was going to say, I think maybe it's fun to share the story now, but I have to imagine at the time it may not have been as fun.
No, it was. Look, we're all very privileged. Everybody here and back then, that we're working in something we're all passionate about. And what I do think is a little lacking today is that everybody isn't just hanging around the offices. We'd be at the office, and Walt and Wheezy Simonson would come in, and we'd all go out to lunch, and we'd get very loud, and we would argue very loudly about whether or not Captain America would hit someone from behind, even if he was possessed by the serpent crown, and then eventually waiters and waitresses would stop coming to our table, to be perfectly honest, because they were a little afraid. They were like, oh, look at the special needs guys who forgot their helmets today. It was a lot of that. But we all enjoyed what we were doing. We were exempt employees, so we could work as many hours as we wanted. If you could get your books out without missing shipping and only work 4 hours a week, that was fine. If it took 80 hours a week, you didn't get overtime. You had to do that. But we would stay overnight to do Marvel handbook entries and help Mark Grunwald put all that together. And we would have giant slumber parties, at Marvel. It was really because we were all in our dream jobs, and we were all shared the same passions. We were all really tight and good friends. It was an amazing experience.
That would have made an awesome reality show.
That's true. Wait, Jay, would you go in office, or Brian? Did you guys go in office back then, or you guys just kind of did virtually, like from your studio?
Well, I was living in Virginia at the time, but I did take the train up to New York City every now and then. And the first time visiting the Marvel offices was, I think, the first time you took me out, Terry. You took me to go see John Byrne in Connecticut.
Oh, was that your first time there?
Yeah.
That must have been fun for you.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Yeah.
What a flex.
Antiquing with John Byrne.
He has a beautiful house in Connecticut, and he is a collector. So, he has full-sized R2-D2s and all those kind of things all over. So, always fun to go there. And he would have parties all the time because he had all this property. So we would all go there. There was one party that I'm not very proud of now. It was after, I feel very guilty about it now. After Jim Shooter was let go, a bunch of people made an effigy of Jim Shooter filled with New Universe comic books.
Oh no, how sad.
And set it on fire.
I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel bad about that now. At the time, it was very exciting for all of us. But
It's interesting. Caught up in the universe.
We'll keep that.
You were swept up in it.
Yes, we were. And honestly, it was getting increasingly. Look, I learned a ton of stuff from Jim Shooter. I really did, and he's a hugely talented guy. But something was going on with him where his management style was just going downhill so rapidly. We could get the examples I used to give were when I started. He would read the books after they came out. And then he would come to our office and he'd talk to Ann. He never blamed the assistants for anything. He knew we had no power. And he would say to Ann, this was really good. I liked all this. This one thing, try not to do that again. And then it developed to where he wanted to see the art boards before the book left house. And then he would bring them into the office with little yellow sticky notes and change this, add more feet. For some reason, Jim had an obsession with every panel had to have feet. You couldn't cut somebody off at the ankles in there. And there was a lot of add feet notes. And then it really degenerated into him coming in and just screaming, red in the face with spittle, saying, I don't want it done this way. And you did it this way on purpose just to drive me crazy. It was really the definition of sort of paranoid delusion. And I would sit there because Jim's like 9.5 feet tall. And I would sit there at my desk, and Ann Nocenti was tiny, and she'd be sitting at her desk like this, and he'd be towering over her and spittle and red in the face. And I kept thinking, I'm going to have to, at some point, he's going to lunge for her, and I'm going to have to get up and do something and probably die. but I'm going to have to do that. And we all just watched this sort of happen. And he became unable to communicate all the really great knowledge he had about this. When he was communicating it, we all learned, we all made those changes, we all did it, but it became impossible really for us to hear what he was saying, because he was saying it so loudly that when that storming of the Bastille thing happened and the publisher was called into his office and a bunch of freelancers, it was really led by Walt and Wheezy. The sort of, confrontation with him, when that happened afterwards and he was let go, we were all just so relieved. We really were. It was a period of time where we had stopped enjoying coming to the office for a very short period, about 2-3 months. We just stopped. We were afraid. We were afraid for our lives, really. Sounds like an exaggeration, but I was, at least. Maybe I'm just a wimp. But when he was let go, we could just breathe again. It's like, oh, now we can go back to doing comics. And that's why we did that very inappropriate party.
Oh man, I get it. It's kind of letting go of some of that trauma. How about Jay? Any I guess kind of stemming off of that. Obviously, it's been super fun just collaborating with you. Any advice for Brian, perhaps? As I think Brian is your first kind of creator-owned book, so being out here now, kind of outside the system. Brian was on Star Wars for like a decade, right? And so, any advice or feedback from what you've seen so far?
Oh, you guys know what you're doing. You don't need any advice.
Well played.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
Well played.
And just looking at you guys aren't in your 20s.
Yeah, we're definitely it's also funny hearing
we only act like we're in our 20s.
You could have just stopped before that. You could have just stopped before that, Jay.
No, it's fun. That's actually the other thing too. You guys were really, you guys were really young in the industry. You guys had, you guys were you're a teenager, Jay, and then Terry. I don't know how don't have to share, but you're very young.
I was in the mid-20s.
Yeah, I'm like mid-40s now as a startup publisher, and it's really interesting because for me, I am feeling like I'm living my dream job. I don't think I have the energy I once had, but I'm having so much fun just doing this with this crew, and watching a lot of these stories come to life, and that's one of the most powerful things. And I think in a weird way, the industry is ripe for more experiences from different places to contribute, because I don't know if you guys did things like this, I don't live stream technology wasn't there yet, but in a way, the way you talk about how you guys used to sit around a room and chat, pajama party. This is our version of pajama party.
Yeah.
So I think it's just this, it's evolved, but I feel like a lot of the energy and synergies are still driven by the same things.
Well, and it's interesting when you say, you're not sure you have the energy you had in your 20s. Probably most of us don't. But one of the great things about the comic book medium is the collaborative element of it. Yeah. So you feed off each other's energy, and it creates something bigger than the sum of its parts. It really does.
Well, it's interesting because, Carl, you can probably speak to this, coming from film or music or all the other entertainment fields, I kind of feel like comic creating is the most siloed. So you have to kind of cultivate, that interaction and sort of the social aspect of it, because you can just end up in your own room drawing or coloring or writing, and then just email, here you go. And then that's the process. So
yeah,
it's good to kind of get out into it.
10 or 12 years ago, DC did this creator summit for all the people that were working with them it was actually in North Carolina, but not during Heroes. It was its own separate thing, and they paid and hosted us and did all that stuff. And I think they only did it 1 or 2 years in that era. And man, I really wish they had done it more, because it was such a good experience to be able to just hang out and interact with the people you were working with and just were in the industry with you outside of the context of a con, right? Cons are awesome, but it's a different experience. But just being able to hang out, I made some really foundational friendships that still endure to this day. And it was really good for my career. I think we would all be better off if Marvel and DC, did more of that. I mean, I know Marvel will do their creator summits, but if you're not one of their top creators, you're not getting invited to this. But this DC thing was perilously close to all hands on deck. can't imagine how much money it must have cost them. But like, honestly, I think from a creative standpoint, it was worth doing. And I wish we had more of that in the industry.
Yeah, I think we're all recognizing that, and I think that's why it's important to, see each other's faces more often. We have our regular calls, and I think that does reflect in the product that's being made. So with that said, though, Jay, I know you're super busy, Terry as well. Feel free to hang out, but I know we had some allocated time with you guys. I'm glad you guys were able to hear and celebrate the 13,000 mark. So that's been super amazing. And so, yeah, really appreciate you guys making the time to pop on and contributing to the project. Jay, anything to plug or anything you're working on that you would like to share with the audience?
I'm working on a new creator-owned book from Image called This Ends Tonight. It's written by Jerry Dugan, Calvin Mao, and Robert Wyndham, and it'll be out when I'm done with it. I'm running behind on it right now.
Is there a new video game, Jay?
No, I actually haven't played video games in a long time.
Okay.
It's been years.
Well, what's the thing for you guys then, I'm guessing? How about you, Terry? Anything you could share that you're working on that we should know about?
Sure. Howard Mackey and I have a company called Inksmith. You can find it at inksmith.com. It's INKSMYTH. And we do custom comics as high-end gifts for someone. So most people don't do it for themselves. It'd be a little narcissistic, but let's say you wanted to do it for a friend of yours. We would interview you about what their strengths are. We would turn that into a power set and a superhero identity. We would ask what obstacles they've overcome in their life. We would turn that into the antagonist in some way. And then we pepper it with Easter eggs, their childhood pets, their schools, their friends, stuff like that.
Awesome.
So.
And so with that said, too, I want to highlight a little bit of what Vince is working on. So Vince, do you have any feedback, any overview of what this title, well, we're kind of working on Loam as a title, but what's the story? Like, if you don't mind giving everyone a bit of a preview.
So basically, it follows a young superhero girl named Mystic. It takes place in like a superhero world, of course. And a character named Loth kind of enters that world and basically is just pretty much killing everything. And it's up to her to kind of like how to stop him in a way. But there's a whole backstory to the character too, which when you look at the book or read the book, you'll see there's more to him.
There really is. I can't recommend the book enough. I'm having a great time working with the whole team on this.
Yeah.
And Terry, what would be your take on it as far as like the editorial pitch for the book itself?
Oh, that's a good question. You put me on the spot. It really is about, again, I'm about contrast. And like I said about Zero Ghost, I like that sort of contrast of this really young, insecure hero, Mystic, against this just ruthless, brutal killer. And the in-betweens, the characters in between, and the way it got there, and the way, one hero's involvement in how the villain developed. I think it played out as a sort of mystery plays out as a sort of mystery in a really interesting way that sort of captures you. I kept wanting to read the next issue. I sort of pushed you guys, even when I only came on board to work on like the first issue. I'm like, well, I need to see more, so that's telling.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate everyone making their time. You guys feel free to hang out too. If you guys want to hang out and continue, we'll be here until 6 p.m. We've been going since 9 a.m. So it's a marathon over here.
Wow. Well, I'll probably dip back in, but I have to leave. My daughter's in a pickleball tournament. So.
Oh man, that's awesome. I love pickleball.
Yeah.
Everybody loves the pickleball.
It's everything.
Brian, Will, Justin, any other thoughts for the crew before they head out?
Yeah, it was good seeing you guys.
Yeah, this was
Good seeing you
great.
guys.
I love that.
Same. All right. Good luck. Keep going. I'll dip in again later. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Terry.
guys.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
All righty. Man, that was fun. That was a great segment with Jay and Terry and Vince. You guys add a lot to the table. But we want to welcome another person to the panel today. Let me pull up the right page. So, as mentioned earlier, we do have a tier 3, which includes 3 variant covers. Obviously, we have Jay here. You guys met Mannix this morning. And then we have another individual by the name of Mr. Joe Benitez. Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's up?
Joe is a good friend of Brian's. So, Brian, why don't you introduce Joe and you guys' story and relationship together? I don't know, Jay, do you know Joe as well?
Yes,
That's
we
probably all
met.
had cross paths, yeah.
Hi, Joe.
Hey,
What's up, Joe?
what's up?
What's up, Joe?
Let me introduce you, Joe. Joe is a longtime comic book artist. Got his start with Wildstorm back in the day when.
Well, Homage. It was
Homage,
always
sorry.
Top Cow, but it's like Homage was a combination of Wildstorm and Top Cow.
And you guys were in La Jolla at the time, right?
No, we were in Mira Mesa. La Jolla was a year after they moved, but then Mark decided to move the studio back to LA, and we ended up in Santa Monica.
That's where we met when the studio was in Santa Monica, right?
Right. Nugget action.
And then, so you got your start on Weapon Zero, is that right?
Well, yeah, that was my first series. I did a few fill-ins before that with Top Cow and helping Mark do backgrounds and stuff here and there. Did a bunch of toy designs for Mark. But yeah.
And then you moved on to, you had a run on Darkness for a little while, right?
I did, yeah. I had an option to do a creator-owned take over Witchblade or take over Darkness, or keep going with Weapon Zero, and I opted to take over Darkness. Seemed like the better option for me at the time.
I remember when I was in the studio, I would hang out with you guys and just try and watch and learn. And you were one of the guys who pulled me aside because I think I was kind of directionless at the time, and you kind of guided me a little. So I always considered you my mentor, even though we're only like a year and a half apart or something like that.
Yeah, I think you're like 3 or 4 years older.
Right.
Yeah.
But, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No. You were about to say, Joe?
No, you were about to say.
This reminds me of when I went out with the guys to have Korean barbecue. These guys have the best chemistry and I think a lifelong friendship that really reflects, which was super cool. Because obviously, like for me as an observer, Joe, your career spans from obviously like Top Cow was like a deep love for me personally, but then when you launched Lady Mechanica, that became like the staple IP for your last decade, right? A couple decades now. I mean, yeah. So it's been a while.
2010. I launched it in 2010. Yeah.
Decade and a half. So decade and a half, and like you guys, the audience knows like Lady Mechanica is very well known even within the cosplay scene. So Sarah, I don't know if you've seen, but man, like there's so many Lady Mechanicas out there, and you've also created so many different versions of it all. So what's that been like? I mean, this last 14 years.
It's been interesting. I mean, I think I was 35 when I decided to do a creator own, because at the time I was like, I'm not working for DC or Marvel. I can't, rely on either of those two to, take care of me in my old age. So I needed to do something that would help me that I could benefit from. So that's why I decided to go the creator-owned route. It's like, yeah, I mean, I just needed to come up with something that I could benefit from thoroughly, you know?
So what's been like the what do you think was the most important decision that you made as a creator to have created an IP that's lasted so long? I mean, it's a long run, and there's a core fan base.
Well, you never know. I mean, it's just, well, the thing is when I was at Top Cow, you know, when we were helping create some of the IPs, there was a core following. So I felt that anything I did, there would be a handful of hardcore fans that would follow me anywhere. So that's what I was relying on. And but yeah, I did a book called Wraithborn before this, and it did well for, you know, if the numbers that it sold, if it was independent, it'd be selling better than Lady Mechanica. But because it was under DC Wildstorm, the numbers weren't good enough for them, so that's why we didn't continue. But yeah, I mean, it's like, I think if yeah, as an independent, you don't need to sell as many books as you would with Marvel or DC or any of the big companies to make a profit. So I'm happy that we have a very loyal core audience that follows us and will support us, you know, as long as we put the books out.
Yeah, you do. In fact, you guys have a Kickstarter yourself that I want.
Yeah,
to
we
plug.
do. Yeah.
That's happening currently. You know, you guys launched about a week ago. You know, already at the 72K mark. How do we learn from you? Like, what's the secret? I mean, you know,
Well, I feel like, you know, it's 10 years, 13 years of building up an audience. So we have, like I said, we have a very strong core audience that will follow the book. So anything we put out, we always have a very loyal core audience, and that's, I think, what helps us helps the success of our Kickstarters and our book.
No, it's amazing. And what do you do to engage the audience and then keep in touch? Because, you know, I think earlier we had some conversations about being a new type of publisher, and we've been, you know, present, being out there, staying present through streams like this. What would be some of the advice that you would give us as a team?
I'm not really a good person to ask about that because I'm not very good at marketing. If anything, the core reason we were independent for a long time, and we wanted to find a way to push our book a bit more, because I felt we've plateaued. You know, we have a certain amount, and we can't seem to break out of that core group. And that's the reason we joined with Image, because we were hoping that would help push the book, you know, get a bigger audience. So it's like, the thing is, it's like my philosophy with comics, it's always been, it's more of a show, you know, show than tell. It's kind of like, this is the work. If you like it, cool. If you don't, that's cool too. You know, it's like, we're just putting out the best work that we can. And if you dig it, cool. You know, we can't force people to buy our book. It's like, if you like what we do, then, you know, that's, that's my approach. It's just like, I'll put out the work, and if you like it, that's, you know, there's nothing else I can do if you don't, you know, like, so it's well, as far as marketing, and you know, I just basically do what I do is just push it on my socials, you know. But it's like, we're not very good at getting the word out. Like one of the things that kind of bugged me was, bigger publisher would publish a book that sold less than ours, but they sold out, and they would get this big boost in some of the comic, news spots.
News press, yeah.
Yeah, and we would do the same and sell better than them, but because we were independent, no one gave a crap. So it's like it was difficult for us to get. We would send newsletters or whatever, letting them know, hey, we sold out, or we did this or whatever, and it would never catch on. You wouldn't see them grabbing on, but a bigger publisher with a lesser book, all of a sudden it's like, ooh, look at that, that book sold this much, and it's going to second printing and third printing or whatever. And that's the reason we opted to join Image, because we were hoping that that would push our book a little more.
No, that is an issue for a lot of press, that if you don't have a brand attached to what you're doing, then it's a little harder for them to justify the coverage. It's like shelf space, right? It's like, for some reason, by having an Image logo, you automatically buy yourself some shelf space, which is it's just a part of the way that how the industry works.
Well, it's good to sit next to some retailers will put your book next to, you're surrounded by, in my case, we got Saga, we got Walking Dead, we got all the other cool Image books. So, if they decide to clump us in, it's like, oh, cool, I'm part of that little club. So, but yeah, as an independent, you're just kind of lost in the water, and it's like, for any new readers, when they come in, they don't know exactly what to get. They know, okay, Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, they know the big folk or the big characters, but a character like mine, it's like, unless you don't know, you just walk in, and if it catches your eye, cool. But one of my biggest issues was a lot of retailers wouldn't carry our book because it wasn't a big publisher behind it. It's like I had some fans who would come up and say, we can't get your book at our local comic shop, and it's like, I go, well, just ask them, just tell them, hey, order the book for us. And some of them would actually say we did, but they would refuse, because it's like, I didn't understand that. Like, it's a guaranteed sale, why wouldn't you order it for them? But they would only order a certain amount from books they felt they wanted to carry. So, but yeah, I'm hoping that now that we're with Image, that we might have a little bit more eyes on the book.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, with that said, let's bring the whole crew in and to talk about your contribution to Zero Ghost, the campaign, which, by the way, is at 13,000. I don't know, is that good, Joe, for day one for a
it's
new
really
indie
good.
publisher? Okay, cool.
Yeah, like you already made your goal, right?
Yeah, we made our goal, so about 132%. So I think we're gonna just keep this rolling, the stream, and continue having guests like yourself come on and talk about the process, and then get some new eyeballs on this. So let's talk about this. I know you had sent a few sketches. Brian, you want to talk about these pieces of inspiration that was sent to Joe as part of the process?
Yeah, I think Joe sent in a couple sketches. Sorry, and wanted to give him details of what little things look like her right arm tattoo, the guns she used, things like that, just to give so to make it not a guessing game for Joe as to what was going on with her. And the tattoos, it's hers on the far right, Kira's tattoo, which is a double-headed dragon, which just signifies Kira's heritage. Kira is half Chinese, half Italian. So The top of the head is a sort of Western dragon with wings, or at least the bones for the wings. And the bottom half of the dragon is the Chinese version with the long whiskers, the long tails, the long ear, the long hair behind the back. And so, yeah, just little details for Joe to look at. But we wanted Joe to just have freedom just to make it his own and just to kind of go off on it. So not too much direction, really. Just have Joe go off and have fun. That was the most important thing to me.
Yeah, no. So, Joe, what were you thinking about when you read the books? Any feedback for the boys? And
No, it looks great. It's like again some of Brian's best work, and it's beautifully done. It's just like it was really fun to look at.
Awesome. Good to hear that your thoughts are there. I can't agree more. I think Brian shared earlier that he poured a lot into this, and it's something that he's had a lot of fun doing, and I think it really shows. So talk to us about these sketch directions. What came to mind?
Well, I mean, well, the first one, again, you had that cool looking demonic character. And I just wanted to do something where, it's an action shot. She's coming at you, going full out with her guns, and then having like a ghostly image of that character in the back. And then the other one was just like aftermath. It's just like, well, this is after she just took care of a few guys. So it's like it's her standing cool with all kind of mayhem in front of her.
Took care of business, and that's kind of where we found ourselves. How did you feel when you finished the cover?
Again, I'm my worst critic. It's like it's like I'm always unsatisfied. I always want to go back and touch it up. I want it's never finished, but it's like I've gotten to a point where it's like I just need to let things go. So it's like yeah, I mean, when I look at it, I go like, why did I do this? Why did I do that? It's like I always want to go back and alter things, but again, you can't really have that mentality and produce on a regular basis.
It's awesome. I don't know if it's just me. Are you guys hearing some kind of background noise somewhere? I don't know if it's. Let's see.
Let me mute my mic. Maybe it's me. Hold on.
Let me see. Yeah.
Might be me. Let's take my headphones
Still
off.
there.
Let me
Seems like-
mute for a second. Let me see if it's me.
Oh yeah, might be Will for some reason. Maybe need to adjust something. But anyways, Joe, let's continue. How about you, Brian? Brian, Justin, what were your reaction to Joe's cover? Mickey, Sarah, chime in as well, because this really stood out.
Is that better?
Came out so good.
Yeah, I thought it looked really cool, which is like not super helpful to say, but like, yeah, 10 out of 10, no notes.
Yeah, I loved it too. It was awesome. Like, especially with the tattoo, you really show it, because through all the action, you kind of, the details are there, but you don't get to see like a very clear aspect of her arm. And for some reason, when I saw this, and then when the colors came through, I was like, wow, like really, really everything, focused on her arm, and I thought it was super powerful. And she obviously,
the colors look really intense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
it's
from
not
a
super-
cosplay perspective, like this is the drawing that a cosplay is formed on. Like the details are all there. Obviously, the colors making it so impactful, but this was like really. We talked about cosplaying as Kira already, and I was like, okay, but what about the tattoos? So this is really cool that was part of your inspiration.
Yeah, Joe definitely seems like you got the cosplay aspect down. I mean, not to dismiss your amazing art, but like for sure, I think what Sarah is saying. But yeah, this cover it's amazing, and kind of just going back to all the variant covers. I think what's cool with Carl how you kind of architected it all, at least bringing on different artists with it, is I think this is the best way to do variant covers, where you have a very specific choice within each of them. And so you kind of bringing in people into the story for different reasons. Like you look at this, it's like, oh man, this feels like badass and gory. Like if you're that reader, this one is for you, versus we talked to Mannix earlier, where it's like, oh, this is kind of a fun, kitschy, Matt Groening bunny world here, So I think that this is really stands out in that way.
Yeah, it fits the tone of the book so well. Just her pose and just the lighting and everything. It really gets across what I hope we were trying to do with the book. Yeah, just making Kira look so cool here. It's pretty great.
Yeah, Brian gave me some great advice on that as well. So it was really a great collaboration. I'm sorry, can you guys hear me? I'm not sure if my Bluetooth are working or not.
We hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool, thanks. And I shut off whatever was making the noise, so hopefully.
No, that worked. It worked out. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, this cover was a blast to do. I really had a lot of fun with it, Joe. So, I hope you don't mind all the extra blood that I added and stuff.
No, not at all.
I've been a big fan of blood in this series.
Yeah. Well, last time we streamed together, you were saying how pretty your blood spatter is.
Yeah, it's just, I think I'm just like letting loose because, like I said, the big two don't like red blood. I can't tell you how many times I've been told to make the red more brown. So, like, okay, I went like all out with with the series. I made it as red as possible.
Yeah, that's actually 24/7's motto. Is 24/7 we allow decapitation.
More blood.
More blood, please.
Yeah.
But that's a great design that you came up with too, Brian. Like her, especially like Brian says something that's just like it really sticks with me because I've heard Matt Groening say it too about his character designs and the fact that she could be so easily identifiable in silhouette because of her hair and stuff like that. Like that's just like classic. That's right, spot on. I love it. Absolutely love it.
I think that there's definitely something to, when building a world, they're coming up with a character to be like, what can you add to make sure that if someone wants to do a Halloween costume, it'll be very clear, for them. So it's like in this particular case with Akira, like you said, like the hair, the yellow top, tattoos, got it. Hoop earrings, very clear choices.
Yeah. Bamboo earrings, at least 2 pair. And the yellow stripe running down the pants. That's, boom. Classic, really identifiable outfit.
Yeah, that's the Bruce Lee influence on her costume.
Yeah.
Yellow tops, the Game of Death colors, and then
Thank you. I was stuck on what the movie that was from. That's right.
I couldn't
All I
remember
remember was the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was in it.
Right. And then we kind of flipped that for her pants. We flipped the colors around to give her black leather pants, yellow stripe.
Yeah.
And then her hair tails were actually from looking at K-pop reference. Initially, she had the long tails, and she kept looking like Harley Quinn. And then I saw some K-pop where it was really short, and it was made her look like an animal, like some cute kind of rabbit or something like that. And so
that's tight,
put that on her, and then the look just kind of took off after that.
That's a great design.
Gave her
Such a great design, and I love how in the book there is a moment where she's like, she's going all in with this being, and it's like the wardrobe change in my dreams. It's like it really highlights it. It really, really is epic, and like you're saying, Swag, it's gonna be really easy for me to kind of recreate soon, hopefully.
Yeah,
I'm sure I'll get it down in time.
Yeah, that shot of her in the last page of issue 1 is just phenomenal. The design that you did on her, is just great. That last page of issue 1. Well, the it's the same as the Ash Can, so I'm not giving anything away for anyone who hasn't seen. They've seen it.
So, Joe, let me ask you.
Hey man, Carl's not here. We can spoil whatever we want.
When she dies in issue 2, I mean, was that 3? And then you bring in a new lead.
And a total genre change. It becomes a screwball comedy. Yeah. I thought it was a bold artistic choice, but
you just wanted to. You went with the psycho story archetype. Just kill off your protagonist in the beginning, and
yeah, when we find out that this is all just really a dream,
oh God, I hate that trope. I do. I was watching. I won't spoil it for people, but I was watching a show, and I literally the first episode, I'm like, it's all some kind of fucking simulation, isn't it? And I went and like Googled it, and that was the answer. I'm like, nah, I'm out. Like, if you're not the Matrix, I do not care about that plot line. Sorry. Like,
simulation's the acceptable quote unquote way of executing the dream thing now. It's like I don't think you could actually get away with doing a thing that literally the answer is, oh, it was a dream. There's no way that you could actually do any project like that.
The post like it goes back to like high school, right? Because we had to read. So the two stories that like I don't get why they're a thing are The Lady and the Tiger and An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge. And I will grant you, Ambrose Bierce is a good ass writer, right? So like Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge, which is like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. Basically, dude in the Civil War gets hung, but like the rope snaps and he escapes. Nope, turns out it's his dying dream. It's all Jacob's Ladder bullshit. And like I did not think that was clever when I was 13, and 46-year-old me still does not think that is like clever. I have a you would have to execute it was all a dream exceedingly well for me to like buy into it. So
you know why? It's because it's intentionally lying to the audience.
It is
like when you're watching it versus like if you do Sixth Sense, like the audience can figure it out in theory, and that's why it's more okay. But if you're intentionally lying and it's just like this swerve to be a swerve at the end, it's sort of like, well, you feel cheated.
Yeah, there are ways of doing it, like theoretically, like if during the part of the story the character themselves is like figuring out that it's not that, like I can kind of get behind it, but even then, just as a trope, like it's one of the rare tropes that I just like. Man, like if you do that in a story, it's going to be real hard to get me on board. Like it's just, it's the same way with there's a thing about like I'll be like looking at like a horror movie and they're like based on a true story. I'm like, yeah, I'm out. Like it's not that I have anything against true stories, but like when it's horror stuff, like I'm just like, yeah. No, pass. Like,
well, how about
that said, I did actually like The Conjuring, so what can I say?
How about based on actual events instead of a true story when they reword it?
Yeah,
like Amityville Horror or something like that,
I like it when it's the Coen Brothers approach, where that's just an absolute lie. Like,
yeah, Fargo, yeah,
just Fargo that shit.
Yeah. Fargo the hell out of it.
Well, spoilers, but Zero Ghost is definitely not a dream.
It is not.
Yeah. Well, I just came
it is
up
funny.
With, like, the easiest MacGuffin there.
It is funny what you find yourself like doing though. Like I was thinking, this happened when we were on like New Guardians. Like the amount of like. There's like 3 or 4 separate times I had to do this, like, it's a telepathic, like, whatever sequence just to get, like, the plot where it needed to be. I'm like,
yeah.
I hate this trope. Why do I have to do this? But sometimes, man, like, needs must. So.
Yeah. It's funny. It was, I was watching, like, the extras for the first Avengers movie, and I think it was Joss Whedon was doing the narration for it, and he was talking about the the final scene with the Chitauri and stuff when they all basically get deactivated because the main ship exploded. He said, "Oh, I hate stuff like this. I hate doing stuff like this." But it fit the need of the movie. It kind of fit what needed to be done for the movie to kind of end it in that way. But yeah, he's right. It's like just one of those tropes that not a lot of people are into. That destroying the one power source just deactivates everyone everywhere.
I think if you intentionally set it up maybe at the beginning where it's a little bit like, oh, okay, this might come into play later on, and then it feels like a, what is it called, like a Chekhov's gun that actually got shot at the end.
Yeah.
Then it might work. But if it just happens to be like, oh, I didn't know that destroying the ship takes out the army, it is a little random.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like a convenience thing. It was a necessary convenience in order to like just end the battle as quickly as they needed to. So
no, and that's
it's interesting.
You run into that in comics like a fair bit, like less so in creator owned, but like certainly in like work for hire. Like when you got like 20 pages to do a thing, like sometimes you're like, man, I don't really like this narrative shortcut, but like the audience will be okay with it. So like, I guess this is what we're doing, like, which is unfortunate, but like that's the business sometimes.
Right. Yeah. Actually, like, oh, hey, Carl, welcome back.
Yeah, keep going.
So I don't know, it was a different topic, but like sort of on that same vein was I just finished watching Severance. I don't know if you guys have seen that on Apple TV. Severance.
Oh, Severance. Yeah, I like Severance a lot, actually.
Yeah, that was like the last show that actually had me thinking.
Yeah, I started watching it, and I was thought to myself, oh man, I hope this is not a dream.
It isn't.
And then I stopped watching.
No, Severance, like, Will's gone, so let's keep talking about a subject. No, Severance was good. I'm looking forward to the second season of it.
So am I. That was like one of the last TV shows that I've actually like invested interest in. It had me thinking by the end of it. I was like, wow, is such an amazing idea, really. And it really had me thinking quite a bit. And really well executed, the whole cast. And and surprised to see like Ben Stiller was directing like a bunch of the episodes for it. So if you haven't seen it, check it out.
Yeah, I think he's a showrunner or something for that, but it's a great show. Yeah. And hi, GT Key Comics, welcome back. You were one of the first guys to comment, so we recognize that and thank you. And Joe, thank you so much for being part of our journey and contributing to it. So, folks, if you guys are a fan of Joe, he has his variant cover as part of our campaign, right there, right in the middle there. And so, yeah, Joe, any other words for us before you head out? We definitely want to plug your Kickstarter, which is doing very well. We'll do another email blast for you just to make sure our audience hear about it. But yeah, no, I know we've scheduled you for half an hour, so thank you for making time to join us on this chat.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I appreciate it. I appreciate the push, and I'll do my best to push Zero Ghost as well. It's a really cool project. I was saying it's like we need to all sort of come together and help push each other.
Completely agree. It's the whole saying is rising tide lifts all boats. So
but it's sort of like I know I've talked to other friends about it. Like it's almost like if we all had like an unofficial official partnership where it's like we all sort of, hey, this member of the group is having a Kickstarter. Let's all bomb our fans and our followers and just say, hey, check this out. And we all sort of help each other, all participate in some way to get the word out, because I feel like, again, it's like we can't compete at the Marvel or DC level or some of these other ones. So it's like, but if we kind of unite in some capacity, in not in an official way, but just a loosely affiliated, like, boom, it's like, let's all get behind this project this month. Let's go all get behind that project, and it might help a little.
I completely agree, and that's great words of wisdom for all of
Here,
us. Because I think that's how the indies will come up, and I do feel like right now it's prime for that. So, Joe, thank you so much again. We will definitely do another email blast for your Zero Ghost, for your Lady Mechanica
All right.
Kickstarter, and don't leave the studio until it's fully uploaded. I think we lost Jay's recording, so we want to make sure we get your recording. So
how do I?
Yeah, I'm gonna move you off stage, and then we could you could just leave it on. Thank you. All right.
Thanks,
So it was good to see Joe. Joe's awesome. So with that said, let's bring our next guest, Bronze Age. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? Happy launch day, everybody.
Happy launch day.
Hello.
Hey, man.
Exciting.
What's super meaningful is you were there for the first one. This is our second.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a few familiar faces from that initial launch up there as well too. So that's awesome to see. I'm just excited. I think this is great. I can't wait to see another project from 247 come out. Really excited to see what the launch of this one looks like. So I'm just happy to be here.
Awesome. No, glad you're joining. So why don't you, for our audience, like who may not be familiar with your work, share a little bit more about your background and what you do.
Yeah, for sure. So, a few years ago, I got into the whole YouTube thing during the pandemic. I needed some way to kind of have a social outlet and to sort of get out there in the world and communicate with people. I've been meaning to start a YouTube channel, and it was really a matter of like what topic. And one of the things I wanted to learn how to do was editing and kind of learn how to do all that kind of search engine optimization and social media work and all that. So I thought, hey, comic books have a lot of I'm going to be able to do a lot of those things with comic books. It's a passion of mine. So I started a YouTube channel that focused on comic books and my journey in becoming a returning collector, because I got out of it when my daughter was born and kind of got back into it. And I kind of got into the collecting more expensive comic books, and instead of just having a huge monthly pull list, I was actually like trying to focus on a collection and send in some of my childhood comic books for grading at CGC and do those sorts of things. And I wanted people to follow along. And as time went on, I kind of evolved the channel, and I found specific interests and niches that my viewers were enjoying. And that was a huge part of my focus, is I wanted to focus on what my viewers were doing. So I started doing a lot of speculation content and content centered around basically what is a smart investment and what isn't a smart investment. And from there, I actually started doing some charity work. So I started doing a charity called Heroes for Heroes that we do annually on Veterans Day. All the proceeds from that go to Mission 22 to help prevent veteran suicide. So that's kind of been my primary focus over the last couple of years. We're getting ready to do the third year of that. So that's kind of in a nutshell what I've been up to over here on YouTube.
Yeah, I love it, and I think we had the opportunity to contribute some to Heroes for Heroes as well. Do you give us a little bit more background on that, and why you started, and kind of how it all came together, and how other I guess comic book companies have been able to contribute?
Yeah, so really the initial, so some people have asked, they wonder if I'm a veteran, and the truth is I'm not. I really wanted to join at one point in my life. I had some health issues and some other stuff that came up that kind of prevented me from joining the service when I was at kind of an age appropriate to do that. So I ended up focusing on my career instead. But later on in my career, I started working with a lot of veterans. Just, I guess there's just a lot of veterans out there. I was paying more attention. And I really noticed that veterans, when you got to know them, they had a lot of unique struggles. And they also get more or less ignored by society in some ways. And especially, men have a lot of mental health problems in this country that I think get ignored pretty often anyway. Most veterans are men. There's a lot of crossover there. Most veterans have mental health issues, especially those that have seen service like in active combat and those types of situations. And I had, the pleasure of meeting some of these people and getting to learn their stories, and it really affected me. It really touched me. I always say maybe there's a little bit of guilt involved for not joining and being part of that. So when I was looking for a cause to kind of work towards, I've done a few charities, but this is the one that's kind of stuck. And it was because of all the comic book fans out there that are veterans. There's so many, and whether they're just readers, whether they're YouTubers, whether they're social media content creators or comic book creators themselves, there's a lot of them out there. So seeing that kind of push and that passion helped me decide that that's something that I wanted to work towards. And then on top of that, I had specifically a lot of veteran people in the community that supported this cause, Mission 22. There's some wonderful veterans charities out there. There's some veterans charities out there that maybe aren't as well viewed by veterans. And this is one that pretty much universally got the stamp of approval because they are, 100% of their efforts are going to actually helping veterans and their families deal with mental health problems. And I think that's something that all veterans can kind of get behind is a universal need that they have. And they have a really good track record of being transparent and a really good track record of just outreach, essentially. And so because of that, that was just a cause that really gravitated to me. So yeah, we've had a lot of people in the community, like comic book companies, like 247 Comics. We've had Dynamite Comics, Overstreet, have gotten behind this cause in years past. Tons of comic book creators as well. As I go around to cons, a lot of times it'd be fun to have that experience where I'm just talking to somebody and being a fan, but because I'm trying to do something special here, I also am having that conversation. Hey, I'm a YouTuber. I'd love to have you come on the channel and talk about this, but really the reason why is because I want to support this charity. And so, I've had that conversation with people like Jim Shooter and Jim Starlin and, Mark Bagley and Frank Cho and just all these wonderful people, right? And so that's kind of my conversation that I have with them. And so many of these people have gotten on board and donated. Like, we had, Sean's going to be on the show later, Sean Chen. You guys were awesome enough to donate a Wolverine piece that he did, as well as some other art too, I might add. And that piece was just amazing. And I think Rob, who's going to be on the show later, won that piece. And he actually put it back up for auction. So we won money twice off that. I think we ended up raising $800 for Mission 22 off that one piece alone, let alone all the other pieces you guys donated. So, just absolutely a wonderful thing to see people giving for this cause. And yeah, it's just something I'm excited to be a part of.
Awesome. And, I want to bring the panel back because it's been, just hearing about the good people of the community. I definitely want our audience to hear what you've been doing as well. And I think the more people that hear about what you're doing and the more comic industry individuals that can contribute, I think the better, because I do know the veteran community are big consumers of comics as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, Bronze, I don't know if you had a chance to read Zero Ghosts, but would love to get your reactions to it. The creator team is here, so I know you're a great interviewer as a YouTuber. Any questions for the guys? Any responses? Any thoughts initially?
So I'll just say that, so I read the first issue and I read about half of the second issue. And for the audience, I'll try to keep it, pretty spoiler free because I know everybody wants to get a chance to enjoy this. Not everybody's had the chance to read it yet, of course. That's going to come later after you support the Kickstarter. But I will say I really enjoyed it. I was getting a lot of I love urban fantasy. And I was getting some urban fantasy vibes from this that I really enjoyed, or almost like cyberpunk, but without the cyber and more of a mystical sort of slant instead of the cyber. So mystical punk. I don't know if that's a genre yet, but maybe you guys are pioneering it. And so I really was enjoying the action. I was enjoying the world building, especially in the first issue. There's a lot of world building, so I thought that was really cool. I'm somebody who really likes. I think I've been in and out on the stream. I think I heard John Wick you mentioned earlier. There's kind of that world building that happens in John Wick where you're like, what's the deal with these coins? What's the deal with this hotel? Why does everybody seem to know each other? There's a little bit of that going on with this as well. Not an exactly one-to-one comparison there, but that type of world building where you're interested to learn more about what is actually happening behind the scenes and how these different groups are kind of connected or what their origins are. So I was really excited about that. I was really curious when it comes to all that world building, what kind of outline or layout You know, is this something that you just took a lot of time thinking about? Was it something that took a lot of time on the back end, like building like a Bible of the world of what everything is going to look like? You know, how was that process for you guys?
There's a fairly lengthy Bible. It actually didn't take that long to write, which is usually a good sign. But like, yeah, like, so there's a thing that I quote fairly often, and I wish I knew who to attribute it to, but it was basically like, my thoughts about world building is somebody once said, the job of a science fiction writer in particular is not to anticipate cars, it's to anticipate traffic jams, right? Which is looking at like what the second and third and fourth order effects of a thing would be. So like, I kind of started from this base premise of like, all right, in urban fantasy, which is also an influence, like there's always this, well, not always, there's very often this presupposition that magic exists, but people don't know about it, right? It's been kept secret. So I was like thinking about it, I'm like, all right, magic is secret, so the world superficially resembles our own. Well, who's good at keeping secrets? It's like criminals. It's like, so what if these people were just crime families? And then I started, extrapolating out from there and kind of doing. It's one of the things that, like, if we get to do kind of sequels and expansions, it would be fun because within the world building documents, we actually have information about what the various families actually do and how they got where they got and that kind of stuff. And there's stuff that's like kind of implied in the books that like you don't see a lot of. Like, for instance, the Canes, the Kane family are descended from British people that had colonized Hong Kong. They were part of that. So they are ethnically Chinese mostly at this point, but that's where they got the name from. But also, like, their magic basically goes around, it's kind of oriented around stealing from other people. It's kind of the theft. So there's a little bit of a colonialism commentary there, but there's also like how their family history relates to the magic they use and stuff. And of course, so we built that out for all of the families and some of how the world operates otherwise. Because like Kira's mom is an Italian witch. So there's a little bit about that. And then, how the Death Angels work and like what their role is and all that kind of stuff. So there is, fairly elaborate stuff. Like the trick is not to overwhelm the reader with it. You want to iceberg that shit so that they're getting enough to know that there's more to get, but not so much that you're sinking the Titanic to really stretch that metaphor. So
sure. Nice. No, that was really cool. I really enjoyed seeing that because I think that's one of those things where, especially when you're getting into a new story, a new world, a new IP, you could say, it is nice to get teases of what wants to keep you reading and keep you learning about that world. But also, in a comic book, you only have so many pages, right? So you want to get into that action. You want to get into delivering a little bit of something for everybody, I guess is kind of what I'm trying to say. So there was a really good balance of that, especially in the first issue. And I got to, there's kind of a, I guess, sort of the big reveal halfway through the second issue that I got to. And it was fun seeing that as well. It did make me wonder, are there any inspirations that you specifically drew from for this story? Because, I mean, I think I saw some connections of things that like, oh, I think I see some pieces of these that are kind of mixed in here. You've probably already talked about this a million times today as people have asked that, but I am just curious, is there any specific inspirations that you really wanted to touch upon, or is it just sort of maybe loose
lots of stuff. Like, everything is kind of a stew, but like, the more obvious ones is like, it was 90s kind of Hong Kong action movies and 80s and 90s, like John Woo movies in particular, but also some other directors. And John Wick was an influence. Spawn from the comic book was actually is part of the DNA of that. As are Witchblade in the Darkness. There's some aspects I was drawing from those. Oddly enough, there's some Brandon Sanderson in there, of all people, who does not write very Zero Ghosty books, but I quite like his stuff. So there's some of that in there. There is a little bit of like cyberpunky kind of stuff, particularly in sort of the visuals that I had in mind for it, just in terms of the colors and stuff, which is, it's not so much that it's cyberpunk per se, but like I was sort of drawing from the same stuff that like Blade Runner was drawing from in terms of like how Hong Kong and Tokyo look at night. They always had this very specific like neon look in photos and stuff that I always thought was fascinating and kind of wanted to get that across. So yeah, a lot of stuff. There's probably stuff that I have forgotten. I would have, if I was reading the book, I could probably start pinpointing like, yeah, this is from, I stole this from X thing. Like it's, you know, most of it is kind of like grabbing a whole bunch of inspiration from a bunch of different places and then trying to set up the right characters in it so that it actually plays out interestingly.
Right on. Yeah, because that's one of the things, like you mentioned a couple stories there that I think this is kind of in the overall summary, so I don't think it's much of a spoiler, but there is this concept of what your power can cost you. I'll put it that way. That we've seen in some other stories. And I really am fascinated with that concept because there's always, you have characters that have unlimited power or almost unlimited power. You're Superman or whatever, right? And as long as they get charged by the sun, in Superman's case, he's good to go. But some characters, there's a high cost to using those abilities. And so as a writer, is there always like this pressure to rein in the use of their powers, or do you want to like kind of go full throttle and put them up against that boundary where it might cost them too much? You know, is that kind of a dangerous game to start playing, because then you wonder like, okay, how much power, how much force is this going to cost this person if I have to do this amazing huge thing?
No, it's hard. So it's one of those things is, so if you go back to the original, the first few issues of Spawn, and I couldn't tell you exactly like when the conceit was abandoned, but it does not last real long. So in the original few issues of Spawn, Spawn had a finite amount of power, right? Like, and the deal with Spawn, and explicitly from McFarlane talking about it before Spawn was out, was the idea was he was a character who was capable of Superman level feats, but had a reason to be Batman, like, which was that he only had so much power and the stuff would do various powers. What I also rapidly ran into is that the logistics of that from a writing standpoint are really like hard to make work. Like, and you see that as you go throughout the thing. So it is one of those things where like the realities of writing a thing versus like what your preferences are in a storyteller sometimes conflict. So like whenever I do stuff with magic, like there are two approaches to magic, which actually, I don't know if Mary, who had commented, might appreciate this. Like Brandon Sanderson actually has a talk that's on YouTube somewhere about, hey, you can basically broadly put magic into like two categories, which is one, I wish I could remember the terminology that he uses, but the basic difference is there's kind of Lord of the Rings magic, and then there's like Dresden Files magic, which is Lord of the Rings magic is kind of incomprehensible and can sort of do anything, and it's basically miracles from God. Like, so there's that approach to magic, which I like. But then there's the other, like, where it is a quantifiable science, basically, like just a science by another name. And you can do one or the other of those. You probably shouldn't do both. And that is kind of how it is with powerful characters. Like, you kind of need to pick a lane. Like, if you want to write a character that is fundamentally omnipotent, omnipotent's probably the wrong word, but like when you're writing a Superman story, and I have written a Superman story, so I can say this with some authority, the trick is not whether Superman has enough power. It's the limits of what Superman can do with the power that he has, right? Like, so, and at least my personal philosophy on it is Superman, like in particular, like my take on it was the tragedy of Superman, not that he's a tragic character, is that Superman can save anyone, but he can't save everyone, and he knows that. And that would be the hardest part about being Superman. So when you have those characters, the challenge becomes much more about the psychological and emotional obstacles that they're facing and that kind of stuff. And that's fine. Like it's one of those things that, like, that is how a lot of fiction rolls. Like, I don't think there's ever really any question that in the end James Bond is going to win in a James Bond story, because that's just how James Bond stories go. Like, you're there for the journey and that kind of stuff. The flip side of that is you have characters like, Kira and stuff who are a lot more vulnerable, and you have magic. If you've instituted magic in a world, I think one of the things, man, this is a long ramble, that you need to think about is why, if magic is limited, why is it limited, right? Like, what is the cost of doing magic? And there should be a cost, or your world should look very different. Like, if magic is essentially free, like you can do whatever you want with it just based on skill, that is different compared to, oh, you only have X amount of energy in your body, and when you're done with it, you're dead. Both are totally valid ways of telling a story. They're just different. So with Kira and with the magic in this, we were trying for building in some of the limitations of what you could and couldn't do with it. Yeah, logistically, it's a huge fucking pain in the ass. Like I get why it didn't last very long in Spawn, because it's hard. That's why.
Although I thought it was funny as you mentioned the powers and bronze. That was a great question because we had to think a lot about powers recently because we are actually offering these metal collectible cards as like a stretch goal. And basically, if you guys are familiar with trading cards, this is our version. So each of the characters will have their own metal cards. And so anywhere that's kind of gray, you'll see is metal. We actually have a cool video of it from the manufacturer that we would love to show at some point. But, Justin had to go through and literally think about their intelligence, strength, speed, durability, and magic. So any thoughts run through your mind, Justin, as you were kind of filling out the form for these cards?
Yeah, no, that is a rock solid segue, by the way. Both right from the conversation and bronze, metal, So, yeah, no, it's funny. I mostly, it wasn't hard because the way I think about things translates easily to that kind of stuff. But I did have to think about how people were going to interpret the scale, which this is overthinking. I did not need to give it this much thought because it's so if I say a character has the scale goes from 1 to 10, and then you say a character has 5 intelligence, there are various ways to interpret that because for instance, you might be interpreted a character with an intelligence of 5 is an idiot. But no, if the top end of the scale is 10, right, and that's a 200 IQ, 5 would actually be right in the middle, right? That's an average. Yeah. But the question is, that's how I would think about it. Is that how people reading it or think about it? So I had to give that some thought and all that kind of stuff. And Carl and I discussed that about some of the ratings for the characters, and it's no, some of them are they are maxed out, they are in their domain essentially unbeatable on purpose, which is that. And then and some of them scales don't even apply. You can't evaluate Shrike. Shrike's powers do not work that way, and nor does his intelligence and that kind of stuff. Shrike is something that humans cannot understand, stuffing himself into a form that more or less makes sense to us. So his stats just there's no application for it. It's like trying to have stats for Galactus. It's not going to happen.
All right. Awesome. So we got a few more minutes with bronze. Why don't we take a question for the audience? Because I think this will be a fun one. So PokeCon said he's just getting back into comics after 13 years. Welcome. What are some of good series to get into, guys? Let's share.
Mine.
Wow.
Zero Ghost.
There you go.
One top of the list.
Number 2, Evermind.
What have I really liked lately?
Yep.
Monstrous is really good. Deadly Class is dope for something very different. As is Black Science, actually, speaking of Remender. Invincible, if you like kind of classic-y superhero stuff with a modern sort of twist, Invincible is a good shout. The Luther Strode series, if you like blood and violence, I realize I wrote it, but it's got Trad Moore on art, and you can't go wrong with Trad. So
you took those words out of my mouth. Luther Strode was one. Sanity is another one.
I was just going to say it's number 3.
Number 3 up there, so thank you for that. And then I would also say King of Spies, which is one of my personal favorites. I think Sarah's too.
Man,
Duo,
I have not read that yet. And it's
Really
sad because Mateo's a buddy, but like you get so busy
Great
doing comics, you don't read them as fast. I have King of Spies; it's in the next room, but like, have I read it yet? So
yeah, that's a good one. Do a Powerbomb, super heartwarming. I thought it was a great short narrative. I love stuff that are in like 6 to 7 or 8 chapters. But the longer one, if you want one, I would say East of West is a great series.
Oh, yeah.
Hickman.
I'm actually. This is a segue from the question, but speaking of Nick Dragata, I'm actually interested in Absolute Batman, which I might not have been otherwise. But I was like, I don't know, Nick Dragata doing ridiculously giant Jack Reacher Batman is kind of interesting. So I'll at least check out the first issue.
Awesome. So, Bronze, anything else to we could help promote or get the word out about? Really appreciate your time and great question.
No, absolutely. It's just really great to be here, hanging out with some awesome people. I love getting a chance to talk about Heroes for Heroes. We are going to be doing some more announcements. We just had the official Mission 22 donation page launch yesterday. Some things got tweaked in the formatting, so we're gonna change that up. That'll take place on November 11th, Veterans Day, which is going to be just an awesome day. If anybody, I guess if you're out there, anybody who does want to help or contribute in any kind of way, shape, or form, and that could be making sure you get added to social media accounts so that you can share links as we post them and share artwork that we're going to have and comic books. Hey, that's awesome. I'd appreciate that. You can follow me on Instagram. From there, you can join my Discord server where I have a whole channel dedicated to the Heroes for Heroes initiative for Mission 22. Other than that, just hanging out, doing the YouTube thing. Every Monday we have Best Coast Comics, myself and Biggie McFly, the comic book guy. We've had wonderful guests like, this guy named Mickey. Some people call him Swagglehouse. He's been on there before. We've had some other wonderful guests on there too, and we really like covering the news of comic books and doing just anything comic book related. So I'm sure on Monday's show we'll be talking about this Kickstarter on there because that's something we love to highlight, our fantastic Kickstarters and crowdfunding campaigns. This is one we're definitely going to talk about there on Monday.
Thank you so much. We super appreciate it, Bronze. Thank you for your time, and we're here for you. And let's talk more about how we can help with your initiatives for the veterans. It's a great cause.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. Is it cool if I hang out for a little bit longer, or do I?
You can totally hang out as long as you want. So I was gonna say you could either now hang out, join us for this next guest, which is a good friend of mine, and up to you. So thanks for being part of this, and I'm gonna add Iranga D to the stage. What's up, Iranga?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Oh man,
we're about halfway through this thing. Man, you guys are like gluttons for punishment, dude.
Yeah, we have 29 days left, so we're almost there.
Almost there, on our way. So
I feel like I'm like joining the party when everyone's already finished the beer. They're all like just kind of falling asleep. It's good job, man. Yeah, good job, everyone.
Oh, wow. Thank you, man. Look, we're at 13333, so it's a good number. It's with 70 backers. So thank you all the backers who's been part of this so far. I just want to shout out to all the day one backers. Obviously, you'll be rewarded. We have basically forever thank yous. We have a thank you list that we showed early on in our stream. Vivi also was awesome enough to give us a artist edition that for the first 300 backers will also receive for free. And then you get to pick original comic art if you back on the first day, either tier 5 or 6. And we showed some of those art today. So please watch the replay so you can see what the art pieces that are available that Brian basically pulled out of his library for us to go over. But with that said, I'd love to welcome Iranga D, our special guest right now. And he is, I know you from collecting. And so art collecting was a big thing. But then I have to say, I mean, when he opened up his commission list, I really didn't know what I was getting myself into. Being a friend, I was like, yo, man, can you do my usual prop of like Batman versus Azrael in front of a church? And guys, look at what he did, dude. He like blew my mind with this very classic Azrael jumping in bat. So Aranga, the floor is yours. I'm going to move you kind of to the floor and then have you share more about your journey, who you are, and what you've done, and what you're working on.
Yeah, it's funny, like I come on and like you've had guys who've been in the industry for 20, 30 years, and this should be fairly short, I think. I basically started out as an art collector, and funnily enough, those two kind of dovetailed. In 2019, I started buying art and commissioning artists. I guess we'll dial it back like a little further. I grew up overseas, right? So I was born in Sri Lanka. We lived in Sri Lanka till I was 5. My family moved to the Middle East when I was 5, and I grew up in Dubai. Moved to the U.S. when I was 18. So I read comics overseas. I was always drawing as a kid, pretty much daily. And then when I moved to the U.S. to go to college, that kind of all fell by the wayside, man. I was by myself. The standard comic stuff. You're getting in trouble doing your thing. So drawing just kind of fell by the wayside. Fast forward to 2019, 2020, and the pandemic hit, and I was like, all right, let's. I had nothing to do. We were on lockdown. I'm gonna start just kind of re-engaging with drawing, and I created like an Instagram account and put my stuff out there, and one person suddenly reached out and asked me for a commission, which was kind of mind-blowing, and I did this commission. This guy shared it on one of these local Facebook sites where it's for comic art collectors, and a few other people reached out from that and just got the ball rolling, and I found myself like with my hands full kind of doing commissions and stuff, and then a writer reached out to me and asked if I'd like to do a cover for their book, and I was, yeah, sure, why not? And that led to other opportunities. And last year was the 25th anniversary of Frank Miller's 300, and for some reason, dumb luck, I got to do one of the variant covers for that. So over the last 2 to 3 years, I've worked with Dynamite, Scout Comics, Dark Horse, and a ton of indie creators doing covers for their Kickstarter books and stuff like that. So that's me. I know, yeah, I collect art too.
Yeah, and you did an amazing job on this 300 cover. I love it.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks. It's interesting because a lot of the cover work I've done has been, that negative space, just bold images, that kind of stuff, which is very different from what I do for commission work. So two different approaches, and it seems like when it comes to covers, a lot of people, that's kind of what they request of me.
Awesome. So yeah, with that said, Ranga, want to open up to the panel. You had a chance to also read Zero Ghost yourself. Any thoughts or feedback, any initial reactions with the creator team here?
Yeah, I mean, I got back to you like almost instantly once I read that ash can, right? It was I was blown away. I like page 1. I mean, it kind of carries you. I actually had Will, your use of reds, man. Is that like just your jam? Because there's the reds in this book. I guess you spoke earlier about how the paper quality kind of contributes to that as well, kind of fulfilling your vision. And it's not just blood. I'm not just talking about the blood. It's the neons of the city, the lighting in rooms, etc. It just really pops, man. Is that did you settle on early that red's gonna be like one of the running themes in this book?
Yeah, I'd say so. Absolutely. I'd say red is definitely a predominant color throughout the book. Whether it be magic, whether it be Shrike, whether it be mood or atmosphere, I try to incorporate that in as much of the book as possible.
Yeah, right on.
As series as possible.
Yeah, it's great, man. It's very rare that the first thing I notice in a comic book is the coloring. No disrespect to Brian, but like that was the first thing that kind of popped out to me. I was like, "Who is this?" And I was like, "All right, well, it's really great." Brian, real quick for you, man. I mean, I love the art, like everything about it. I was gushing to Carl about how much I love the art on this book. Just real quick, like, how long did it take you when you were working on the book, like issue 1, I guess you didn't have a way of knowing what the final product or what the finished product would look like. But how long into the process did you get where you knew what Will was going to do with the colors? And did that affect at all, like how you were laying your pages out or how you detailed it, whether you overly detailed or under detailed something?
I don't think we saw colored pages for a while. It was me just doing the line art for quite a while. But for me specifically, I'm assuming maybe issue 3 was when I myself started to get comfortable with the way I was drawing the characters. It takes a while because they're new. These characters are new to everyone. So just how they move, how they express themselves, and all that, like finding the attitude for our characters takes a while. And even within that, you're trying to make consistencies with the way they look, consistencies with the costume, things like that. Sometimes things that work with just the character design don't work when they're moving. And so you're kind of finding things along the way. But once Will's colors started coming in, it was like, holy crap, we were just blown away. And I feel lucky that he's on it, and I feel excited that our readers are going to see what he's capable of. Because as good as the series starts, his colors get exponentially better with each issue. So if you think this stuff is good now, you should hang on and wait till you see the next arc. It's stunning.
You guys got great synergy there, man. It's terrific.
Yeah, issue 3, I started hitting my groove with the colors as well. Like issue 1, I think that applied more for me. Like I didn't really know what I was kind of doing at first with issue 1. Like I think even with issue 1, I kind of went back and redid some things that I kind of implemented in later issues, and just like implemented them in issue 1. So much like Brian had said, I kind of didn't get the groove of it until about issue 3, and then I think that's the point where I was like, wow, okay, yeah, I was like really comfortable with the neons of the city and all that stuff. It was all starting to click at that point.
Right. Yeah. No, it's a gorgeous looking book, man. I was talking to Carl about it, and you guys have a hit on your hands. It's kind of easy to see. Justin, man, big fan of Luther Strode, dude. Yeah, huge fan. So the storyline here, man, everything about it, when you can communicate everything you can in that ash can, and it's like issue 1, and I was already sold. I was like, where's the rest of this book? Yeah, it really kicks ass. Just quick question for you, right? And I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn here, but I've been fortunate to see the first 3 books, to read the first 3 issues, right? Did you make a conscious choice with some of the secondary characters and the villains to not outright name them when they were introduced?
Yes. Yeah, that's by design. They should all get named over the course of the book. But like I'm not
You got 3 issues, dude.
I do. I am not a huge fan of here's this character and like throw out their name right away. Like some of that is an intentional bit of like kind of mystery building and that sort of stuff. So that was an intentional choice. I am capable of fucking that up accidentally, but in this case it was intentional.
No, right on. I started noticing that when I was talking to Carl about some of the characters that really kind of appealed to me. And I was like, why don't I know this character's name? Like, how did I miss it? And I'd go back and I'd like parse through the whole book to see if there was something I missed where they were named, and they weren't. So I'd be like, big guy with the mohawk. Going back. That's kind of.
Yep.
There you go.
They do all have names. I will say that. They do actually all have names. So
right on.
Yeah, Bao's probably one of my personal
I'm not
favorite
100%
characters.
sure I can pronounce properly, but like they were all researched. So
right on. Hey, also massive shout out to for including a group of brown Asians in the book with a
Oh
rotation.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad
It's like,
somebody
hey, we take up some space in Asia.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that I mean, obviously that was an intentional choice, but I was like, I wonder if anybody's going to actually say anything about that at any point. It was interesting whether I'm glad that came across. So
Yeah, in fact, when I think Justin brought it up, I validated it because I was telling him how in Hong Kong, my neighbors were from India, and then I remember the first exposure was we were coming down the elevator together, and then I heard some kid speak Cantonese like super fluently to his mother. Mother responded, I turned around, and they're Indian, and I was like, oh wow, I speak fluent Cantonese, and we grew up together, and so I validated. It's like, yeah, there's a brown population in Hong Kong as well. So
Right, like Hong Kong, I think Malaysia, Singapore, like they've got a fairly nice mix of the browns in there.
There
Yeah.
we go. So I mean,
Yeah,
go for it.
We wanted to bring that in, and that's part of that is just like a little bit of it is me thinking about the fact that I got a lot of friends who are from like Europe and like Britain and the UK, and their use of the term Asian is much different than the US version of the word Asian, and I got to thinking about that. I was like, and I knew that Hong Kong had, a significant like East Asian population, to use what Americans would probably go with. And I was like, I'm gonna actually include some people in here who are from places that are, not just of like Chinese descent, in with this. So
Listen, man, it was wild. It was wild to me when I moved to the US. Because it's the same thing for me. Like when we refer to Asians, just refer to like everyone from the continent of Asia, right? That was like Middle Easterners, Iranians, even parts of Russia for that matter. So we just kind of referred to it that way. And when we said Asian, it was this thing. When I had to start filling out HR forms for like race, like, and I'd fill out Asian, and like the HR rep would be like, I'd be like, no, it's right. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because you think about it. Like, I didn't know. I used to always say I didn't know I was Asian until I got here because growing up in Hong Kong, even though my neighbor was Indian at the time, it didn't really like surprise me. He just spoke Cantonese. His parents spoke Cantonese, and that was
Right.
that. But as an adult, when I think back, I was like, oh yeah, like they were Indian. But at the time, I didn't really think about that. And so it's really interesting how I think when it comes to race, it is a thing in America, while in Asia, you're just another human being, So it's really interesting.
It's
Yeah,
definitely.
I get a little exposure to that from things like my one good friend Ariella is from Indonesia, but she's ethnically Chinese, right? And like in Indonesia, that's a thing. There's a cultural thing going on with that I'm not going to get into, but like it got me thinking about like just a lot more about like American views of culturality and that kind of stuff. And since we were doing a city that's kind of Hong Kong, that I wanted to like make that more reflective of what cities are actually like. Sorry, my cat is being a maniac. But yeah, so I'm glad that came across. That actually makes me happy, man. I'm glad you noticed that. So
Yeah, absolutely. Right off the bat, man. Yeah.
It's definitely like a lot in media, there's a certain kind of optics that people sort of like initially like think about whenever you're describing a thing. And even for me, like I'm half Filipino, I'm half Asian, but I don't ever fit sort of the, if there's like let's talk about Filipino people in comic books. It's like, I don't fit the optics of what I think someone who's learning about that wants to, see or hear about. So it's kind of cool when you have like, oh yeah, this is just like a national Chinese, but ethnically Indian, in a book or something. So it's cool to see those types of things.
Right. It's pretty cool. And it's a cool little like kind of attention to detail, like specifically when you're talking to a locale that you're basing off of a place as, cosmopolitan as Hong Kong is, and how ethnically diverse it is, that you could have chosen the easy route. I mean, you didn't have to have that, but it was pretty cool. I dug it.
Thanks. Yeah. That's also one of those things that like I tried to. It's funny. There's a word I can't pronounce, so I won't use it. But one of the things I was thinking about also in regards to that is that like, in regards to how these families operate, like some of that stuff actually functions like it doesn't. We don't hugely get into it in the book for various reasons, but like the fact that like the one crime family is a different ethnicity than some of the others is like that is relevant in the backstory in some ways, as is like if you were here when I was talking to Bronze about like the Kane family name and that kind of stuff, like like some of that I tried to give that some thought and care, like about the kind of world that I was building.
Yeah, there was a question earlier for Justin. It says, are the 5 families kind of callback to the tribes or the mafias?
Yes, they are actually specifically the mafia. They don't necessarily operate with the mafia. In terms of their operation, I kind of was codging together a few different things. So if you want to get really into the weeds looking at it, each of the 5 families, like kind of behind the scenes, you don't see enough of this for it to matter in the books because the story is about Kira. But I was basing what they were doing on various kinds of organized crime in different cultures. So they're not. So like the Kane family bears more resemblance to mafia style family, whereas like the LKF is based on like a triad thing, and there's some stuff from like the Yakuza is sort of blended in there and stuff. It's not meant to be a literal thing like they are a Yakuza, but I was trying to think if I had to do more with these families, like in the world, like how would they be different from each other, and like what would the frictions be between them, right? And so some of that is actually, as I mentioned, some of that is ethnic and historical. Some of it is cultural, like, and some of it is just how the families operate. Like, so Long Long's organization, for instance, operates very differently than GUI's operation does, right? Like, and like GUI's is like a very traditionalist sort of thing, whereas the LKF is a lot more like punk rock and is based on a different kind of like crime tradition, for lack of a better term. So, but the overall, there being 5 families, that is specifically an American Mafia call out. So
It's awesome. So with that said, I mean, we have a lot of fans from Bronze in the chat. So thanks for joining, guys. And then also George, our buddy, Iranga, and my buddy in the art scene,
George,
coming in to say hi. So thanks for coming in, George. I was thinking about you and Kavi today because there's a ton of like conversations about art and music this morning, because it started with Manic saying how he likes to listen to metal when he draws, and so Iranga, what do you like to listen to? I thought it's kind of an interesting thing where all the artists was like, oh, I get inspired music, and Brian as well, right? You guys were talking about that. We are at 13.5 as well, so congratulations, guys, with that. But,
congratulations.
Back to that question, music, and art.
Well, what's funny is I used to listen to when I was younger. It was always music when I was drawing, right? So Guns N' Roses to age myself, but. But these days when I draw, I have The Office on a loop and I have Parks and Rec on a loop. So I'll swivel through an entire season of The Office, and then The Office ends, and then I'll start Parks and Rec and go through like the entire series, like all the seasons, and then back to The Office. Just because I don't have to pay attention to anything. Like the rhythm of the show, is just right to where I know when like a part that I really love is coming up, just from the cadence of what I'm listening to, but I don't have to pay attention to it. And then when I go, that's upstairs when I'm drawing in my studio, and then like after 5 o'clock when I go downstairs, and like my wife and I are sitting and we'll have dinner, and I have an art board downstairs, so I'll have a lap board, so I'll draw on my lap board. Then my wife starts watching true crime shit, so that's just constantly. It's true crime stuff, yeah. Which apparently, like, if you listen to it, the only people that ever get murdered in the universe are like people who are like absolute angels. Everyone loved them. Like, no scumbags ever get murdered. Like, whenever they interview the people that knew them, they're like, oh, if they'd just been around, they would have changed the world. But yeah,
It's funny. My buddy and I were having a conversation. It doesn't come up on like true crime, but you'll get it in like historical records. Or like somebody will get murdered in front of like literally like dozens of people, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't know who did it," because the person was just such an asshole that they're like, he needed killing.
Yeah. Nope, saw nothing.
They're like, I don't know, man. Like, It was some sort of short, tall dude with brown blonde hair. I don't know.
So I definitely want to cover this, but obviously, we do have a kind of variant tier based on this campaign. But as you guys know, and we mentioned earlier, because we have a continuing releases with our partners at Vivi, as well as kind of other channels, I did ask Ranga to help us with a variant cover for number 2 as well. So I don't know how much you want to share about that, Ranga. I saw you start jumping into it right away. And it's highly appreciated, but I want to make that announcement here today, guys, while everyone's here, that Ranga will be joining the forces with this project. So thank you.
Yeah, I was super excited when you asked me, man. I mean, I pretty much fanboyed out, right? I was like, hey, it's I'm having already read kind of the Ashcan and been a fan of it, and then to be asked, hey, do you want to do a cover? That was super cool. Yeah, I think. I can't remember what time you asked me, but like maybe like 3 hours later, I kind of showed you like a concept.
I know, that was awesome. That's the fastest turnaround I've ever seen. So
yeah,
I really appreciate that.
I was super stoked about it. You kind of described what you wanted to see, which I mean, can I describe the idea?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it was more like a movie poster style montage that allowed like highlighting the different characters like in it, and then knowing that it's for issue 2, I had to kind of be careful because there's like one of my favorite characters visually shows up in issue 3. I wish I could tell you what her name was, but Justin wouldn't name her. She shows up in issue 3, so I had to kind of be careful, like not to foreshadow that stuff on the cover to issue 2. But I'm having a ball with it. I'm past the prelim stage right now since Carl said it was good to go. But yeah, just chipping away at it. It's challenging, man. I've never done like one of those montage type pieces before, like on a movie poster, and it looks, I guess it's like super easy when you just take a bunch of pieces and Photoshop it together like for a movie poster. But when you're kind of trying to draw it that way, the transitions between characters and stuff, that's what I'm finding, to have clarity with each character. That's been challenging, but it's been fun. I've been poring over Brian's drawings and like hating on him for how complex Shrike's design is.
And it keeps changing too.
Yeah, trust me, I saw.
So,
but I picked like some of the coolest aspects that I liked. I mean, it doesn't really change that much, but just picked some of the stuff that I thought was like coolest.
So we have another question from Jeff Wong. Ranga, thanks for that. While writing each issue, did you listen to or had a soundtrack in your mind that influenced the story?
No, because for the most part, like whenever I get focused on writing, I kind of tune everything else out. So like I'm not a listen to stuff while I'm writing kind of guy. I will sometimes have stuff on in the background to drown out other background noise, but I don't hear it. I did have to make a concerted effort to not hear California Dreamin' in my head for reasons that are complicated. Like it's from Chungking Express. Like it features prominently in there, and I hate that song. I love the movie, but I hate the song. And like because I associate that with like Hong Kong, kind of, even though it's not like. I was like, it became this thing where every time I would start writing it, it would start playing in my head. I'm like, God damn it! Like, but once I got into the rhythm of writing, it would get tuned out, so we were good. So no, it's just the voices in my head and me. What? Come here.
Awesome. Any other thoughts, folks? I mean, we're about 3-4 more minutes. Ranga, questions from the audience as well?
No, but that was a great suggestion from the audience that said, like, put that character that shows up in issue 3, put him in my issue 2 cover so it becomes the formal first appearance.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
No, don't do that. That's so frustrating.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm guessing it's one of Justin's tactics of getting people to reread all the issues and even go back. It's almost like an escape room to find out the names. You have to buy the next issue and go back. So
it's true.
How about this one, Mickey? Here's a good one for you. Will you guys be using PSA to grade your comic books?
Sure, we'll definitely try them out. See how they do and what kind of service they provide. But as far as grading things that are high value or vintage, I think it's going to take a little while before people start sending those types of things over to them. But it's cool. It's cool to see them come into the space. You can definitely send a Zero Ghost book in there and have them.
Yeah, I want to. I'm actually gonna. I have literally books picked aside. That's I think going to be 9.8 or 9.9, and I'm gonna ship those in and get those graded.
I think getting it in the census over there is would be good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm excited to use PSA. I've been begging for competition in the grading space for a while from a contender. I was curious. I know, Mickey, you saw one of the slabs in person, right?
Yeah.
I heard a rumor that they don't have an inner well in their slab. Did you notice that?
They have something that is like akin to an inner well, but it's not the same as what CGC does. So, but I couldn't tell you what it is.
Gotcha. I was curious about that. I'm very eager to try them. I mean, I do some card grading, and that's who I use for card grading. So I'm curious to see what they have to offer, and I think more competition is usually a good thing in spaces that are as niche as our hobby.
Yeah, definitely send those metal cards in, the Kickstarter cards. If we get there.
There you go.
Yeah, do they grade metal cards? I don't know, because I feel like I haven't seen metal cards graded before. Or would they?
I think they. I mean, are they the same kind of standard size as other trading cards?
Standard size.
Yeah, I
They
think
should.
they would grade it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's almost like they have to be 10.0 then, because they're like they're like unbreakable, right? You can't.
Definitely, they got to be 10-0s. Yeah. But if you can get the guys to sign them, they can also verify the signatures and stuff on it too. So that'd be kind of cool.
That's true. That's more the verification. So Sean won't be able to join us at 3:30. He has no Wi-Fi where he's at. So we're gonna just keep going, guys. I mean, Iranga, let's talk a little bit about the comic art tiers. I mean, for me personally, like that's kind of like what gets me super excited with any Kickstarter that I back. What are your thoughts? I mean, obviously with Brian, he was able to dig through his vault and he pulled up a few things. I think one was his art from Batman, Witchblade, as well as Tomb Raider, and then he also pulled stuff up from Star Wars. And so these were kind of the 4 art tiers that we provided with, Brian Ching at the 6x9 art sketch, the comic art fan bundles, which has those 3 titles, and then with the Star Wars bundle, and as well as a 11x17 quality commission, which 2 of the 3 is already gone. So if anyone's looking for that, definitely go for it now. And if you guys are in the stream now, feel free to pass this to a friend that may be interested. Yeah, Ranga, from an art collector perspective, what are your thoughts here?
I think it's a super smart way to like engage a section of the public that specifically art collectors. That there's a lot of them. I mean, we know them. Where a lot of them don't read comics anymore. I mean, they're just kind of chasing, the nostalgia from the 90s and early 2000s or 80s, whatever that may have been. They don't. So it's a cool way to like kind of engage them and bring them on board and throw something new their way in terms of comics and let them know that good comics didn't end in the 90s. And I, to be honest with you, I think they're like fairly priced tiers as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Some great pricing on those tiers.
Yeah, especially I think for me too, like the Batmans of the world. I mean, almost every page has Batman on it, which is awesome.
Yeah. I was a little disappointed that there wasn't any Zero Ghost original art, Brian.
That's a whole separate conversation. He's married to those. For sure. I get it.
I swear I misread the tier and I thought like plus all Zero Ghost meant there was all Zero Ghost art in there. So I was like chomping at the bit for this thing to go live. And I was like, wait a second, they're just talking about the books. Like Brian's hoarding the pages.
You got to keep those covers forever.
There might be like a Deadpool cover, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
the New Mutants 98 cover up for $7 million got listed.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
No,
Yeah,
I think
I'll
it's
be
a
right
really
back.
cool tier.
So, Brian, let's talk about that. I mean, when you think about original art, then is that kind of the thinking? Like, one day this might just be like a bonkers thing. Is it more of like a personal attachment to what you've poured so much of your heart and soul into? Like, what are the things that go through your mind? Like, just for me, I know I bug you a lot with stuff like this, but kind of curious on your thoughts and your thought process.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. I mean, how do you value something? I guess with a lot of my Star Wars stuff, I think I kept it for nostalgia reasons. And then there was that story. I don't know, was it like 3 or 4 years ago? The Scott Williams, Jim Lee X-Men cover that Scott Williams sold for I don't know how much, and then fast forward, what is it, like 15, 20 years later, and it was like $1 million or something like that. Not saying that would ever happen to me, but that would crush me if something like that did happen. And so it's like, how do you value something, if I say I value the Zero Ghost cover to issue number 1, and let's say I sell it for $1,000 today because it's like, oh, that's all it's worth to me today. And then 10 years from now, Zero Ghost actually performs well, becomes this and that, becomes a video game, becomes whatever, and it's like, hey, there's that idiot who sold his first cover for $1,000, and now it's worth whatever, And so it's kind of like, well, I think it's worth it to me to just keep it, and maybe someday everything will just go in a comic museum, and I don't know. That's sort of how I think of things.
Yeah, you have to have the price that is so good that you'll never lose sleep over whatever it sells for in the future.
Right.
Yeah,
so
in fact,
if Bill Gates wants to buy issue 1, just make an offer.
Exactly.
True. Like, there's always a price to everything. I mean, this one, I know a Switch Hands is not from Liefeld. It is actually from a private owner. But I know Liefeld had mentioned that when he sold it, he got a lot for at the time compared to what comic art was going for. And so I know this has been like the biggest news. And I thought it was also very interesting, Aranga. I'll have some of these discussions with Brian as well about kind of creating that market, right? It's almost like your art being out there also helps kind of over time elevate the value of it, because the more exposure through other collectors and the more kind of spread out it is, there's always this kind of strategy, especially when it comes to fine art, on how demand is created as well. So I think there's like this fine balance that happens when it comes to art. So how do you see your artwork when you work on it?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm kind of like Brian in a certain way. I've only ever sold one of the covers willingly that I've worked on. I kind of hang on to my work. So this was it was just me ragging on Brian. I do the same thing. It's hard to let go of, not just from a financial perspective, but you work on something and you kind of love it, and it's when it's with you, and it's just hard to. I feel the same way with commissions, to be honest with you. Like, someone's already paid me to do this thing, and I do it, and I kind of love it, and I was like, well, shit, they've already paid for it. I guess I gotta ship it off now. Yeah, I have that attachment syndrome to stuff I work on. That, yeah, I'm the wrong guy. But getting back to that Life Out cover, it's hard, man. Like, if you. There's so many things that go into one. I think it's an absurd ask.
It's pretty crazy.
Considering, what Dark Knight pages have gone for, or like a Dark Knight cover. But, it's a new. I think they're targeting a different kind of collector. Well, that's someone probably coming in from another industry. Yeah, I don't know, but I do think like one of the things you should do is test out their Heritage's user interface and see what actually happens if you put it in the add to cart button. I've never. Can you just hit that yellow button, Carl?
We're gonna buy it now, guys.
Oh, does that now remove it from like if someone else checked it out on there? Is that how their system is set up?
I'm
Like, if
not
I looked
gonna
at it-
press the buy now just in case it is set up too. But it is in my cart.
Oh, man, I would be super nervous if I was you.
Make an offer. Yeah, I'm not gonna sign it right now, but it's pretty funny though.
Yeah, it'd be great. I mean, it's. I guess you could say, you use the rising tide analogy. I mean, it's good for all comic art, right? If something like that sold, but I just think it's such a quantum leap over what anything else has gone for, and then you start thinking, is this really the one to do it? And that's not a commentary on the art. That's I'm not throwing shade at it. It's just, is this the piece that would do it? Like, you would think it'd be something, a little bit more significant, like a Watchmen cover or a Dark Knight cover, something that moved the needle really in comics. I mean, you could argue Deadpool did, but I don't know. There's a lot of talk around it right now, obviously.
A ton. Sarah, Mickey, Bronze. I mean, you guys come from different perspectives of pop culture. Any reaction to this?
I mean, whoever owns it sort of now is as good a time as any to put it up on the market, and see if people bite. I mean, what's the record price? There was the Secret Wars, splash page that sold for like $3 million. I think is that one of the highest ticketed items that's ever sold?
It's up there, right? That's if not it's like one of the top two for sure.
Yeah. So I don't know if you would. I doubt that thing would get the same price it got today, but I mean, 7.5 seems pretty high for this. But at the same time, I mean, all you need is one person, and I'm sure Ryan Reynolds could just pay for it with a rounding error from what he's going to make in the box office.
That's true.
I think that is the goal. Like, I think that's the bait on the hook here. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So you think they're going after Ryan?
Or someone in a similar position,
right?
That's involved with this.
Someone connected to him.
Maybe Hugh will buy it and set it on fire to troll Ryan.
Oh man,
that'd be pretty funny.
I kind of feel like maybe why not? Like Marvel Studios should buy it. And they just put it in there, all their
like museum
stuff.
And gift it to Ryan.
Yeah, it's definitely not aimed at the average collector or even the top tier of collector. I don't think, like existing comic art collector. That's not what this is aimed at. That's not who this is aimed at. I don't think.
Yeah, even some of the bigger ones. I mean, if you look at like Frank Frazetta,
Egyptian
number
Queen,
one, Egyptian Queen. I mean, he's evolved into fine art, right? It's almost like historical fine art. And
but
then,
that's full. That's a full oil, painted canvas too. So it's like compared to the Liefeld page, I feel like, it's a high ask. It's a high ask for sure.
Here's the 3.3 right here. Secret War splash, which this is a strange one. This one, I think Mark Zuck is awesome, but his normal market just isn't even close to this level. So this one is definitely specifically for historic, reference. While I think Liefeld, his stuff is not cheap, right? So I think it's pretty interesting in itself.
I definitely agree with what you said earlier, Carl. You're thinking comics are getting bigger, and I see that. All you need is like some hype beasts, some like supreme collectors, like they're coming. So you just need that one person that's just trying to outdo the other.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's great in a way, but it's also kind of sucks for true collectors because it could be your dream page, and someone's just buying it because they can, so you can't have it.
Right.
Yeah, to
Right.
piggyback off that, like I always tell people, don't wait. Like if there's an artist that's up and coming that you're excited about, just get in while you can. I mean, that's why things like the pages on the Kickstarter, for example, that are available on that backer tier, that's a really good deal. You know, things like that are worth considering because art pretty much only goes up.
So there you go. You're seeing these, 2.4 million for the Dark Knight. You could potentially get a Batman page if you back on day one for a very small comparison. So for 488. So we got the deals going on at our Kickstarter. And
Brian, would you take
that's
2
where-
million right now if I offered it for Zero Ghost page 1?
How much?
Indecent proposal, the sequel.
A cover.
2 million, Zero Ghost cover, number one. What do you think? It'll get you on this list pretty quickly.
You're at the top of the forever thank you list.
See, and that's the thing about art. It's so crazy because Brian is still hesitating.
He's still not even committed to it.
How powerful art is. It's awesome. No, it's great.
I noticed that too.
It's like it's priceless. I think that's why it's so powerful. Where, maybe to someone, even for Dark Knight. I mean, Ranga. I don't remember. Like, there was a lot of controversy with this cover as well because it's essentially like a large color guide. By Lynn Varley, who I think was Frank Miller's wife at the time, I believe.
Yep.
And so so it's a color guide, and that was kind of like, the conversation. But to him, to whoever the owner is, it's the original. That's the one that was published, right?
Right.
And so it's that in itself is pretty powerful. And even Mickey, you just did a perfect, test on how much connection one can have with art. And so, in a way, you're asking Brian to sell his baby for 2 million.
Yeah.
Sold.
Yeah. Yeah, the baby before the
He's
art.
more likely.
So
You can always make another baby, but you can't always.
Exactly.
Dime a dozen.
Now, it's interesting, and I say this as a non-art guy. Like, it's funny because I've got, I don't know, at a guess, 50, 60K of trad art, because of the books we worked on, and he's my buddy. And, like, I wouldn't sell it, unless, like, I needed money for, like, a kidney transplant or something, I guess, maybe. But, like, in normal circumstances, it literally is priceless. Like,
yeah.
It's one of those, like, there isn't an amount that I'm going to sell it for.
It's priceless, but it's such a good investment. Just thinking, like, what if? You'll always have that. You probably would rather figure something else out, but
yeah,
I think it's incredible that people are really understanding the investment aspects of it versus just your own personal love as well.
Yeah. I mean, Sarah, you're a Star Wars collector. You have, a ton of artifacts from that space.
Yeah.
Like,
I inherited my dad's entire, like, original collection. So unfortunately, like, dogs chewed a couple legs off here and there. But
oh no.
Yeah, it was really incredible to just have something. He wasn't around to, like, hold my hand through, but just being welcomed by the community, even though I wasn't able to fully grow up in it, has been truly special. And just, I learned so much each and every time talking with all of you guys. So it's a really meaningful thing, what you all do. So thank you.
And then what goes through your mind when you see these pieces of Star Wars art?
I just get chills. You sent me, like, the files yesterday, and I was, like, trying not to screenshot them and, like, send them to my mom. But they're, like, it's just amazing. And Brian, you may not remember the exact issue or page because you've done so much, but we do. We have those memories attached. So it's a beautiful thing. I can't even draw stick figures, so I'm like, I can do makeup. That's my version of what you guys are doing, but it really is incredible too for you, knowing how much you hold on to things, to offer this up in the vaults. Like, I've been kind of chatting with people on social media all day, and it's a lot of people know, how did you actually decide on these to give up? Because I know George Lucas, like, its first pick of Star Wars stuff, and you still ended up with really cool stuff. Brian,
is that true, Brian?
Yeah,
Does
it was
George?
pretty tough. That was the deal. I don't know if that's still the deal, to be honest with you.
It's still that way.
It's still valid.
It's still that way, yeah.
That George Lucas gets the pick of the artwork first.
Yes, Lucasfilm gets first pick.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So sometimes like these pages get held up forever after they come up because they haven't made a decision yet, and there's artists just sitting around like, just make a decision, let me get my pages back so I can sell them.
Oh wow. Okay. That's interesting. I hadn't known that.
All right, you heard it here first. It's still happening, so you get first dibs here. Very, very rare. I think Brian, we talked about this too. I think there was some transitional stuff that was happening that made these kind of go under the radar. And I think I know a couple other artists who was in similar situation with that stuff, because I want to double check. And so I think as much as it's kind of like part of the agreement, I do feel like more and more is starting to, because I think he can only carry so much, right? He can only have so much. And with the Museum of Narrative Arts, and I think after him, they said the moment was once he sold, it was a less of a thing, where it wasn't him personally pursuing these pieces anymore. It's more of just like old corporate language kind of thing. So it's less attentive to. So.
So sick.
Man, it's been kind of cool just seeing this thing grow throughout the day. We have another kind of push tomorrow, 13.5 now, and then we have a few pushes next week, and then one big one at the end of the campaign, which is kind of typically the cycle for Kickstarters. So anyone who's new here in the chat, definitely check out our Kickstarter campaign. We're launching Zero Ghost today. It gives you issue 1 through 3. We have the team here today, so if you have any questions for them or for us in regards to the campaign, definitely chime in and let us know. We have a few special guests here as well. Bronze Age Nerd, we all know him for his channel as well as his philanthropy work, as well as Iranga D, good friend of mine, fellow collector, as well as artist who's been doing covers and commissions for the community. So what other big topics have been surfacing coming out of San Diego Comic-Con?
Well, aside from RDJ and Dr. Doom.
Okay, well, let's talk about that.
I wasn't there. Well, were you in the room when the announcement was made, Carl?
I wasn't in the room. I've really mixed feelings about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so do I. That's the only thing I can say about it right now. I'm just I'm on the edge about it. I'm not sure. He's a great actor. I'm just not sure what they're gonna do with it. So it's interesting to see it unfold.
Well, let's look at the headlines. I mean, you see, Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom revived the MCU. Fans are skeptical. I'm skeptical. There's theories, right? Does anyone know any theories? There's first look that's obviously AI generated that's going around.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential tie-ins to previous stories. I think there's a lot of fans speculating based on what they've read or what they think could happen with this. But I also think you have projects here that he's coming to being helmed by the Russo brothers, and they haven't necessarily closely followed previous storylines. Like they've more followed the spirit of those storylines. So I feel like it's just kind of one of those things where you almost need to sit back and just kind of watch and see what happens. But I understand why a lot of people are kind of concerned to see like a cast reused, but there could be a logical explanation for it. And it could also just be one of those things where it's, hey, maybe Doom never takes off the mask and he just uses his voice talent, and that's what you see in the movies. But I'm hopeful. I think that if there's anybody who can turn out some fantastic MCU movies, it's the Russo brothers.
Agreed. Yeah.
Did they actually come out and say like he's playing Victor Von Doom, or did they just say he's playing Doctor Doom? Like, is he Tony Stark, a variant that ends up being Doctor Doom? Have they specifically said Tony Stark as Victor Von Doom?
I believe it was just Doom. I don't believe they ever said Victor Von Doom.
I
could be
saw
wrong.
a quote from one of the Russos that did say Victor Von Doom, but
There we go.
like, yeah. So
It doesn't really, but that doesn't really mean anything to me because I feel like you can judo that however you want, like later on. You know,
Yeah,
'cause-
and that could be another Fargo based on a true story, sort of
Yeah.
quote.
Right.
You know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
it's one of those choices where if it's
Okay.
good, it's good. If it's a train wreck, it's going to be a train wreck. You know, who knows? But it's a bold choice, that's for sure.
This is definitely not a comparison, but when I heard it, it gave me like that Nicolas Cage, like I'm gonna be Ghost Rider just cause.
That's so funny. That's interesting. I mean, Superman too, right? Wasn't he casted as Superman at one point?
Yeah, and I was like, no, you don't have to do everything. Like we already like you. Like just
Well,
do
Are you
the one
saying
thing I'll say about it is
RTJ
that
is the new Nicolas Cage?
I will say that he
I think
wanted to try his.
Sarah has to run as well, so.
Oh yeah,
Thank you, guys.
thanks
Oh,
for-
this has been so incredible.
Yeah,
Each and
it's
every
been
one
great.
of you, like, I mean, met the goal, but it's just such a pleasure being a part of this. So thank
Yeah,
you
it
so
was-
much.
No, thank you for the team
Thanks,
effort.
Sarah.
And all you guys watching, if we hit 15K, we are unlocking something very special. We're almost there. I'm not going to spoil it this time, but please keep supporting and we'll see you guys really soon.
Yeah, thanks for that plug. I'll put that back up.
Thanks,
for
Sarah.
now.
Bye.
Thanks, Sarah. Bye.
Bye.
We're at 13.5. And so with that said, we're at 3:55, about 5 minutes out to welcome another guest to the channel. And so, guys, should we kind of wrap up this RDJ conversation? Any other last thoughts?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, to me, it's kind of logical because for years when he was wrapping up the arc as Iron Man, we heard him saying that he kind of felt like he had did everything he could with that character, and he kind of felt like he got to the end of what he could do with it. And Robert Downey Jr. is clearly an actor that cares about his performances. So to me, it makes perfect sense to see him pivot to a villain and try to take on like a completely different aspect. And he hasn't really. I'm trying to think if he's ever really played a villain. I'm sure he has at some point, but not something he kind of is known for. So I'm excited to see what that looks like.
Not since Weird Science, but he was more of a bully in Weird Science than a villain.
No, he played a villain in. So he's a villain in U.S. Marshals, which is a spoiler, but fuck it. It's
Oh
US
yeah,
Marshals.
yeah.
He's
kind of
also
an
a villain-
Oppenheimer.
Yeah. He's also a villain in it's a Neil Jordan movie. It's got Annette Bening in it. I can't remember the name of it. He's actually really good as a villain too. Like he's really creepy. RDJ is one of those things. Is like if he doesn't play Doom as Tony Stark, I'm theoretically into it. Like quippy Doom is not what we're going for. Like that's not how Doom should work to me. So I don't know. I'm open to it. Like certainly, to my mind, the Russos haven't really gone wrong yet in the MCU, and RDJ is a great actor, like legitimately. So I'm open to it.
Yeah, I'm a reserved judgment. I think for me, the biggest disruption was, if you haven't watched the Deadpool movie yet, it's your fault. But basically, to me, walking out of Deadpool was, I felt like they did a really good job of resetting the universe, especially this whole multiverse thing, especially because, Deadpool called it out and was like, almost like, in a way, announcing like, oh, it's not going to happen anymore. And then all of a sudden we see 100 Dooms on stage and Robert Downey shows up. To me, hinting that this is going to be some sort of multiverse, which I get it. Fantastic Four is already kind of set up that way. So that's kind of my biggest disappointment. So I just hope that in a way if there's their kind of second chance at the multiverse, they do it better than the first. So
No. One word for you, Carl. Doombots.
True. Interesting. Okay. Well, with that said, why don't we welcome another fellow comic fan and YouTuber, Rob Fatstacks. I had a chance to hang out with this gentleman at dinner at this last San Diego Comic Con, and I'm sure you guys all know each other too. Like I'm sure with Bronze, Mickey, you guys all know each other. It's a small community. So with that said, Rob, welcome to
Thanks
this
for having me.
super long live stream. I don't know how many hours we're in now, but we've been in it for like 6-7 hours, and it's really to one, celebrate this launch of the Zero Ghost Kickstarter. You had a chance to read the books. The creator team is on board here, but also to kind of introduce to the community our friends. And so why don't we take a moment and if you don't mind, kind of share your background, your journey, and how you came to be, and what you're up to, so we could all get on the same page.
I was born on a different planet, and it was about to be exploded, and my parents threw me in a rocket ship. No, I came to comics actually very late. For most people in my generation, I didn't start collecting until I was in college, and that was mostly just a function of availability, some issues with dyslexia. And when I actually finding comics actually made it easier to read, and made it more enjoyable to read because of the way the words are broken up. That makes it much easier in small sample sizes. Makes it much easier to read and consume. And I fell in love with back in 1992, a nice red shiny foil #1 on a newsstand spinner rack, Spider-Man 2099, and that became my first comic book. And went down that road for a while, reading comics, and then until Maximum Clonage, where I sold my entire collection because I was done with comics after that pile of manure, and was out of comics again until my kid was a young boy and wanted to start reading some stuff and was having some of the similar issues. I took him right to the shop. Next thing you know, I was back in it, and then it just became an obsession from then on. I was all in again, and here I am today. I start collecting. Next thing you know, you're unboxing what you collect and showing it for people on YouTube, and next thing you know, somehow you're roped in and doing charity work because somebody started a campaign that was grassroots and couldn't continue it on, and through some weird connection, I ended up running along with 2 other guys running Comics Curing Cancer, which has kind of just become a big deal, all consuming for us for the past 3 years, really.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Rob. Great intro, and that's one of the major reasons why I want you to come on today. It's I see your activities, your emails that goes out when it comes to Comics Curing Cancer, and personally touched by all that you're doing, because I've had a few close friends as well as close family members go through that battle, and so I think it's a powerful cause, and definitely want to invite you here to kind of talk about what you're doing, and in hopes that we could all be supportive of whatever you need help with.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's one of the things that you find when you're doing this, especially like when I was at Heroes Con talking to people. There's not a person you talk to that doesn't have a story. And that's the worst part, is that everybody either has a family member, a friend, or whatever that has some sort of connection that has gone through cancer, a battle, win or lose. And so that's what really truly is, I like to say, it makes it the true supervillain, right? But we're teaming up. We want to try to make a difference. I'd love to make it to a point where we could talk to people who said, no, I've never known anybody who had cancer. That would be great to get to that day, let alone a complete elimination. So this was something that was started as a grassroots effort by a YouTuber 4 years ago. And he just did a 24-hour marathon and to try to raise $2,000 to give to the American Cancer Society. He ended up raising $8,000. The American Cancer Society took notice, and when they did that, they adopted it as an official campaign. After that, I ended up taking over, got teamed up with Legion of Comics and DJ Links. The 3 of us co-coordinate the events, essentially. and we just kind of put on a 3-day online event instead of 24 hours because I'm too old for that stuff. Yeah. We started collecting items from the community donations that we started off with an auction, and it's kind of blown up a little bit more into this big 3-day virtual event, a mixture of auctions, a mixture of pledge drive type efforts. But last year, or our first year, we set out to match that $8,000. We raised 10,000. The next year we set out to raise 10,000. They hit 25. Last year we went out to hit 25. We raised $51,000 last year, just from the comic book community online on YouTube and stuff. So this year we set the goal at 50,000. We've been very fortunate that we've had some support from like some retailers like Big Time Collectibles who donated to us half of a print run of an exclusive comic that we were allowed to sell, that Miko Suyin cover, and all the money was able to go directly to Comics Curing Cancer. We were able to do the same thing. Comic Mint helped us out with a cover for Unnatural Order last year, do the same thing. So we're kind of getting some of those things. We're starting to get some attention and starting to get some added perks that allow us to make our reach a little bit more impactful.
It's awesome, man. I think, obviously we've all probably been touched by that in one way or another as a community. So we definitely want you to come and share more about it. And, just speaking on behalf of the 24/7 side, we definitely will be donating and contributing as well. And
for sure,
I'll personally definitely donate, similar to what we did for Bronze and the Heroes for Heroes side of things as well. So, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of why we come together is really about the stories that we read. And what was cool too is you sharing about dyslexia and how comics help you read. That was me. So it's funny. I actually deal with dyslexia my whole life, but it was really comics that got me to start reading more regularly. I read very slowly when I write. Those of you who interact with me on emails and whatnot already know that and probably used to it, but I always kind of flip words back and forth. So AI has been great for me just to spell check and all that kind of stuff, right? And so, I definitely, everything you said was very relatable. And
I wish more people would talk about it, because I think that, dyslexia is something that affects a lot of children. It can turn them away from books and everything else. And I think that the stigma on graphic novels and comics, people don't understand how that is. First of all, there's some phenomenal stories that have been told in comics and graphic novels, let alone the fact that if it can get a kid to read, any reading is good. And if it can serve it to them in a format that allows them to digest it easily, then there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever.
Yeah. No, it's huge. And speaking of reading, actually, I know, your channel covers slab books. We were talking about comic art and how a lot of art collectors don't read anymore. Did you have a chance to read Zero Ghosts? And
I did. I crammed it in today, cool. in between reading contracts, legal contracts, when I needed to read something that I could actually digest easily.
Yeah, so we have the creator team here. We'd love to get your feedback, thoughts, any question you may have for the boys. They've spent a lot of time on it. We also have Bronze.
All my questions are spoiler questions, but I won't ask them. But I will just say that I was amazed how I'm usually a superhero comic reader or sci-fi, but I love once you got into this really quickly, got hooked into the mystery aspect of of the whole story, the who did it type of thing that was going on, as well as, of course, the supernatural aspects of things was going on. I was hooked. That's great. I can't wait to read more.
Yeah, Justin, we haven't talked much about the whole mystery aspect of it. Kind of, in a way, you're kind of scratching your head, wondering what the heck is going on. You want to elaborate more on that and how that was used as a to engineer?
Sure. I'll just solve the mystery for everybody on this live stream. It was, I really like crime and detective stuff. So I was, and I don't get to do as much of it as I would like. So since we were doing kind of a crime thing, I decided to, add a mystery sort of aspect to it as well. Part of that, to get into how the sausage is made, Some of it is that I wanted a reason for Kira to explore a world she already knows, but the reader doesn't. So I had to have a reason for her to interact with all these various characters and stuff. And trying to untangle who betrayed her family and why was a good sort of engine for bringing her into interacting with all these other characters and really, setting the thing off. So it's one of those deals where like you can build a revenge story on something as simple as like these assholes killed my dog and now I'm going to kill them back. But like I think when you add the mystery aspect of it, you get to see your characters doing more than just fighting and bashing heads.
It was also a great device for getting you up to speed with what was going on in that world and how that world interacts by getting the process of going to these different families to trying to find out who is responsible. I just thought it was a phenomenal device to be able to really get you a lot of information real fast as a reader.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was the intent. Like we did some really cool world building on it, I thought. So I wanted to give a chance to actually just kind of tool around the world and, let people enjoy it, hopefully enjoy it. So far people seem to be digging it. So I think we did a good job.
Man, the world building is probably one of the funnest. And even speaking of world building, I think Aranga highlighted the kind of organic diversity from, this kind of snapshot of a potential Hong Kong as well. But Aranga, I know you have to go. So thanks for making time for us. I do want to highlight this question that they have for you. So if you don't mind answering this before you go.
Fucking Marcus.
Marcus is another friend of ours. It's total. And a spoiler alert to House of Dragons, folks. So,
yeah. But hey, guys, listen. Like, thanks so much for kind of letting me come on and like even more like letting me contribute to this book that I really like freaking love, man. It's I can't wait to read issue 50 when you guys kind of bring it home. So thanks for having me on, and I'm sure we'll be in touch soon.
Thanks, Aranga.
Thanks, Aranga.
Great meeting you.
Let me move him. All right. Rob, back to Fat Stack. So I know you touched on a little bit about how, over pandemic, it really started picking up opening boxes and whatnot. Where has your channel now and your content evolved to now? I know hanging out with Mickey and Bronze, I've seen their evolution, talked about future evolutions and things they're thinking about. Like, what are you thinking about?
My evolution is really not to evolve. I have no aspirations on, like the fact that X number of people watch me at any given time blows my mind anyways, but I'm not doing it for anybody. I'm doing it because I enjoy just sharing my passion for what I'm collecting. And if somebody else gets a kick out of the variety, and that's usually what I hear the most from people who do watch my stuff, is the variety of stuff. Because I'm not really a niche. I'm all over the place. I'm just, I like this shiny. I like this shiny. And so people get a chance to see a lot of different elements. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm a collector. I'm showing off my collection. And then I have my Saturday live stream with Only Slabs, which is a collector showcase, essentially, where we have different collectors come on and for 90 minutes and show off elements of their collection and talk about it and get to know the collectors. So that's really what I like to focus on, is probably that aspect. I do have some ideas for occasional pieces aside from unboxings. Every once in a while I do a product review. Every once in a while I've done some discussions about comparing grading companies and stuff. And I always try to keep it very factual based and not try to leave as much opinion out of it as possible. Let viewers make their own opinions. But aside from that, I'm happy to just continue to do what I'm doing. It's a little bit of a creative outlet for somebody who has to deal with legal contracts for a living.
Oh man, I don't know how you do it. I mean, with dyslexia, you have to work twice as hard. I mean, I read tons of contracts every week too, and it's hard.
And it's a completely different language too,
totally
right?
Different,
It's,
so
yeah.
So I mean, okay, I'll put a question out for you three specifically. That since and this is more of maybe us as a new publisher, a new creator team. independent, launching from Kickstarter, like, where do we fit? Because I know there's a lot of content creation happens surrounding, obviously as content creators, Rob, it's great you do it for yourself. I think, Swaggle, Bronze, you guys actually are very authentic in the way you.
It was such a nice compliment. I think we might
Yeah,
have lost
he was like, YouTube was like, you're lying. Authentic? No.
Wow,
You can't be nice.
Really did break the internet.
Whoa, what happened?
Wow,
weird.
You were glazing us up, and then you got.
Yeah, literally, like they're trying to shut you guys down. So, you guys literally all just went black for a second, and then started having this like little like waiting hourglass. I don't know what you guys missed, but basically, what I'm saying is I've literally had talks with different content creators, and some are literally like, "Oh, I don't do anything unless there's a Marvel movie attached," or like, "I don't do anything unless there's because I need the views," right? And so we don't bring any of that to the table right now, right? Because we just don't have that type of audience. So what you guys' advice to like Brian, Justin, Will, myself, even Mickey, who's involved with like marketing, original content, original indie books, like where do we find space to appear in front of folks,
Chris,
Good
I'll let you
question.
go first.
So my advice is, and I can kind of relate to the comment about, I don't even make a video unless there's MCU stuff involved because of the clicks. I can relate to the other side of that because I literally don't make anything to get clicks. It's to me the kind of like what Rob was saying earlier. This is a project. It's a creative outlet for me. So that's all I want to do. I want to do what my audience cares about in terms of respecting them and their opinions. And I want to make the kind of video content that I want to put out there. And when I don't want to make content, I don't make content. When I feel creative and like I can do it, I do it. So from that perspective, I think really you gotta interact with the part of the community that reads. And not to be too cynical, but unfortunately there is a large segment of collectors that are involved on that speculation side, which is really big on YouTube. That, and by the way, this is not a universal truth. There are plenty of speculators out there that do read, but there's a lot of them out there that just buy based on covers. They buy based on speculation for characters that are going to appear inside the books, usually from the big two, but not always. Movie spec, that kind of stuff. And that's certainly an audience, but unless you are in those, things are getting optioned, you're talking about movies, you're talking about TV series, you're not really going to engage with them. So there are, thankfully, lots and lots and lots of YouTube channels out there that cater to, and not just YouTube, social media outlets out there that cater to readers, people that actually want to read new and exciting stories. And I think that's really the key, is to get in with that group and make sure that all the people out there that haven't heard about 24/7 yet actually get a chance to, and about the projects that are coming out there, doing things like this live stream, doing interviews, sharing those kinds of perspectives out there. That's all key, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think YouTube, in terms of the comic space, I kind of think of it in three sort of lanes. I think there's like sort of a collector lane, which I think the three of us all are sort of more in that space. There's and then that is an umbrella to speculating and CGC and all that stuff. Like it all fits within that space, or even unboxings and things like that. Then there's the stories lane, which is like Comics Explained. Let me tell you what happened in Planet Hulk, and we're going to have moving images and that sort of thing. And then there's culture stuff, which can dive into political things, or wokeness in MCU, or it can be pro MCU stuff, but culture, pop culture in general. So I think those are kind of the three comic book lanes, and I don't know. It's hard for, I think, indie publishers to sort of figure out where to be. But I might be biased, but I think that the collector experiential reader lane is somewhere you want to be between those two. I think is really where you want to be. It's a lot of the people at the cons that enjoy meeting artists that want to just have an interaction, meet the creators, go up to Brian, have you sign my book and talk about it and get a story and get kind of this sort of, unique experience just buying this sort of indie product that is not Marvel and DC, that's something different. And I got to like meet the creators and put a face behind the names. I think that that's really the lane, and be like a force in the community. I think is probably the best way for an indie publisher to break through. I mean, you can hit a grand slam, you can like write the greatest book ever and it just takes off. But I think in this day and age, it's sort of hard to be that sensation now. Like, I don't know if anyone can recreate, like, say, a 90s image anymore in that same sort of way, because there's just too many siloed pieces to get entertainment, and like culture is so divided. Like some people get culture from TikTok, some get it from YouTube, some get it from wherever. So I think it's really just being like, it's almost like grassroots again. It's really like the best place to do it. And I think just targeting the collector base, the people who are passionate about art, the people who are passionate about stories. And I don't know, I think that seems to be the best place to do it. So, and I try to do that as well. Like, obviously my channel is mostly dedicated to the collector side, but I try to bridge it a little bit, from time to time, like doing a stream like this. So I don't know. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's all great observation, because I do feel like it is about the community and really kind of taking care of each other and building together outside the kind of traditional space of the big two. How about you, Rob? What do you think?
I do know several people who did have focus on the storytelling content and stuff, and it's probably those realms, like you said, split between the collectors, split between the reading group. Those are definitely elements to get involved in. It's just being involved in the community. I think I've seen those in the past, where people come in and they just get ingrained in the community, what they're doing, and taking part in what, commenting on the videos and stuff that the community is doing and being a part of it. And then all of a sudden they just get embraced, and everybody then starts becoming an organic cheerleaders for somebody, because they now feel like you're a part of them and they want to help push you to succeed, and they all start kind of climbing in together on stuff.
Yeah, I think it is that crossover that makes the most sense.
It's kind of it's
Ron
also
had to jump. You guys also keep going. I need to actually go refill my water real quick. Continue, and then I'll be right back.
Yeah. Well, my other little point for Carl was now that he's not here, it's just I think that connecting again to the retailers is a really important thing. I think that there's always been sort of this disconnect between the pipeline and the process of, like, you're a creator, you give it to the publishing company, and then through the machine it finds its way into a comic book store. But I think in this space where you're sort of a little more hands-on, I think like really connecting intimately with those retailers and doing collaborations with them and having them be, champions of your work is hugely important, because those are the ones that are selling to customers. And so I think that's finding those types of partnerships is huge, I think, in the indie comic space.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a grassroots effort.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hey, Rob, I was curious when you were talking about you had taken your son to the comic book shop and it reignited your interest in comics. What books were out at that time that reignited your interest?
Well, for him, he was really into, the MCU had just kind of started really. So he wanted to read Iron Man. And then he said Spider-Man. And I said, well, which Spider-Man? And of course he wanted to read Miles. And so we picked that up. But then of course, the one thing that was I didn't have a ton of interest in those, but the one thing we had a shared interest is Star Wars. And so it was Darth Vader and Star Wars had just started their runs, and we were able to pick those up. And as long as I was paying for the books, I was going to read them as well. And those really is what kind of like kicked it. And I said, oh, well, I get a discount if I get like 2 more books on my pull list. So let me get 2 books for me. And then next thing you know, it's like he eventually tapped out and left. But I go now my it's always trying to keep my pull list in constrained so much.
Right. Try not to get it too out of hand. So, what books are you reading these days? Which books do you find interesting?
Oh, right now, Ultimate Spider-Man is at the one of the ones at the top of my list right now, just because as a longtime Spider-Man fan, just to have Peter and MJ back together just tickles my fancy like there's no belief. So that, and then the other book that I get home every week I can't wait to read has been Transformers. I was never a Transformers reader before, but everybody was so hyped on Daniel Warren Johnson, what he did with Do a Power Bomb and Murder Falcon, that I was like, oh, all right, let me give it a shot. And I'm just like blown away how enjoyable it is. And so I've been doing those. Of course, Star Wars titles, Batman and Robin, actually, even though it's out kind of a little bit on the skirts of what's going on in the continuity, has been real fun just for the dynamic I think that they finally have hit between Damian and Bruce on how they interact with each other in that series. So I've been finding a lot of joy in that title. Stuff like that. Then I'll pick up some fun stuff here. They're like, I'm excited as all hell. Flash Gordon's back. Yes. So get a chance to read Flash Gordon and Defenders of the Earth when that hits, and then some of these new EC books that are coming out with sci-fi stories and stuff in them. I'm pumped.
Oh yeah, the EC books are coming back. I saw that. Super fun.
Yeah. I've been picking up all the old weird science, trade paperbacks as they've been coming, because I can't. They're expensive to buy the old floppies, but yeah, now that they got their own titles, Dark Horse is relaunching it. It's been fun to check those out.
What do you guys think about those fast mail editions? The facsimiles, they call it.
Oh, the reprints. They're reprints.
Reprints, yeah, with the
they
can call a full cover.
They can call them facsimiles, but they're not by definition.
Yeah, they always have full covers too, so they could justify that, $5 to $10 or $10.
What's great is now DC has it to a science. They release a book with a regular paper cover, it's $5.99. If you get the blank cover, it's $6.99, and a foil cover $7.99. I can't understand yet how I have to pay $1 extra for no art on the cover, but
oh, that's for the potential of getting customized art.
Yeah,
so there you go, for the low price of $1.
There you go. This is now. Yeah, but I do like. I'm a sucker, and I pick up the vast majority of the DC and Marvel facsimile reprints that come out.
Me too.
Mostly because if I have that book, it's slabbed, and I can't, especially at least the Silver and Golden Age ones. The modern facsimiles, no, I'm a hard pass on them. I've got the book, or I don't care about the book. I can read it any number of ways. But the Golden Age and some those older Silver Age books, I'm not gonna. If I get a Fantastic Four #1, I'm not gonna thumb through it. So I'll thumb through a facsimile reprint all day long. When else was I ever going to get a chance to read an Action Comics 1, right? So
my only gripe with them is I'm Rob, I'm right there with you. I get the classic ones because it's so fun to sit there and physically read a copy. I do wish they would do a somewhat better job on trying to emulate newsprint versus the high gloss page, so I read mostly digitally, and I go back because that's just easier it's because of my eyes. The biggest reason why it's just easy to sit there and read. And reading the old, Stan Lee, Jack Kirby X-Men's or something like that digitally, you get like the very high contrast, bright colors. So I'm okay with that. But if I want to pick up a facsimile, I kind of want it to have more of that newsprint feel to it.
A facsimile on newsprint, I'd go straight to midnight, baby.
Yeah, it'd be really cool. But I think it's great for people to have the interest in those old comics. It's really, I think it's basically a no-lose situation. I guess if I was to come up with one other gripe, foil covers are a little bit different. Blank covers are a little bit different. But I've seen some that have variant covers on them.
Yes.
what are we even doing at that point?
Those have been mostly. I think those mostly have been on the modern
Yeah.
facsimiles, but still. But yeah, no, give me some golden age reprints on newsprint, and then while you're at it, spritz it with some mold spores so I can get that old comic smell. Oh man.
Yeah, no, in fact, it's the digital side of things is where a lot of these facsimiles with variant covers came from, because I think when they reissue the digital drops, they would put variant covers on them because people want that, variant cover from a modern artist for that historic book. But that never really made super sense to me, but I get it. It's definitely one of those things.
Well,
to
that's
me, I
cool.
would be like, what's your interpretation of that cover? That would have been kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of feel like the gripe I have with it is that it just feels like the price point is sort of defeating maybe the purpose, like, I mean, and I don't know, maybe it's,
No, that's a valid point.
What the issues is, but to me, it feels like I kind of just wish they were $1, maybe $2, and they were just sort of back to the disposable sort of entertainment. You want to read it, get it in a kid's hand, sort of thing. I think that would be better. That would serve the hobby better.
It makes a lot of sense because they don't have any more cost into it other than the printing cost. They already stole the artwork and stories from the creators back in the 40s and 50s, right? So you're not all of a sudden paying their estates money off of those. So yeah, why is it $5.99?
Yeah, and you're paying on the blank. Like, why not make it $1 or $2 cheaper to help, give artists something great to draw on too at cons? It's a little bit more affordable when they want to supply their own blanks. And yeah, why not?
Man, the corporate overhead, I can't imagine with Marvel and DC's office. If you ever visit them, it's not cheap. But before we transition to another guest, another friend joining us today, Rob, any other plugs? Anything that you would like the audience to know? Anything we could help spread the word for?
I just say this as it comes to Comics Curing Cancer. Our big event this year is going to be October 4th through the 6th. If you can give us a follow on Instagram or Facebook, Comics Curing Cancer. Right now, we're in the midst of our drive to get donated items, graded comic books, raw books that are key issues, original comic art, original sketches, sketch covers, comic book related stuff. That type of stuff's what we're after right now. Donations to come in so we can use them during our event to raise. It's the only way we get to $50,000, right? Is by having these types of items. We're doing okay. We're a little bit behind where I'd like to be honest, as far as some of the donations go. But we do have some cool stuff. Like we've gotten commitments right now from like Chris Campana and Stephanie Levod and Stephen Rowe and Trish Forstner have pledged some pieces to us, which will be cool. But ultimately, that's what we're doing. Just reach out to us if you're interested in making a donation. Everything goes, 100% of the proceeds go to the American Cancer Society. We are an official campaign of them, so we can provide donation receipts, tax deductible. But that's ultimately the big push right now. Just reach out to us on Comics Curing Cancer on Instagram or Facebook.
Awesome. Thanks, Rob. No, you're doing a great cause.
No, thank you.
I personally have a box packed already, but after this conversation, I feel like I have a few more things I could throw in there. So I'll definitely send it your way. But you're welcome to stay as long as you want to hang out. We're going to welcome our friend Jason Richardson, aka Southern Comic Geek. Woo! We all kind of know each other, right? You guys, yeah, we're all dinner together. So, why I wanted Jason to join today is because obviously the creator team of Zero Ghosts, 2 3 of you guys worked intimately with the Valiant library, and so Jason and I are not just fellow collectors, but also Valiant fans. And so I want to kind of geek out a little bit. Oh, this is the recent one. He just picked up a Barry Windsor Smith, Archer and Armstrong, number 2, issue 2, I would say.
Number 2. Correct.
Yep, I knew it. Number 2, when Turok actually showed up for the grandmother to take on Archer and Armstrong. But with that said, before we dive into it, Jason, we want to kind of get to know you a little better. So if you don't mind sharing a little bit about your story, your journey, how you got into collecting, and what you're up to today, that would be great.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on. I've been, of course, streaming on my channel the entire time, and been lurking and peeking in and out of the chat. So, obviously everything's been going great thus far. So thanks for having me on. I don't know which one's worse, going towards the front of something like this or towards the back of something like this, because I'm certainly not the closer here. But I do, as far as collecting goes, like most people, you collect when you were younger. Life happens, you get out of collecting. And then I found myself, as my youngest daughter was about to be born, getting back into collecting and visiting shows, cons, and then have since kind of evolved into the art realm as well. Um, and so, first and foremost, I am a reader. And so, most of what I collect, as far as art is concerned, is related to the stories. There has to be a good story behind, or what I feel to be a good story behind the art, in order for me to be interested, which is why I don't collect as many covers unless that cover was like really instrumental behind the story. But most covers nowadays are just pinups more than they are covers. So been an avid reader, read my first comic book in 1983. And I know everybody here just thought I was so much younger than that, but it's been a wild ride ever since. And
Awesome. That's a great intro, and I think we can relate a lot on a lot of stuff we read. I'm very similar. Actually, breaks my heart when people say comic art collectors don't even read anymore, or even a lot of slab collectors I'll meet and I'll talk to them about certain stories, and they'll be like, "Oh, what?" Like they'll know who the first appearances are and everything, but they have
Right.
no idea like what the story's about, right? And so,
yeah, well, and so I found over my tenure on the YouTube side of actually selling comic books, which in my real life job, it kind of makes sense. So that I would kind of lean that way. But then I try to sell like sets of books and things of that nature. And people go, yeah, is it a first appearance? Is the person about to be in a movie? It's like, no, it doesn't matter. It's just a good story, Have we devolved in society? I mean, I remember the times that our teachers were telling us that don't read comic books, they'll put holes in your brain and you'll be dumb. And now they want you just to look at a comic book for 5 seconds as opposed to looking at this thing all the time, right?
true. Yeah,
And
they said
so,
my sister-in-law is actually a first grade teacher, and she said 90% of the curriculum are basically in sequential storytelling comics. And she said it's because parents are just happy that their kids are willing to read because they're so used to the phones. But with that said, I mean, you had a chance to also read. In fact, I gotta commend you. I think you won on the meme factor, right on the highest moment of like Deadpool Wolverine. This meme was going around, and Jason threw this one up, and I just cracked up out loud. And when I reshared it, I had so many people message me going like laughing as well. So you nailed it, and so I want to recognize that. But yeah, any questions for the creator team since you have them here? I know.
well, the irony in that is when it comes to this YouTube thing, I do zero editing because it was more about a fun factor than it was having another job. And as when it comes to Instagram, I'm almost as little technical there as well. So when it gave me the option to put that there, I just happened to be reading this, and so I'm like, that would be really cool. So a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then. But but as far as having the creative team, obviously having skipped in and out of the shows throughout today, I know a lot of great questions have already been asked. It was a fun read, and I'm interested to see where it goes from here. Backer number 8, by the way, and so going to be looking forward to getting my physical copies and all that kind of good stuff with some great art. The challenge, and again, this has already been mentioned, but the challenge in an age where we have so much entertainment at our fingertips, and everybody, because of the MCU, the kind of the bad thing about it is that everybody goes, oh, okay, well, I remember the Hulk from Lou Ferrigno days, or, I've always known Spider-Man from the 90s cartoon series, whatever, is to say, okay, yeah, there's all that, but there's this new thing. And I need you to just focus a little bit of time, because although you all have some great artists on there, the collectability is not quite there for a Kickstarter campaign, or just at least in my opinion, it's not there yet. And so the cover gets a little bit there, but it's the side of the community that's the speculator is not generally there. So you have to have that reader. And so it's kind of the niche of the niche. But I think that the story, at least in this ash can, was interesting enough. The colors were vibrant. The art was great. And the story was interesting enough to say, okay, I'll not only shell out some of those precious green certificates of appreciation that we call American currency out to back this project, but I'll also, I'll also take another gander at reading the rest of it too, because it is challenging in a day when we're so full of and inundated with entertainment at our fingertips, is to say, okay, yeah, because you can do anything you want, you just can't do everything you want. And so, but it's an interesting project, so I was glad to back it.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jason. Really appreciate that. I mean, Justin, Brian, Will, how do you react in the last 45 minutes, an hour? You've been kind of exposed to this whole collector world, because I think often it's kept in silos within the comic community. And so for me, I always just love kind of bringing everyone in the room and kind of getting everyone's thoughts. And I'm sure we've all been exposed to all the different facets of, the creative process, production process, the shop's distribution, the sales side, collectability side, the grading side, the art side. I mean, so much, right? What's you guys' reaction to kind of this world of streamers that has kind of, I think, spawned out of the pandemic in a big way, right? I mean, there's a lot. I mean, Mickey, you too, right? I think it was a pandemic, or did you start before? So pandemic, yeah. So pandemic really spawned this new, I think, reinvigoration of the love and passion for the craft. And what's cool about it, it's kind of going around, everyone was on the same page. Like, look, I do this for fun. I don't need a second job. It's something that I'm doing because I'm passionate about this stuff. How do you guys feel? Obviously, Will, you've been around. Will, Brian, I don't know who's been around the longest, but you guys have seen very many iteration of the comic consumers. So what goes through your mind now as you guys hear about this new wave of consumers that's out there, and also distributors in a way? Because instead of Wizard Magazine, we have streamers today that's really talking about these books and sharing the word about it.
It's really interesting because a lot of the talk is it's really similar to a lot of the talk from the early 90s when there was that whole explosion from the speculator market. I think a lot of Marvel books were selling well, and people were just buying up books and holding on to them with the expectation that they're miraculously going to explode in price and value. And I think we're kind of seeing that again because of the movies and stuff like that. It's this whole resurgence of speculation and what's going to sell well, which artwork should we buy, which book should we buy, which character in a book is going to be introduced that could be made into a character for a film and stuff like that. So it's just interesting because it seems to me like everything old is new again with this market.
Justin, Brian?
No, I think that's. I think Will has the thing. It all comes around again. It's also, it's interesting. I think, and we've talked about this before, and I've rambled on about a length. I think we tend to get a little mono-focused on the direct comic book market. When there is a lot of people reading comics that will never go into a comic book store. That's I always use by comparison, Urban Animal, my webcomic, has 500,000 subscribers, and we've been read like 40 million times. And it gets, you know, a weekly audience when we release new issues of like 100,000 people. So like, and like for context, we are not a big deal at Webtoon. Like we are solidly mid-list. Like we are good enough to do 155 episodes, but like we are not lighting the world on fire. That's the same thing with when you have Dave Pilkey, you know, releasing 7 million Dogman books, you know, literally, like that's the print run. Like that is a lot of people reading sequential storytelling. And I think, yeah, I think one of those things is like from my point of view, I tend to look at it as like, how do we get those people into the kind of comics that we mean when we talk about comics, which is a slightly different animal. Because, you know, a fraction of those people coming into direct market comics as readers would, you know, multiple the size of the readership in the industry, which would be good for all of us. So that's the sort of thing I tend to think about. When it comes to stuff like collecting and stuff, like, it's just such an alien thing to me. Like, and I absolutely don't mean that as a judgment. Like, I just don't collect things. So like it's like one of those, like, it's interesting. It's interesting to me in the way that people being passionate about things is always interesting, but it's like somebody trying to be like, this is the best Yuvian throat singing that I've ever heard. I'm like, I have no context for evaluating any of this because it's just not what I do. Like, so, but it is interesting. Like, it's kind of fascinating to me. The closest I get to that is like there's a couple of issues that were important to me as a kid that I would probably buy again. Like there's the Alan Davis X-Men that's like Wolverine versus Sabretooth that I would probably pick up. And as a matter of fact, if I had extra money, I might even go for the original art if it were floating around somewhere. You know what I mean? Because it has real relevance to me as a thing. But like beyond that, like I was just like, I'm glad people were into it, but like it's not my deal.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen an Alan Moore piece from that, but yeah, go for it, Mickey.
No, I was gonna say I don't know if Brian has thoughts, but I was just gonna respond.
No, go ahead.
No, I think it's interesting because, like, I just feel, and I think one of the hard things here is I don't know if anyone really has the data, the sales data, the metrics. Like, how many readers are there? I mean, I know Justin on Webtoons, but they read, but yeah, like, what's the crossover of like people that are in direct market? And I wonder, is Webtoons also very big overseas as well? I imagine. Like
massively.
Yeah. So I think there's probably
my statistics are granular enough that I can tell you how much of that comes from the US and how much doesn't. Like, but like Webtoons, specifically the company Webtoons, not just a generic term for that, essentially is the Korean comic book market, even though manhwa exists. Like they are a big deal in a way that would be hard to describe in American terms. And you can actually see some of that, right? Like even in the US, like there are a bunch of Netflix shows, Korean Netflix shows that are in fact based on line Webtoon comic books and stuff that are there now. Like Sweet Home is the one that people think of, but like actually like subtly, like if you're paying attention to the credits, you're like, oh, okay. So like they are to some extent like the MCU of Korea in some regards, like in terms of like kind of the cultural scope of it. And like the question mark of like how much of that overlap there is a good one. And no, I don't think anyone actually knows.
Yeah, I don't think anyone actually knows either. And it's interesting you say that because I've done a lot of writing for Riot Games. They make like League of Legends stuff, but so they're a very interesting company when I've been giving their analytics and stuff to see how much of a Western and Eastern audience it is. Like, even though it's big in the West, it's like, oh, wow. Like the audience in Korea and China is so much larger. It just dwarfs anything that we get over here. But what I think is interesting, and maybe this has always been true from a marketing standpoint, but I think it's just really hard to sell craft and content of a story nowadays because there's so much noise and there's so many entertainment fields that I think you have to either sell the speculation of like, hey, this is the next big project that's going to be turned into the next Walking Dead, or it's going to have the video game. And so people will give it a chance. And then after they give it a chance because they think they're going to get rich, they read it and they're like, oh, wait, it's actually really good. And then they get invested. Or they're invested in the people behind it. Like, I just like Brian, so I'm going to buy anything Brian draws, so cool. And then it happens to be a good story. So yeah, it's these like other marketing things that you have to kind of push first to get people on board. And it's almost like the story is almost second fiddle in that way, but it not in a negative way. It's just that like it's the same thing. It's like there's so many great shows on Netflix, but it's like, what is actually going to make you hit play? And it's like, usually it's
no, I think that's absolutely right. And I think part of it is that we have sort of lost our, man, I want a better term for this. I'm going to say cultural gatekeepers, but like, it's not the gatekeeping aspect of it, but like, I know I've talked with Carl in the past about like how like, man, I found a lot of cool ass comics from reading Wizard comics. You know what I mean? Like that's where I came across 100 Bullets for the first time, which is one of my favorite series ever and that kind of stuff. But it's the same way with like, if you look back to 25, 30 years ago, you had stuff like Entertainment Weekly and like New York Times book section and stuff. And those things still exist, but like they don't have the sort of like cultural imprimatur that they once did. So we are a lot more fractured about what is basically, we don't have as many tastemakers as we did. Like we have algorithms now that kind of do it. Like, whereas, and comics, I think particularly has suffered from that. Like in the sense of like, Wizard is long gone. Comic book resources is long since to be anything relevant. There's no Warren Ellis forum now. You know what I mean? That I'm aware of that like is like a nexus point for taste making and being like, hey, this is a cool thing. You know what I mean? Like I think YouTube and Twitch and stuff can be that. I don't know that there is something that is quite doing that. Like I think I'm aware of one or two channels that seem to be trying and they're doing well, but like, it's just a matter of, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I actually think you're right. Like, honestly, a lot of what I'm doing just personally moving forward is based on forming a, kind of parasocial relationship with people to basically, get them into my work. Cause like, that's just that's how you get reach, right? Like if I can like have a successful-ish like YouTube channel, like, then that's going to be able to funnel people into my actual work in a way that it is difficult to do with the work first. You know what I mean? It'd be great to just be a hermit in the woods, which I am, but like, more and just be like, here's some cool shit, read it. But like that is by and large not the world we exist in.
Yeah, there's just too much noise. Like the saying, the cream rises to the top. It's like, it's true, but not if the coffee cup is so big that, you're going to need a hell of a lot of cream for it to actually break through.
So big. And the fact that algorithm does steer you towards certain things, and then everybody's trying to get the clicks. So they all try to tailor their stuff in the same, oh, well, this did well, so let me create my stuff like that instead of actually doing something different and unique.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely heavily dictated by algorithm. I work in the film business, and recently I was exposed to, kind of how Netflix think about onboarding new features, and it's completely transformed the way I think about producing a movie. There's so much more data, and I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I think it's one part of me is just so like mesmerized and like enlightened. The other half of me is kind of like questioning, like, wait, all the stuff I've learned all these years, like, does that not matter anymore? I think the right answer is like the Venn diagram is like a bit of both, but I do feel like it's really important to be attentive to that. It's funny too, like Brian, you not having an answer, I almost had a little bit of a flashback, because when we asked Sean Chen a very similar question in our stream, he paused for a little bit and he like chuckled and he says, I just draw. Like no response to it. And so I thought, which was really cool, by the way, because one thing we've learned, at least on socials, is we've had a number of streams with all the team members, and then one of the really popular ones was when Brian's drawing, or we're showing him drawing, he's talking about it, and then Will is coloring, and he's not. So the craft of it all, I think, really does appeal to people and does capture attention, because not everyone can do that. Like, you guys really are doing, you're speaking a language that we understand, but not many of us can do. And so I think that in itself is super powerful. And I know, Rob, you're need to transition, and we have another guest coming in, which we'll welcome as we wrap the hour. But Rob, thanks for everything once again.
Thank you. Appreciate you
We'll
guys.
definitely
Great
send-
work. I can't wait to read more.
Awesome. Thanks,
Thanks,
Rob.
Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
You, Rob.
And let's welcome Justin. Justin got his short box T-shirt on, and he's no, he has his presence at cons for sure, and he's been around, and so definitely want to welcome Justin. But before that, real quick, Justin, if you don't mind, we're gonna just check on our Kickstarter. We're at 75 backers day one. We are 13,006, so about 130%. Thank you everyone for the support. Totally floored. We know it's kind of a crazy week in the world of macroeconomics, but you guys being open to being part of this project means a lot to us. We have a whole month of this campaign to go, so it's just the beginning. But with that said, I want to also introduce Justin. If you don't mind, actually, to our audience who's watching today, we know you, but maybe great for everyone else to get to know you a little bit as well. So why don't you jump in and talk a little bit about your journey and kind of how you came to be into this whole comic book culture world?
Wow. All right. I've been collecting comics and toys since junior high school, I think. And yeah, I got out of it for a little while in college, and then met the wife, and we started going to conventions together. And then we just kind of spiraled and snowballed from there. We've just been creating a great network of people, meeting tons of new friends. We do like a bunch of panels at conventions. We cosplay. We just like to be active in the community.
And then when you met your wife, Michelle, were you guys both already into this stuff, or just happened to be on stuff, or you got her into it, or the other way around?
No, we were actually both into it, but we didn't know until one of our first dates was actually the first Iron Man movie. So we always joke that our relationship spans the entire MCU. But we used to go on little like toy hunting dates when we started dating. We'd do our little loop around. We'd hit up like Walmart, Target, a couple comic shops, and that'd just be like our weekend thing to do. And then, like I said, it just kind of spiraled from there.
That's awesome. So I wish Sarah would be here, but she kind of comes from your world and your segment. And why we want to do this stream today and continue building these get-togethers virtually is because we recognize like the source material, comic books, provide an avenue for adaptation, not just film, not just the comic books themselves, not just the business that built from them, not just the art, but also individuals like yourself and Sarah and your wife, Michelle, who loves taking this stuff and embracing and becoming it, right? And so, as you kind of, and honestly, a lot of folks don't even read anymore, and they just dress up as characters that they like looking at. And so, but you still read. And so with the creator team here today, and we have our other friends here, Jason, Bronze, any thoughts or feedback for Zero Ghost as a whole? Because today's the big day, is our day one, and we're launching, and we would love any feedback or thoughts. And if you have any questions for the creator team, feel free to shoot.
Well, I had a chance to read the first issue, the preview issue, and the art is just fantastic. It's so good. Some of these pages I was looking at, I was like, oh, this is like cover quality for an internal page. I was just blown away by the art and the story too. That's exactly down mine and my wife's lane. It's like I like the different like families / gangs, and they're each routed in like a specific specialty or power, and then it even mixes in some of the supernatural. So it's kind of right down our our alley. I love the story so far. I've only got to read the first one, but it was great. Can't wait to pick up the next two.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Any reaction to that, Brian, Justin? Obviously, I think it'd be cool one day if Justin and Michelle cosplay as some of the characters in Zero Ghost.
Oh yeah.
Carl and Kara. But I just wanted to say thank you for the compliment on the inside pages. You know, the fact that you said that they were like cover quality, that's what we're striving for. You know, like what you see on the outside should be equal to what you see on the inside. So I'm glad that you said that. So thank you so much, Justin. Appreciate that.
I have some other friends who do internal art also, and it takes them like days to do a page. So I can only imagine how long it takes to do that type of quality for the entire book.
Oh yeah, I won't even bring that up.
Yeah. it's a passion for it.
So one of the
How'd you
things
guys come up?
Oh, go for it,
How'd you
Justin.
guys come up with the story? It's kind of like a mix of a bunch of different things we've seen.
Oh, that is literally what happened. I was looking at stuff that I just thought was cool and wanted to do more of like 90s comics and John Woo movies and John Wick and, magic and all that kind of stuff. So, which is how most of my projects go. There's just some kind of stew of like all the things I think would be fun because I'm mostly trying to entertain myself at first. So.
It is. I feel like a lot of times when we entertain ourselves, and it makes kind of like the conversation, kind of kicking off this morning with Mannix, was he wants to just make himself laugh and make it fun, and when you see him doing that, and he basically is successful delivering that, we actually feel like he's having fun from his works as well. And so I do feel like there's a lot to that. When we kind of do the best for ourselves.
I definitely enjoy or I appreciate, the approach that is, or let me backtrack. I think there's been so much of a push and a lot of storytelling to do, a lot of like deconstruction or like to be like, okay, how do we make this, yes, we've seen that before, but how do we, completely change it and make it shocking this time? And I actually think that there's something really refreshing about just giving the story that you want to do or that you grew up liking and just giving it your version of it. And by just the nature of you doing your version of it, it's going to feel fresh, And so that's what I really enjoy that, just kind of a classic tale of vengeance, but you guys putting your own stamp on it makes it feel completely brand new, but familiar as well in a good way.
Well, I mean, I worked in the music industry for many years, and one of the things I learned, as I dove into it was this idea of sampling. And then I realized there's like, nothing new under the sun, because after a while, like sitting in the studio with producers, you're realizing all these guys are just like master dictionaries of all the sounds of all the different music and songs. And they basically remix all the hits in the past into its new form. And why the major studios, major record labels win is because they own all those old libraries and they hold the rights to using those proven tones again. And so there's only so many. It's almost like an algorithm that's a little bit more organic, but I do feel like there's nothing new under the sun. I think it's really about reinterpreting existing hits to fit the new generation. And those of us who know some of the hits better, then we'll kind of recognize it. And at the same time, there's this level of familiarity. But with that said, we're at top of the hour again, and Bronze, I know you got to run. Thank you so much for streaming with us, and it's been awesome to have you here. Any other thoughts for the viewers before you head out?
Yeah, so I just want to say, like I said earlier, I got a chance to read about the first half of the story so far, and I'm hooked. I can't wait to go finish it. And that's the kind of thing that I like to see is good new story, great new art. It's a new world that we're building, so that's really cool. So I am excited to see how this campaign goes. Hey, we haven't planned anything for this yet, but at some point, if the creative team wants to come on and talk a little bit more about it, maybe a little bit down the road in the campaign, I'd love to talk to you guys some more about like Justin, you mentioned Jim Butcher earlier, for example. Like, I would love to talk to you about some Dresden Files, stuff like that. There's lots of good stuff we can talk about. I'm excited about this book, and I'm going to go back it after I'm off here. So we got to go check it out.
Awesome. Thank you, Bronze. Really appreciate you, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, sounds good. Have a good one, guys.
All right. Let's take the time to welcome Janie and Max. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Good, the homie. So this is awesome right now. This is how we're going to close the show today. We literally have representatives from every community, from the collector community to kind of like the slab vintage collecting community. We have the cosplayer community. We have our creator team. And then we have our digital partners community at Vivi. And you guys have a great story. I would love for you guys to kind of share your story first before we dive in. And then let me kind of switch this up from here. There we go. Okay, so welcome, Max and Janie. Would love for you guys to share your story and how you guys came about your collecting journey, because I think your collecting journey is unique and a little different than a lot of folks that's been here today so far. And then we'll bring you back on with the panel, and then we'll kind of close this thing out strong. So what's up, homies?
What's up, man?
What's up? First, are you my soulmate?
You go ahead.
No, first, thank you so much for having us on, Carl, and hi to everybody in the panel. I definitely do have a unique story. Are you okay if I go first, baby?
Yeah.
So Max introduced me to Vivi, which is Vivi Digital Collectibles, in 2021. Right, baby? And we started collecting our digital collectibles from different IPs. Then we got comic books, and Max and I, at that time, we had a small YouTube channel. We just did it to have fun, to connect with the community, to kind of spread that Vivi love and fun. We started hunting for these comic books that were on Vivi digitally, but went to go look for them physically. And sometimes we didn't have any luck, but the times that we did, it was so exciting because we're like, oh my gosh, we own this digitally and we get to have it physically. And that's really where I love Vivi and I love collecting digitally, but that's what sparked my physical collecting as well. And I have to be honest with you, nobody hate me. For a long time, I was just collecting for the covers. Like the art really, if it's, depending different artists, they really speak to me. If I like the colors or the way that the characters look, I will buy them, collect them, put them on our wall. I'm, as y'all know, I'm a big Peach Momoko fan. So now I have a collection of comic books that I would have never imagined I would be collecting, or even collecting like toys or art collectibles. Vivi just kind of like opened this whole new world for me. So that's my story. And I have to be honest and say that Zero Ghosts is the second comic book that I've read ever in my life. And I just want to put that out there, and then I'll say what I thought about it so you can say your collecting journey.
So my collecting journey started a little bit earlier than hers because I got
earlier.
Well, I was already a collector. I just didn't call myself that. But once Vivi happened, it was just all hands on deck. Like it was full blown. Like I had to have everything. And then the fact that what I was collecting digitally existed out in the real world, I just naturally had to go get it, right? We had to go hunt for it. And I think the thrill of the hunt, I think what got us really into collecting is the thrill of the hunt together. Like it was such a celebration whenever we found that comic book that was in our app, in physical, or when we found that statue that was in our app. And we're forever grateful to just Vivi, digital and collecting in general, because it's given us a new avenue to hang out. A new passion together to just have fun. And that's what we do. We just love to have fun. And we went from not knowing much about comic books, and now we're on a comic book stream with you guys. So we're just like,
blows our minds. Like one day we hope to get on the level of Justin and Michelle, because the cosplaying will be a whole different avenue, but I'm open to it. But they have done this journey for a long time, and it's really cool. And we're just a couple having fun.
we're infinitely grateful to collecting and grateful for you guys having this on. So thank you so much. Thank you for having us on.
It's awesome. Welcome, guys. No, it's it says a lot. I think for us, this day was heavily curated from with just good people, and everyone comes from the industry from a different perspective and have a different perspective on collecting as a whole. And I think today is really about celebrating the guys and their launch of Zero Goes, but also getting to know each other as a community. And so, I mean, first of all, that's freaking awesome that this is the second comic you've read. And, obviously, oh my gosh, are we going to hit 14 while you guys are on? That's going to be crazy.
Let's do it. Let's do
it. Let's do it. So, yeah, we have 4 more backers. And so, yeah, we obviously kind of just catch people up. During San Diego Comic-Con, during that promo, we had a chance to partner with the team at Vivi, and we actually dropped Zero Ghost #1 that Saturday morning. I think about 1,500 copies sold in the first hour, and then we've been kind of like slowly selling. I think we're about 100 or so left of editions. And, that world is very different than like the physical comic collecting world that, I spend a lot of time in. And so it's really cool. Also, like on Thursday, we had the opportunity to come hang out with the VV fam, watching Deadpool. And I think Mickey was there as well. And just saw the energy, man. There was like a lot of love and interest and true support across the board. And so, yeah, I just want to say thank you for that support. And we're loving the community thus far, just seeing how, you guys' energy and vibe. So with that said, this being your second comic, and Jay, don't feel bad. A lot of people don't read anymore. That was one of the big topics today, where even people who used to read don't even read that much anymore. They just collect the art, they collect the slabs. And reading Zero Goes as like your #2 comic book, I think for me, I'll speak for the guys. It's an honor. That's awesome. But what's your reaction to it all? And since you have the creator team here today, you've met Brian already. Max, Janie, you both met Brian. But any questions for the guys and any thoughts and feedback?
I do have a question, but I will say first, before San Diego Comic-Con, we have like this blog and we got a little outline of like what Zero Ghost is about. And I was already kind of drawn to it because of the magical side to it. And I was like, okay, like I'm very into like magic and like fantasy. I like that aspect of the comic book. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna read this. Then I have to really, really like shout you out, Carl and Brian and Mickey and Mannix. Like, you're so right. When you have like a good group of people, good energy, it just draws you even more to the project, to the story. So I really read it because of y'all. So I loved it. It took me a little bit. Again, I'm not a comic book reader, so I had to go like back and forth. The cool thing about it was I had it in my app, so I didn't have to bring like my physical copy on the airplane or anything. So I just kept going back and forth. The art. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm with Justin. That art could truly be the cover. The first page is like when she's in that fight, and then when she like opens her eye and her eye is like really like, oh shoot, and there's like things hanging from the ceiling. I was like, oh my gosh. And then the crash scene, all the art was incredible. And I have so many more questions. I'm ready to read like the next one. I want to know where this story goes. Like I need more, right? But I don't know if you wanted to.
No, go finish the story. Go ahead.
My question is, which I'm very happy about this. I'm very excited about this. I think it's really cool. But what was the reasoning for having a girl? And not just like a girl or a young woman, but she's like petite. If you would see her like out in the street, you'd probably think like she wouldn't hurt a fly, but she's really like, I don't know if we could say bad words on this stream, but she's a baddie. So
shit, real quick, I just said a bad word, but we just hit 14 guys.
Awesome.
Awesome, guys. Congrats.
All right, back to the program. Sorry about that.
No problem. No, I just think she's so cool. It actually popped in my head like, man, could I cosplay as her? Because she's like really cool. I just need to cut my hair short and get some bangs. But yeah, so what was the reasoning for having a girl?
Honestly, I thought it would be cool. And it was partly the other part of that is, and it kind of goes in with her kind of visual aesthetic too, is that because she is young and she's a girl and she's small, people will tend to underestimate her, which I just think makes her a more interesting sort of person to follow through this sort of thing. It's one thing when, Keanu Reeves is kicking everybody's ass. It's another thing when a 5 foot tall girl is doing it. So I just thought it would be a more fun way to do it than if she were like a dude. So
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I'm grateful for that because it's like a character, like, let's say not like a super popular character, but a character that I can now like relate to, right? It doesn't have to be like the big names. Like now Kira, and it's Kira, right?
it is.
Kira, like now I'm like, hey, that's my girl. Like I can look up to her, like I can connect with her. So thank you for doing that. That was awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah.
I just want to shout out the range of emotions that I went through. Like as I'm turning the pages, like we started off with like a practice battle scene, and then there was a car chase, and then there was a sacrifice scene, and then there was people getting split in half. It's like a whole bunch of things happened in like 20 minutes of me reading this, and it's like I enjoyed the ride. It was a fun ride, and it was it was action packed the whole way. There was never really like a dull moment where I'm like, all right, this is getting kind of not everything had purpose and intention the whole way through.
Intention.
Yeah.
That is such a great word, babe, because like now I need to read the next one.
Yeah.
I need to have the next one, please, because the intention behind it was just so beautiful. I say beautiful because like the story and the art, but not just beautiful because I don't want it to sound like, oh, it's a beautiful flower, but like beautiful and like really freaking cool, like at the same time, like rock and roll, So I loved it, guys. I really did.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll say this about the book: we pack a lot into 28 pages. So
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. You did, and even at that, packing in so much, it left me wanting to know more about the story, more about the characters, like what happened, what's next, who is this, what is it, the red character, Shrike. Okay, I'm trying to make sure not to mispronounce any because I really like this book, guys, like, and I really value it, so I don't want to mess up the names, but yeah, like what's next for them? Like what's the next thing? Is she just gonna go and like kill everybody at sight? Like, so it's, yeah, I can ramble, sorry.
It's okay. The filibuster's over.
I don't want to, it's not a filibuster. I just really appreciated the story.
Yeah.
I really, really did. And I was after reading the story, I just got even more excited for the stream.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, I can't wait to talk to all of y'all about it because we're all, here for a reason, right? Because we like the story and just want to talk about it and share it with everybody.
Exactly. No, it's important, I think, and that's also why like I want you guys to come on. You guys have just amazing energy, and you guys come from a whole new perspective. Because when I got to know VV a little bit more, and I met some of the community members, one thing I learned is many people actually weren't even comic book collectors growing up. They actually was exposed to comics through VV, and then it brought them into comic book shops and conventions,
100%.
and that's kind of where they buy comics. So in a way, like I think as much as often, traditionalists, I would say maybe would look at it and be like, oh, it's kind of a bad thing. It's taking away whatever. I feel like it's actually bringing more people into the marketplace and should be embraced. And so how do you guys think about that? Do you guys ever have those kind of debates or like those type of discussions?
So many times when we would go to our physical comic shops looking for these comics that we have on our app, we would try to show them like our digital collection, and they would scoff at it like, oh, that's not the real thing. It would kind of be met with a little bit of like tension, as in they weren't fully on board. But in reality, like these digital collectibles are the reason we were here.
Mm-hmm.
So back to your point, like I really do think there's a synergy there that I think should kind of be met with a little bit more grace. I think because there's a lot of us that are going to comic book shops because of digital collecting. So
I would have never imagined myself going into a comic book shop if it wasn't for my digital collection. Like that door wouldn't have been open. So I feel, and now I'm buying physical comics. I have digital comics, but I'm buying a lot of physical comics. I'm getting them graded. I'm getting them signed. I'm meeting artists. That's probably my favorite part. Meeting artists and the people behind this story, the team, like connecting with these humans is like such a great
Brian,
yeah, Brian, we had such a great conversation, and that we were so grateful for that conversation and getting to talk to you, getting to know you. That to me is, you have a comic book that you have a story, but when you can connect it to human connections, it's an even bigger story, a memory, right? So I understand when people are, like they're very set in their ways, but just having a little bit of openness can bring a lot of other people together. And I think that we can be in the same space, in the same container, right? And appreciate each other for
like the physical comic book shops don't have to lose for digital to win.
Mm-hmm.
Like both can win.
Mm-hmm.
It's both possible, and I think that really needs to, I don't know, be understood a little bit better. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, Justin, you collect more than just comics. You collect physical items as well. Do you collect digital Funkos? Because I know that's a thing as well, like the digital toys, digital kind of statues. I mean, what's your perspective on that? And I want to get to Swaggle on his thoughts on a few things.
So we never got into collecting digital, I guess, assets other than comics. But most of the digital comics we do collect are to actually read, because we grew up collecting the physical toys and the physical books. So we started out going into the shops and getting our books, and we still go in weekly. She'll still come home with a stack of books every week, and we don't even read majority of them. I think she just buys for the covers mostly.
Interesting.
Sounds
Yeah,
about right.
we have an extremely large
don't
collection.
feel bad. It's like that's normal.
Yeah. So we have a lot of books. We have a lot of slabs. We do have a bunch on display, but for the most part, our digital collecting is basically kept to reading the books, or some of the books that we have. You get the Marvel app. You'll scan the code, and then we can read it, and then just put the book away and not have to worry about messing it up.
Yeah.
And the reason I wanted to ask Mickey next was, I think that makes sense. I'm the same way. I read digitally and I collect physically. So a lot of times if I read something I really like it, I'll feel bad and I'll go to the comic shop and buy the physical. And so that's and they're usually now, at least the shop I go to, are board and bagged, and so I kind of just throw it into my box and that's it. But Mickey, like one kind of a user experience that Janie highlighted was through Vivi. It brought them into physical shops. Then now she's grading the stuff that she's buying. That goes right into your territory. Like, has there ever been conversations in your world about how digital impacts graded books, etc.? Because we had a conversation about how, man, like the graded book world, we're a little worried about the future of it because it's aging and often aren't as exciting and stuff. Could be a challenge. And how do we bring some of that energy back? And I feel like we just kind of witnessed that right now.
Yeah, I agree. I just went on a nature hike and ranted about this for like 20 minutes on my channel. No, but I think, I think it's so clear that a lot of comic stores, Janie said it, where they're kind of stuck in their ways. And I think that they're sort of waiting for, just Brian and Will and Justin, just write better Star Wars, and then I'll buy it. And it's like, nah, I don't think so. I think we live in a different world, where you have to kind of cater to the audience that is not really used to buying physical anymore. Kind of have to like rope them in through different areas. And so I think VV has been a positive in that way. It's brought a lot of people into comic collecting. And I think that there just needs to be, I mean, this whole stream is that, and how, Carl, you're kind of bringing in people from different walks of life, or I should say nerd culture walks of life, different aspects of the con floor, and have to think of more ways for everyone to kind of work hand in hand with each other. And this is how I always felt about, like, I had a conversation with Sean Chen when Evermind came out, and he was just saying, we had the whole conversation about collectors, and he's like, why would anyone want my art? I don't get that. And it's like, yeah, it's like, you should try to understand it, actually, because it's such a big part of it. And I think if you understood the collector mindset as a creator, or a retailer understood a creator's mindset, or vice versa, and all these people kind of understood it a little better, I think you can probably think of new ways to get to new people. Because yeah, there's a lot of people that want to read comic books, or even like Justin, you were saying, it's like, what is it? There's so many people on Webtoons, and they would probably like Zero Ghosts, but it's just like not on their platform, or it's not in their lane. So it's not so much like, oh, we'll just write a better Zero Ghost and all of a sudden they'll find it. It's like, no, I think that there's just some disconnect in how they're actually finding it.
Yeah, it's true, because in a way, Webtoons is digital comics. You don't have the collectability of it, but I think to me, is more like digital periodicals in a way. And when we say like 24/7 comics were digital first, I actually believe in not just the digital aspect of things, but also the ability to reach the physical. So Kickstarter just becomes like a really powerful platform when it comes to launching a new book, because we could also introduce folks who are digital native to it at the same time, get you something in your house physically. And yeah, I think that's kind of why we're really exploring what our model is going to look and feel like as we release more titles. All right, what else? Any other thoughts? I mean, we're kind of landing the stream. We're 8.5 hours planned, and we have a handful of minutes left. Man, I can't believe we made it through today, and everyone is still alive.
Congratulations, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you for coming on and really like energizing us and giving us your insights, and even just your excitement about the book is such encouragement, because I do feel like I'm a fan first, and every one of these guys, I'm a fan first before I started working with them. And when they put out the product and was given the room and space to do what they do, I feel like they did deliver the best work. And honestly, like, to me, this book is going to be career defining, and we just got to get the word out. And I think as a fan, it makes me happy that others are also on the same page, so it doesn't make me question my taste, because I do feel like there's something great and deserves to be spread out. And so, yeah, I think it's been great. Even the audience being here today, chatting up all day and letting us know how they feel. Why don't we just kind of go around and kind of wrap up the day with any final thoughts and words, anything you're working on, where people can find you guys. We'll start with, how about last to beginning? So Omi Homies, why don't you guys kick us off on kind of closing out the day, and where people can find you, etc.
Okay, well, first and foremost, congratulations to you guys for hitting 14K. Amazing. Heavy congratulations.
Super happy about that.
Second, we're super grateful that you guys had us on your show and just embrace us as, the collectors that we are. We're still having trouble calling ourselves collectors too, like officially, compared to like some of the collectors that we've seen in the world, but we're doing our thing and having fun. So yeah. And we do our thing and have fun on our YouTube channel. We're on Twitter as well. Pretty much all the socials. We're the Omi Homies. If you want to just have fun with us, shoot us a follow, and we'd love for you to check out our content.
And lastly, I mean, how cool is Kira? Look at her. Like, she is so freaking cool. Please go share Zero Ghosts with your friends and just read the story. You will not be sorry. You will not be sorry.
It's one of those, like, the holy trinity, right? You have amazing artwork, you have an amazing team, and you have an amazing story. Like, there's chef's kiss.
Man, one of the things I love more than collecting coming out of these cons is relationships. And I can say you guys are one of the relationship highlights coming out of San Diego Comic Con. So thank you for making time to be with us today. And Justin, we've been rolling together for a while now. So awesome seeing you grow in your panels. I mean, they're just getting bigger and bigger and, more attention. So where can people find you? And any last words to close us out today?
Let's see. We got a bunch of things coming up. We're heading to Vegas this weekend, doing a little mini show. Amazing Las Vegas. After that, got a little break, and then we got LA Comic Con. Got my panel planned for that one too. So we'll see how that goes. And then we're taking a little break until next year. After that, we'll take the next couple months off. Yeah. If you want to give us a follow, I'm at JT_Otero, and my wife's Michelle Wafilo.
Awesome. Thanks, Justin. And let me shout out Jeff Wang as well. This guy's been a soldier in our chat all day, dropping great questions. I feel like we need to have him on as a co-host next time.
I was going to say,
yeah.
we're still holding our breath that Justin makes it to New York Comic Con, so we'll see. We'll see.
Fingers crossed.
Come on, Justin.
We gotta go. We gotta go. We all gotta be there. Actually, Mickey, why don't you go because you did the video? Don't forget, guys, the Zero Goes video was produced, directed, cut by Mickey himself. So, Mickey, let's close us out.
Yeah, what a stream. What a day. Congratulations to 24/7 and the creative team for Zero Ghosts. I think you guys got a great, successful book on your hands. Can't wait to see where it goes from here. Thanks to everyone in the chat for hanging out today. It's been fun. As for me, I don't know, Swaggle my YouTube. If you guys want to hear more about what's happening in the comic book YouTube space, I cover a lot of topics within that. And I have my comic series, issues 2 and 3, that'll come out in a couple months. I have to fulfill it in Kickstarter. And maybe I'll be in New York with Carl, rolling it out. So be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, just maybe. Thanks, Mickey. All right, well.
Wow. Well, I just want to say, guys, this has been an amazing experience. Working on this project has really, I feel like I've evolved so much from working with you guys and working on this project. And I just want to say how appreciative I am of this opportunity, how appreciative I am of all the fans, all the backers, anyone who's expressed interest in this project. I think it's a project that we all feel very passionate about. We put our heart and our souls into it. And I think it's really going to show in the final product. And I think anyone who picks it up is definitely going to get a kick out of it. You got a lot of choices in comics these days, but hopefully you pick this one up and you fall in love with it the way we fell in love working on it.
Thank you, Will. Your colors definitely stood out, and thank you for putting all that time and effort into it. Brian?
I'm just super thankful everyone who stopped by today, everyone took time out of their day to be a guest, to watch the stream, to back our book. 2 hard years of work. It's finally coming out. People are finally going to see it, and I'm just excited that everyone's going to see the adventures of Kira Kane and this whole world that the creative team has developed. It's an exciting book, fast-paced, high energy. So I hope you guys love it. Hope you guys love it as much as we enjoyed making it.
Thank you, Brian. Justin, last but not least.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for showing up today and especially for backing the book. Like everyone has said, we really enjoyed making it and we really love it. So I hope you guys enjoy it too. You can find me eventually, kind of, at deathercomics.com and assorted Deather Comics things on the interwebs. Or you can just look at Justin Jordan Comics on Instagram, where you will get occasional photos of me and my cat.
Awesome. So thank you, everybody. It was a great day. 8.5 hours. Mickey, thanks for co-hosting the stream as well. Really appreciate you opening up the audience. I think we're just in this kind of shared universe where we want to bring everyone together. And so 24/7 Comics fan, thank you so much for helping and all the backers out there. We really appreciate this first day. I think it was a huge accomplishment for us to hit the 81 backers at the 14K level. And so we got 29 more days to go. So this is just the beginning. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you guys soon.
I got to go put my order in.
There we go.